Blackstone Publishing presents Chappaquiddick, Power, Privilege, and the Ted Kennedy Cover-Up by Leo Damore. This book is read by Peter Berkrot. Chronology. June 5, 1968. Senator Robert Kennedy is assassinated in Los Angeles. July 25th to 27th. First party for The Boiler Room is held in Hyannisport and Nantucket. July 18th to 19th, 1969. Senator Edward Kennedy's car plunges off Dyke Bridge on Chappaquiddick Island. A passenger, Mary Jo Kopechne, is killed. July 19th. At approximately 9:45 a.m., Senator Kennedy gives a statement to Edgartown Police Chief Dominic James Arena, saying he had, at 11:15 p.m. the previous evening, taken a wrong turn en route to the ferry landing on Chappaquiddick and gone off Dyke Bridge. He had escaped the accident car and returned to his hotel room. He had contacted police when he fully realized what had happened almost 10 hours later. July 22nd. Mary Jo Kopechne is buried in Plymouth, Pennsylvania. July 25th. Senator Kennedy pleads guilty to leaving the scene of an accident and is given a 2-month suspended sentence and a year probation by Edgartown District Court Judge James A. Boyle. July 25th, 1969. At 7 p.m., Senator Kennedy describes the accident in a nationally televised speech. He characterizes his conduct in not going to police sooner as indefensible and asks the voters of Massachusetts to advise him about whether to resign from the Senate. July 31st. Senator Kennedy returns to Washington to resume his Senate duties. July 31st. District Attorney Edmund S. Denise requests an inquest into the death of Mary Jo Kopechne. August 8th. Judge Boyle sets an inquest for September 3, 1969. August 27th. At a pre-inquest hearing, Judge Boyle allows the press to cover the inquest, but no lawyers will be allowed to cross-examine witnesses. September 2nd. Senator Kennedy's lawyers ask for a temporary inquest injunction from the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court. September 18th. In a petition for exhumation and autopsy of Mary Jo Kopechne's body, District Attorney Denise claims blood was seen in her mouth and nose. September 24th. Mr. and Mrs. Joseph Kopechne file a petition to bar the autopsy. October 20th to 21st. Judge Bernard C. Brominski of Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, presides at a hearing on the exhumation and autopsy petition. October 30th. The Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court orders the press and the public barred from the Kopechne inquest, and orders inquest documents impounded until after all possibility of prosecution against Senator Kennedy is ended. December 10th. Judge Brominski denies the exhumation and autopsy petition. December 11th. Judge Boyle sets January 5, 1970 for the Kopechne inquest. January 5 to 8, 1970. Senator Kennedy and 26 other witnesses testify at a secret inquest at Edgartown. February 18th. Judge Boyle files his report and the transcript of inquest testimony with Edgartown Superior Court clerk. The documents are brought to Boston Superior Courthouse for safekeeping. March 10th. Denise examines Boyle's report. March 17th. Leslie H. Leland, Edgartown Grand Jury Foreman, requests a special session to be reconvened in order to investigate the death of Mary Jo Kopechne. March 26th. Chief Justice Joseph G. Toro of the Superior Court calls a special session of the court to convene April 6th in Edgartown for the grand jury to hear evidence in the Chappaquiddick case. April 6th to 7th. The grand jury calls 4 witnesses and returns no indictments. District Attorney Denise says, The case is closed, and inquest documents can now be made public. April 29th. Inquest documents are released to the public. May 14th. The results of a secret registry of motor vehicles hearing find Senator Kennedy to have been speeding and to be at serious fault in the accident. November 4th. Senator Kennedy is re-elected to the Senate. November 27th. Kennedy takes a driver's test in Plymouth, Massachusetts, and his license is reinstated. Cast of characters. Edward M. Kennedy, Senator from Massachusetts. Dominic James Arena, Police Chief, Edgartown, Massachusetts. Walter Steele, Special Prosecutor for the County of Dukes County, Martha's Vineyard. Edmund S. Denise, District Attorney for the Southern District. James H. Smith, Assistant District Attorney and former Kennedy Political Campaign Advance Man and Campaign Coordinator. Armand Fernandez, Assistant District Attorney. George Killen, State Police Detective Lieutenant, in charge of the Cape Cod office of the District Attorney. Bernie Flynn, State Police Detective Lieutenant, assigned to the Cape Cod office of the District Attorney. Dr. Donald R. Mills, Associate Medical Examiner, Edgartown. Eugene Fry, Undertaker, Vineyard Haven, Martha's Vineyard. John Farrar, Scuba Diver and Head of the Search and Rescue Division of Edgartown Volunteer Fire Department. Christopher Huck Look, Deputy Sheriff and part-time Special Police Officer. Russell Peachy, Manager-Owner, Shiretown Inn, Edgartown. Stephen Smith, brother-in-law of Ted Kennedy, frequent campaign finance manager, and Kennedy family business manager. Herbert J. Miller, Washington attorney, former head of the Criminal Division, U.S. Department of Justice, under Attorney General Robert Kennedy. Edward Hannafy, attorney, chief counsel for Senator Kennedy at the Chappaquiddick inquest. Robert Clark, Jr., attorney for Senator Kennedy, former district court judge. Richard McCarran, attorney for Senator Kennedy, Edgartown. Dan Daly, attorney retained to represent 8 witnesses who attended the party at Chappaquiddick. Paul Redmond, attorney, associate of Dan Daly. Joseph Donegan, court stenographer. Andrew Tooney, former Massachusetts State Police Detective Lieutenant, employed as a private investigator for criminal lawyer F. Lee Bailey. F. Lee Bailey, criminal lawyer. James A. Boyle, District Court Judge, Edgartown, Massachusetts. Bernard C. Brominski, Presiding Judge of the Court of Common Pleas, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Joseph and Gwen Chappaquiddick, parents of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Joseph Flanagan, attorney for the Chappaquiddick's. Dunn Gifford, aide to Senator Kennedy. Richard Drain, press secretary to Senator Kennedy. Ross Richards, yachtsman, Hyannisport. Stanley Moore, automobile dealer and Edgartown Regatta participant. David Burke, administrative assistant to Senator Kennedy. At the party, Joseph A. Gargan, lawyer, Ted Kennedy's cousin, and co-host of the party at Chappaquiddick. Paul Markham, lawyer and former U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. Ray LaRosa, former fireman and Kennedy campaign worker. Charles Tretter, lawyer, head of the Boston Redevelopment Commission, and a Kennedy campaign aide. John Crimmins, Senator Kennedy's part-time chauffeur. The Boiler Room Girls. Mary Jo Chappaquiddick, Rosemary Cricket Keogh, Esther Newberg, Susan Tannenbaum, Nance Lyons, Mary Ellen Lyons. To James Harold Smith, Class of 1947, BMC Durfee High School, Fall River, Mass. Forward by Howie Carr. If anyone ever truly deserved a Profiles in Courage Award, it was the late Leo Damore, the author of this book. Of course, the awards are handed out by the Kennedy family, and they are all about, not courage, but political correctness. But no one can dispute the fact that Damore put himself and his career on the line to write this book, and that one way or another, he paid the ultimate price, as a suicide in 1995, at the age of 65. Senatorial Privilege, the Chappaquiddick cover-up, was a New York Times bestseller in 1988. It sold more than 1 million copies. Damore's volume established a previously obscure publishing house, Regnery, as a major force in the book trade. Its success also disproved what New York publishers had long believed, or perhaps just hoped, that there was no real market out there for books that really spoke, truth to liberal power. If you are just now discovering Senatorial Privilege, you may not be aware of the controversy that surrounded its initial publication. Damore seemed a most unlikely person to blow the lid off the Chappaquiddick cover-up. Born in Ontario, he was a reporter for the Cape Cod Times. His first book, in 1967, had been a standard post-JFK assassination hagiography, The Cape Cod Years of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. In the final scene of Cape Cod Years, JFK returns to Boston for the final time, in October 1963, for a major black-tie fundraiser with the Democrat governors of New England. As Damore told the story, after the dinner, a Hyannis house painter named Fred Coet approached the president and was brusquely challenged by a Secret Service agent. Then JFK spots his humble Cape neighbor and yells to the agent, "Let the little guy through." Shaking Coet's hand, the president says, "Freddie, it's awfully nice to see you," and finally tells him, "I'll see you next year." That's the way all Kennedy books were written back then, even by Leo Damore. Little did Damore or anyone else know that earlier that evening, the tuxedoed president had summoned Mimi Alford, the intern he had deflowered in the White House a year earlier at the age of 19, to his suite at the Sheraton Plaza, where he ordered her to fillet his younger brother Teddy. "You've got to be kidding, Mr. President," she recalled herself replying in her 2012 memoir. Damore got a $150,000 advance from Random House, and he spent years digging up the truth. His most important source would be Joe Gargan, Teddy's first cousin who rented the cottage that evening. Like Michael Skakel, the convicted murderer in The Next Generation, Gargan was a kinsman but not really a Kennedy. And like Skakel, in his fury against his mistreatment by the family, Gargan would eventually spill the beans. The most explosive charge in Senatorial Privilege came from Gargan. After the accident, and the repeated rescue attempts of Mary Jo by Kennedy, Gargan, and former U.S. Attorney Paul Markham, Teddy floated an alternative story. Why couldn't Mary Jo have been driving the car? Why couldn't she have left me off and driven to the ferry herself and made a wrong turn? To which Gargan eventually responded, "You told me you were driving." When Damore handed in his manuscript to Random House, all hell broke loose. This was the home, after all, of William Faulkner, Andre Malraux, and Robert Penn Warren, not to mention Babar the Elephant. Imagine the reaction of the Random House editors as they read Damore's account of the court hearing in Pennsylvania on the exhumation of Kopechne's body, as the state medical examiner of Maryland blurted out a very inconvenient truth. "It was apparent to me from the record that she lived for a certain time underwater. So she breathed, that girl. She breathed." You just couldn't write things like that about the Kennedys back then. Seldom was heard a discouraging word about America's first family. Even the biggest names in journalism were muzzled, like James Scotty Reston, the columnist for the New York Times who owned a little paper on Martha's Vineyard. Reston was there at the police station in Edgartown that Saturday morning, as Teddy shakily wrote out the accident report. Damore quoted Scotty in his manuscript. "I'd love to tell the story, but they won't let me." If it came down to a fight with the Kennedys, Random House couldn't win. In 1967, Jackie Kennedy had tried to stop publication of another, much more innocuous book, The Death of a President. Jackie famously told the author, "Anybody who is against me will look like a rat, unless I run off with Eddie Fisher." In retrospect, Damore was lucky to have found any publisher willing to stand up to the wrath of the Kennedys. When it was finally published by Regnery, senatorial privilege was ignored by the critics, but Damore's exposé was so thorough and so damning that even with no publicity, it still skyrocketed to the top of the bestseller lists. But then, Chappaquiddick was a scandal for the ages, even by Kennedy standards. Mary Jo Chappaquiddick, for instance. Everything about her screamed Kennedy girlfriend. She wasn't wearing underwear when she died, and she was drunk. Her blood alcohol level was .09. Her first boss in Washington was Senator George Smathers of Florida, JFK's best friend in Congress, who used to travel with the future president to Havana in those pre-Castro days, where they were treated to the finest prostitutes in Cuba, compliments of gangsters Meyer Lansky and Santo Trafficante, Jr. In Washington, Chappaquiddick's landlord was Bobby Baker, the longtime bagman for, among others, Lyndon Johnson. Baker also ran a private D.C. club, which offered the services of high-priced hookers, among them Ellen Romech, a suspected East German spy who was being investigated by a Senate committee for her relationship with JFK, when she was suddenly deported in 1963. The Kennedys may not have been able to stop publication of senatorial privilege, but revenge, as they say, is a dish best served cold. And after those first few big royalty checks, nothing was ever the same for Damore. As his wife divorced him, he fell into a deep depression and began threatening suicide. At the same time, Damore also started research on a new book about Mary Pinchot Meyer, one of JFK's last blue-blooded girlfriends. Meyer was the drop-dead gorgeous sister-in-law of Ben Bradlee, later of the Washington Post. Bradlee was so close to JFK that in 1962 he was given the assignment of using his magazine, Newsweek, to spike the scandalous true story of Kennedy's first marriage to a twice-divorced Protestant socialite in Palm Beach in 1947. Meyer was another fascinating subject. During her affair with JFK, she got into drugs and had begun visiting LSD guru Dr. Timothy Leary just before the assassination. Less than a year after Dallas, she was mysteriously shot to death while jogging on a canal path in Georgetown. An obviously innocent young black man was arrested and charged, and then acquitted. The evening of her murder, Meyer's brother-in-law Bradlee went to her house to retrieve her secret diary about the affair with JFK. Inside, in the dark, Bradlee discovered that another intruder had gotten there first. James Jesus Angleton, the legendary CIA spook, who had his own sneaky, eyes-only reasons for wanting the diary of the late president's paramour. In short, Leo Damore had emerged from one Kennedy rabbit hole only to tumble into another, perhaps even deeper one. One of Meyer's biographers quoted Damore as telling him, "What do you think it would do to the beatification of Kennedy if this woman said, 'It wasn't Camelot, it was Caligula's court'?" I met Damore in 1994, on the 25th anniversary of Chappaquiddick. I was doing my radio show from the cottage on Chappaquiddick, and I booked some of the surviving principals. Only Damore asked for money, $100. Every time I spoke to him, he seemed nervous, agitated. The day after the show, he telephoned again, begging me to send him the money ASAP, which I did. 15 months later, Damore was depressed and broke, about to be evicted from his rented house in Essex, Connecticut. As a visiting nurse and a constable, who was there to serve the eviction notice, looked on in horror, Damore pulled out a gun and shot himself in the head. Ted Kennedy died of brain cancer in 2009, at the age of 77. In his later years, it was considered bad form to even mention Chappaquiddick in polite company. Teddy himself seemed oblivious to the scandal. He named his last dog Splash. The Kennedys' official fanzine has always been the Boston Globe. Every 6th year, when he was running for re-election, the Globe would run stories about how Teddy was turning his life around, and how, in an amazing feat of self-discipline, he had totally sworn off alcohol until his birthday, February 22nd. On the day after Chappaquiddick, the Globe ran a front-page headline saying, "Senator wandered in daze for hours." In 2003, the Globe perfectly summed up the mainstream media's revisionist take on Chappaquiddick. If she had lived, Mary Jo Kopechne would be 62 years old. Through his tireless work as a legislator, Edward Kennedy would have brought comfort to her in her old age. In 2015, the Edward M. Kennedy Institute for the Senate opened in Dorchester. One of its exhibits is entitled The Senate Immersion Module. Immersion. You can't make this stuff up. Near the end of his life, in 2009, Teddy wrote a sorrowful letter to Pope Benedict XVI. "I have always tried to be a faithful Catholic, Your Holiness, though I have fallen short through human failings. I know that I have been an imperfect human being, but with the help of my faith I have tried to right my path." Then he added, in a somewhat incongruous attempt at penance, "I have worked to welcome the immigrant." Somehow, I don't think Teddy was referring to Leo Damore. Few of the principals ever talked about what happened. The prosecutor, Walter Steele, was quickly appointed to a state judgeship, another nationwide search, as we say in Massachusetts. As a judge, his most famous case involved allowing a convicted child predator to leave the state without restrictions, after which the offender moved to Montana, and then murdered and cannibalized a 7-year-old boy. When Steele reached the mandatory retirement age of 70 in 1996, the local New Bedford paper ran a story about him, without a single mention of Chappaquiddick. But Judge Steele did obliquely mention the difficulty of explaining to victims and their survivors how sometimes an obviously guilty party gets off scot-free. It's awful hard to explain to them that you think you're doing justice. Do you think the Kopechnes would have understood what Judge Steele was getting at? As for Gargan, Damore paid him $15,000 for legal and editing work on senatorial privilege. Gargan eventually ended up with a hack job in Boston as chairman of a state board that essentially returned licenses to convicted drunk drivers. Ironically, despite his intimate knowledge of what happened at Chappaquiddick, Gargan became the leading proponent on the board for allowing convicted drunkards back on the road. When Republicans regained control of state government in 1991, Gargan was summarily fired. Gargan died in Virginia at age 87 in December 2017. By then, he was such a forgotten figure that when his paid death notice appeared in the Globe, no Boston reporters even noticed it for 3 weeks. According to the paid obituary, Joe was dedicated to helping those who suffer from alcohol addiction. The Boiler Room girls you will soon be reading about have maintained omerta, silence, for almost half a century. But as Damore notes in Chapter 54, on the 5th anniversary of Mary Jo's death in 1974, Rosemary Cricket Keogh did issue the following terse statement. "My friend Mary Jo just happened to be in the wrong car at the wrong time with the wrong people." In a strange way, Damore's life turned out like Mary Jo's. Senatorial Privilege, now retitled as Chappaquiddick, Power, Privilege, and the Ted Kennedy Cover-Up, is an unforgettable book, muckraking in the best sense of the word. But for Damore personally, it was the wrong book at the wrong time about the wrong people, and it cost him his life. But at least we still have his book, and the truth. Introduction. Chappaquiddick has been called the most brilliant cover-up ever achieved in a nation where investigative procedures are well developed and where the principles of equal justice prevail, at least during some of those moments where people are watching. The fascination for the most famous traffic fatality in the history of American politics remains strong today. The mysteries of the case continue to haunt Senator Edward Kennedy's career. For many, Chappaquiddick stands as the single obstacle in his path to the presidency. Those mysteries haunt not only the senator, but investigative authorities. Charges of ineptitude and lack of diligence abounded, as did insinuations that the machinery of justice crumbled beneath the power and the prestige of the Kennedy family. To his dying day, George Killen, former state police detective lieutenant and chief of a never-revealed investigation, was rankled by Chappaquiddick. Failure to bring that case to a satisfactory resolution was, he lamented, the biggest mistake of a long and distinguished police career. 2 months before his death, in 1979, Killen decried the injustice of Chappaquiddick. Senator Kennedy, he said, killed that girl the same as if he put a gun to her head and pulled the trigger. It is to George Killen that I owe the original inspiration and encouragement to undertake a reinvestigation of Chappaquiddick. To Killen's associate, State Police Detective Lieutenant Bernie Flynn, I owe a special debt for revelations about the critical part he played in the case. This book would not have been possible without the wise counsel of Joseph Gargan, Jr., and the generosity of former Assistant District Attorney Jimmy Smith. Reluctant to revive memories of a painful episode that resulted in the ruin of his own political career, former District Attorney Edmund Denise nevertheless disclosed to me his conviction. There's no question in my mind that the grand jury would have brought an indictment against Ted Kennedy for manslaughter if I had given them the case. Former Assistant District Attorney Armand Fernandez was generous of his time and information about the part he played in the preparation of the inquest case. Peter Gay, Lance Garth, and State Police Detective Lieutenant Gordon Clarkson also provided helpful information. District Attorney Philip Rollins and his staff made possible complete access to the official files of the case at Barnstable Courthouse. Police Chief Dominic Arena, now of Lincoln, Massachusetts, was of enormous assistance in sharing his recollections and documents about his key role in the case, as were Carmen Salvador, George Searle, and former Deputy Sheriff Christopher Look. I owe special thanks to attorneys Richard McCarran and Paul Redmond, to Edward Harrington, Frank Keating, F. Lee Bailey, and, in particular, Andrew M. Tooney, for their insights into the case, and to Charles Zimmerman and Ed McGrath for expertise and technical assistance. I am indebted to court stenographer Joseph Donegan for revealing the part he played in the inquest. Cleo O'Donnell was an invaluable source of information about his brother, Kenneth. Stanley Moore and Marilyn Richards Gilbert both provided important information. Former Registrar of Motor Vehicles Richard McLaughlin and Registry Inspector Herbert Burr, and in particular, Registry Attorney Paula Golden, were very helpful in providing hitherto unavailable official records dealing with the Chappaquiddick accident under Registrar Alan Mackey's policy of open files. Richard Gill, Marianne O'Brien, James Igo, William Camera, Andrew Martin, Frank Trabucco, and Ronald Andrews helped to secure important records. Maurice G. Lauzon and Marguerite Habicht of the New Bedford Standard-Times provided generous assistance, as did Harvey Ewing, Ralph Gordon, Francis Broadhurst, Don Moore, Gerald R. Kelly, Margaret Kangley, and columnist Jack Anderson. I am grateful also to Dr. John McHugh and Lieutenant James Sharkey of the Massachusetts State Police Chemistry Lab, Dr. Henry Lee, Dr. Sidney Callis, Barry Crawford, Sally Elberry, John Ryan, and John O'Connor of the New England Telephone Company. Bobby Galliani and Cynthia Field were unfailingly helpful. David Surratt, Ralph Mirano, and Brian Germain assisted in the preparation of the manuscript. Sally Mary and William Woods provided important support. My wife, Dr. June King Davison, made it possible for me to undertake this work. Those others who requested their contributions be made in confidence will recognize the help they gave me in a case in which the cause of justice was frustrated. The problem of securing public officials against unwarranted legal harassment was anticipated by the Founding Fathers, who shielded members of Congress against arrest during their attendance at sessions of their respective houses in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace. The Supreme Court clarified in 1907 that senatorial privilege did not, however, preclude criminal prosecution altogether. At Chappaquiddick, it did. Old Saybrook, Connecticut, March 3rd, 1986. For thou hast lost thy princely privilege with vile participation. Henry IV, Part 1, Act 3, Scene 2. Chapter 1. The ferry at Edgartown, on Martha's Vineyard, was not scheduled to begin operation until 7:30 a.m. on Saturday, July 19, 1969. Nevertheless, ferryman Richard Hewitt beckoned a blue Ford waiting at the dock at 7 a.m. on board the On Time, a raft-like vessel that crossed the 150-yard channel to the island of Chappaquiddick in under 4 minutes. The Ford proceeded on Chappaquiddick Road to a sweeping hairpin curve, leaving the asphalt for the dirt ruts of Dyke Road. A bumpy half-mile away was a wooden structure perched on pilings, spanning a tidal pool called Poca Pond. After negotiating the narrow bridge, the Ford discharged Robert Samuel, a high school science teacher, and 15-year-old Joseph Capavella. Burdened with fishing gear, they continued on foot along a sand track between ranks of dunes to East Beach. After an hour of fruitless casting into the surf along that deserted stretch of shoreline, the two returned to the car. Samuel was contemplating fishing off the bridge into the pond when his attention was drawn to the glint of metal reflecting off a dark shape in the water 10 feet away, on the south side of the bridge. Looking closer through the ripples of tidewater, he discovered the shadowy outline of an automobile turned onto its roof, front end angled toward the bridge. Samuel made out the wavery numbers of a license plate on the car's inverted bumper. Samuel and Capavella headed at once for a cottage 400 feet from the pond. Dyke House read the printing on a mailbox beside the weathered shingles of the former hunting camp, owned by Chappaquiddick resident Anton Betancourt, and leased for the summer to Mr. and Mrs. Pierre Malm of Lebanon, Pennsylvania. A self-possessed woman of middle age, Mrs. Malm was preparing breakfast when she responded to Samuel's knock at her back door and received his report that a car was overturned in the pond. Then Samuel and Capavella returned to drop fishing lines off the bridge, oblivious to the car submerged on the other side. Mrs. Malm telephoned the Island Communications Center, maintained by the Dukes County Sheriff's Office at Martha's Vineyard Airport. At 8:20 a.m., a call from the center was logged at the two-room police station, located on the first floor of Edgartown's white-clappered town hall. Policewoman Carmen Salvador relayed the information that an automobile was underwater at Dyke Bridge on Chappaquiddick to Police Chief Dominic James Arena. She said, "Do you want to send somebody over there?" "No," Arena said. "I'll go." Arena left the station with the cruiser's blue dome light flashing. A sultry, clouding-up morning presaged poor weather for the second day of the Edgartown Yacht Club's annual regatta. For 13 years, a Massachusetts state trooper assigned traffic duty and security at Boston's Logan International Airport, Arena was later attached to the Attorney General's Criminal Division, handling evidence of government corruption unearthed by the Massachusetts Crime Commission. Because of my personality, and because I could handle people, I was running the jury room as far as witnesses were concerned, to keep them happy and keep the lawyers happy, Arena said. A newspaper story about a town meeting voting to raise the salary of its police chief to $10,000 in hopes of filling the vacant position prompted Arena to apply for the job even before he knew where that town was. The town, which he found on a map, would turn out to be Edgartown, a picturesque former whaling port, described as tidy, shipshape, and sparkling clean. In May 1967, Trooper Arena became Chief Arena, taking on a job which, in many ways, cast him as a virtual legate of the Chamber of Commerce, policing the occasional excesses of seasonal pleasure seekers, upon whom Edgartown's tourist economy depended. Pulling up to the ferry landing at the foot of Daggett Street, Arena asked Dick Hewitt, "You hear anything about an accident at the Dyke Bridge?" "Not until now," Hewitt said. Chappaquiddick looked no more than 2 swimming pool lengths away, the channel as close-quartered as everything else was in Edgartown, including the 2-car ferry that chugged Arena across. Apart from the modest swank of the beach club's cabanas, the island was a backwater of modest cottages midst groves of scrub pine and pin oak. In 20 years, the bridge at the end of Dyke Road never had been the locale of an automobile accident. Arena parked the cruiser beside the bulkhead. He asked the young men fishing off the bridge, "Is there a car over there?" "On the other side," Samuel replied. From the slope of the humpbacked bridge, Arena saw an automobile submerged, but for the rear tires, beginning to show above the waterline. Gouges and a curbing of cap logs traced the path the automobile had taken before plunging into the pond. Arena judged the markings on the bridge's dusty planks. Weren't really what you could call skid marks. They were more like scuff marks that probably were brought about by tires going sideways, sliding more than skidding across something. Arena observed a woman approach the pond. Mrs. Malm was taking a look at the accident herself. She'd heard a car pass the house going faster than usual around midnight the previous evening, but nothing else. Arena was amazed she had not heard the car hit the water. He asked if her husband had a bathing suit he could borrow. He followed her into Dyke House to change into plaid boxer trunks that, to his surprise, for he was 6 foot 4 inches tall and weighed 230 pounds, fit him perfectly. Arena walked to the pond and waded in until the banking dropped off. He swam towards the car, encountering a turbulence of current. He dived underwater. He caught only a blurred glimpse of the automobile before he was dragged away by the inexorable force of an outgoing tide he estimated was running to a depth of 6 feet because he could touch bottom. Arena had a presentiment of dread. Whoever had driven off the bridge might not have escaped from the crushed and upended position in which the vehicle had landed, and could still be trapped inside. Any survivor would have reported the accident by now, and there had been no report on the answering machine that recorded calls after the police station closed, or on the log Arena checked when he arrived at the station that morning. Arena radioed the communications center from the cruiser. He told the on-duty dispatcher to have the police station send an officer and the fire department's scuba diver to the scene. Arena asked the 2 small boys standing near the bridge if they knew where there was a face mask he could use. One of the boys said, "I think there's one in the boat." He ran to a flat-bottomed punt beached on shore and tossed a mask to Arena. Arena dived into the pond again. The current repeatedly sent him out of control. He let himself be swept to the bridge pilings where he caught his breath, then swam back to the car. Hoisting himself onto the undercarriage, he found seating space beside the gas tank, there to await the arrival of help. Arena had cut the inside of his big toe on some metal edge of the car, but he was too distracted to care whether the wound was bleeding. Word of the accident was bringing spectators to the pond's edge, despite a light rain that had started to fall. After catching 5 bluefish, Samuel and Capavella were packing up their gear, preparing to leave. Arena's activities in Polka Pond had scared away the fish. At 8:45 a.m., Arena recognized the blinking red bulb atop Edgartown Fire Chief Anton Silva's station wagon bumping down the Dyke Road, followed by Anton Betancourt's blue Jeepster. With Silva was volunteer fireman Lawrence Mercier, the proprietor of an Edgartown grocery store, and police officer Robert Bergure. A special hired for the summer. Bergure was a teacher of business subjects at Natick High School. Arena told him, "See if you can get a registry listing for this license," and called out plate number L78207 from the submerged car's inverted front bumper. Bruguier radioed the communications center to check the Polk directory of Massachusetts registrations to find out who owned the car in the pond. Then he drove the police cruiser to the beach side of the bridge. Arena watched John Farrar adjust an oxygen tank across his back. Captain of the Search and Rescue Division of Edgartown's Volunteer Fire Department, Farrar had received a call at 8:25 a.m. to proceed at once to Dyke Bridge on Chappaquiddick. Farrar left the turf and tackle shop he managed in Edgartown for the fire station, where diving gear was maintained in immediate readiness. He was joined by Antone Betancourt, a sprightly 70-year-old retired ferrymaster who drove him to the dock. Fire Chief Silva was waiting on the Chappaquiddick landing to help transfer rescue equipment to his cruiser. Farrar changed into a full diving suit en route to the accident scene, arriving there at 8:45 a.m. Arena's attention was diverted by Bruguier calling out information he'd received over the cruiser's radio. License plate L78207 had been issued to Edward M. Kennedy, room 2400, JFK Building, Government Center, Boston. My God, another tragedy, Arena thought. His concern for the accident tuned to a higher frequency of alarm. But he had no time to ponder the stunning news that it was Ted Kennedy's car he was sitting on. Farrar was swimming toward him holding a safety line. He gave Arena one end of the rope, put an oxygen tube in his mouth, and dove underwater. When his mask cleared, Farrar saw in the wash of watery light he likened to the sfumato effect of a Rembrandt painting, an Oldsmobile sedan balanced on the brow of its windshield, tipped forward from the weight of the engine, so that its rear end was tilted toward the surface. The car was facing the opposite direction it had been traveling before plunging off the bridge. Only speed could account for such aerial maneuvers, Farrar said later. The car must have been going at a pretty good clip to land almost in the middle of the channel. Farrar peered through the driver's side open window. It took 20 seconds for his eyes to grow accustomed to the gloom inside the car. The front seat was empty. Farrar made his way to the back of the car, fighting a current he estimated was running 4 knots, hard to swim against for any length of time. Through the top right-hand corner of the rear window, Farrar saw 2 motionless feet clad in sandals. So long as there was a possibility the occupant might be alive and breathing, he had to hurry and expand the air in the automobile, and bring a resuscitator if necessary. Farrar moved quickly to the right side of the car. The rear passenger window had been blown out. Shards of glass formed a ragged edge along the frame. Farrar thrust himself through the portal inside the car to his waist. Looking up, he found the body of a young woman. Her head was cocked back, her face pressed into the footwell. Both hands gripped the front edge of the back seat to hold herself in conformity with its upholstered contours. It was not a position assumed by a person knocked unconscious by the impact of a crash, Farrar said. If she had been dead or unconscious, she would have been prone, sinking to the bottom or floating on top. She definitely was holding herself in a position to avail herself of the last remaining air that had to be trapped in the car. Farrar took hold of the right thigh. As soon as he touched the body, he knew the woman was dead. The flesh under his grasp was hard as wood. Instead of life-saving, I was evidence-gathering, Farrar realized. Because I was the only person who would be able to observe this situation, it behooved me to think about what I saw underwater to be able to report it. Farrar rotated the body inside the car, a maneuver complicated by the victim's hunched posture and outstretched arms, made inflexible by rigor mortis. The body was about 1/4 positively buoyant, Farrar observed. There was still a little air left in her. Farrar drew the body through the window head first. A gold chain clasped about the waist came undone and slipped off. He struggled to maintain his position beside the car against the current. Concerned he might lose the body when he swam to the surface, Farrar bound the safety line about the woman's neck. He tugged on the rope to signal he was coming up. Clasping the body over his head, Farrar pushed off. He broke the surface as Arena was gathering in the last feet of slack line. Farrar noted with satisfaction that the police chief's assistance was not required to bring the body up. The difficult recovery had taken him 10 minutes. The current took Farrar downstream toward the bridge. Holding the body in a cross-chest carry, he swam to the rear of Kennedy's car. For the first time in the several years he had known Irina as a very placid individual, very calm and collected, Farrar observed him to be excited and emotionally wrought up. Irina had a quaver in his voice when he said, "My God, it's a body. Do you recognize her? Is it one of the Kennedy clan?" "I haven't had a chance to see if I recognize her or not," Farrar said. He turned the body over in the water. Irina examined the face for a Kennedy family likeness. Farrar observed a great look of relief on Irina's face before he said, "Thank God, no, I don't recognize her. It isn't one of the clan." Farrar undid the safety line. The victim's blonde hair was tangled in the half-hitch knots he tied. Farrar helped draw the body out of the water onto Irina's lap. Holding the corpse in his arms, Irina scrutinized the pale, lightly freckled face, rigid in death. The mouth was open, teeth gritted in a death grimace. Pale eyes stared through partially closed lids. She wore a long-sleeve white blouse and navy blue slacks. There was a friendship ring on her left hand. 2 gold bracelets dangled from her wrist. She appeared normal in the sense that there were no injuries that I could see, Irina said later. If she hadn't been wringing wet, it was as if she was about to go to work or to a party, because everything was in place. Everything was buttoned right up. Fireman Lawrence Mercier called from the bulkhead, "Do you want the boat?" before pushing it out into the pond on a rope. Irina and Farrar placed the body across slat seats. The boat was drawn to shore. Passed hand over hand to the bridge, the body was placed on a stretcher in the back of the police cruiser. Irina ordered Brogier to summon the medical examiner and undertaker, and have a tow truck sent to the scene. As required in all fatal automobile accidents, the Registry of Motor Vehicles had to be notified too. Irina said, "And see if you can find out where Ted Kennedy is, and get him down here." Irina asked Tony Betancourt to drive to the landing to wait for the medical examiner to come off the ferry. Farrar dove underwater to retrieve the chain belt that had detached from the body. He checked the rest of the car. On the interior roof near the front passenger seat, he found a workman's lunch pail lacquered with a decoupage of flowers and fashioned into a handbag. When Irina opened it, water gushed forth a spillage of cosmetics and articles of grooming. A wallet contained a Virginia's driver's license and a pass for the United States Senate, identifying Rosemary Keogh of Washington, D.C. There were 2 keys for room 56 at the Katama Shores Motor Inn of Edgartown. Irina radioed the communications center to confirm that Keogh was registered at the motel. Minutes later, he received confirmation she was one of 6 young women who had occupied 3 rooms there since Thursday. None of the beds had been slept in the previous night. Irina told Farrar to check downstream. It's possible there were other people in the car. They might be in the pond someplace. He was walking off the bridge when the Depot Corner garage tow truck pulled up with John Album at the wheel. The truck had emblazoned on its side panel, "You wreck 'em, we fetch 'em." Irina didn't want Album to remove the car from Poca Pond until registry inspectors arrived. He said, "They don't like it when an accident scene is disturbed before they can do their investigation." Concerned about the hazard presented by a growing crowd of spectators at the pond's edge, Irina changed his mind. The registry office in Oak Bluffs was closed on Saturday. "I don't think we can get a hold of the registry today. You better get the car out as soon as you can and hold it at the garage," Irina added. "That's Ted Kennedy's car down there in the water." "Gee, I just saw him at the ferry landing on the Chappie side," Album said. "Oh, God, I better get a hold of him," Irina said. Irina was walking down Dyke Road when a Pontiac station wagon pulled up. "Jim, can I help you?" Christopher Huck Look said. Look was a deputy sheriff and a special duty police officer. A call to his cottage on Chappaquiddick suggested Look might be needed at the accident scene. "You probably can help keep traffic away from the bridge," Irina said. "There's a car overturned in the pond. We're trying to find out if there's anyone else in it." "I saw a car last night," Look said. I hope to God that isn't the same one. Irina was too preoccupied to continue the conversation and walked off. Luke got out of his car and watched the chief head for Dyke House. Irina was going to call the police station to send somebody down to the ferry to locate Ted Kennedy. Chapter 2. Arriving at the landing on this errand at 9:30 a.m., Anton Betancourt addressed Dick Hewitt on the dock on time. "Do you know about the accident? It's Ted Kennedy's car and there's a dead girl in it." Hewitt nodded in the direction of a weathered ferry house at the landing. "Well, he's standing right over there with 2 men. Betancourt confronted Ted Kennedy. "Senator, do you know there's a girl found dead in your car?" he said. "Do you need a ride down to the bridge?" "No," Kennedy said. "I'm going on over to town." Betancourt watched the On Time leave the landing for the crossing to Edgartown. Minutes later, the ferry was back. Hewitt made several round trips during the next 15 minutes. He observed Ted Kennedy and 2 other men milling around the ferry house. Hewitt wondered if the senator knew about the accident. The same idea had occurred to Steve Ewing, the ferry's 16-year-old deckhand. "We realized by this time the senator's car was involved in the accident," he said. "We thought he was waiting there for news." Kennedy had boarded the ferry shortly after Ewing reported for work at 9 a.m. The senator greeted the boy with a cheerful hi when Ewing collected 3 15-cent fares. After the boat ride to Chappaquiddick, the 3 men had gathered at the ferry house, which was furnished with benches and a public telephone. Hewitt and Ewing walked off the docked ferry. At their approach, Kennedy edged toward a row of parked cars. He was within hearing distance when Hewitt called out, "Senator, are you aware of the accident?" A tall man wearing glasses answered, "Yes, we just heard about it." Hewitt and Ewing returned to the ferry. Kennedy and the tall man wearing glasses followed. This time, Ewing noted, Kennedy looked worried. Steve Ewing's father was standing at the Edgartown dock. Vineyard bureau chief for the New Bedford Standard-Times, Harvey Ewing had heard about an accident at Chappaquiddick involving a member of Ted Kennedy's regatta party and had gone to the landing to cover the story. It was 9:50 a.m. when he spotted Ted Kennedy on board the On Time bound for Edgartown. Ewing made ready to take a photograph, but before the ferry docked, Kennedy jumped off and was striding up Daggett Street at such a brisk pace, he walked out of focus. "That's why the picture isn't very good," Ewing apologized later, "because I didn't get him full face coming at me off the ferry. I got him sideways." Ewing wasn't sure why he had taken the picture. "I figured if someone in his party had been in an accident, it was a normal reaction for him to be over there checking things out, that he'd be concerned," he said. Kennedy looked in fine shape, smartly turned out in light blue pants, white polo shirt, and canvas deck shoes. Ewing went to a payphone at the dock to call Bob Hyde, his summer assistant. Ewing wanted Hyde at the accident scene while he maintained telephone contact with his paper in New Bedford. Ewing told him, "All I know is a car went into the drink, and whoever was in it is involved with the Kennedy party. They think there's more than one person in the car." Ewing was joined at the landing by Culber Smith, assistant editor of the Vineyard Gazette. Boarding the ferry was Undertaker Eugene Fry, with the Buick station wagon he used as a hearse, his assistant David Guy, and an associate medical examiner, Dr. Donald Mills. Mills had been alerted by his receptionist, Mrs. Thomas Teller. "Don't be surprised if you get a call to go to Chappie. I hear there's been a fatal of some kind over there." Mills received the call because it was medical examiner Dr. Robert Nevin's day off. He left his office and drove to the ferry landing. Fry invited him into the hearse for the journey to Chappaquiddick. Mills observed a dozen bystanders on Dyke Bridge. Wearing a bathing suit and a wet T-shirt, Police Chief Irina was entering Dyke House. Irina used Mrs. Malm's phone to call the police station. He told Carmen Salvador to send someone down to the ferry to find Ted Kennedy. "He's right here, Chief," Salvador said, "and he wants to talk to you." "I'm afraid, Senator, I have some bad news," Irina said. "There's been another tragedy. Your car was in an accident over here. and the young lady is dead." "I know," Kennedy said. "Can you tell me, was there anybody else in the car?" "Yes," Kennedy said. "Are they in the water?" "No," Kennedy said. "Can I talk to you? Could I see you?" "Do you want to come over here?" Irina said. "Or do you want me to go over there?" "I prefer for you to come over here," Kennedy said. Not bothering to change clothes, Irina rushed out of Dyke House to find a ride to Edgartown. He asked Huck Look for a lift to the ferry. Look didn't have his car there. Look approached Dr. Edward Self, standing near the bulkhead. A prominent New York surgeon and president of the Chappaquiddick Association of Island Residents, Self agreed to chauffeur Irina to the landing. Irina was just getting into Self's Land Rover when Brigure reported Huck Look had seen the accident car, or one just like it, up at the corner around 12:45 a.m. the previous evening. Irina didn't give much notice to the report. Look was a year-rounder with a variety of part-time vocations, including off-season heating oil dealer. Irina would have plenty of time to question Look later. Right now, Irina was more concerned about his forthcoming interview with Senator Ted Kennedy at the police station. Police Officer Roy Meekins was waiting at the Edgartown landing, as he had been instructed when Brigure radioed to have a cruiser meet Irina there. Then Brigure greeted Dr. Mills. He explained that a young woman had been recovered from the overturned car in the pond. Mills wanted the body brought to the front of the cruiser so as not to expose it to spectators standing on the bridge. The stretcher was placed near the cruiser's front grille. Mills uncovered a blanket to find a well-developed, well-nourished, very attractive young woman, in complete rigor mortis. Her arms were stretched outward from her shoulders, as if to ward off an assault. Hands were frozen in a semi-claw. There was a fine white froth about the nose and mouth, flecked with a barely visible cobweb of blood that went directly to a capillary area on the left nostril. It was, in Dr. Mills' opinion, the characteristic foam that goes with a drowning case. Mills ran his fingers through the wet hair for evidence of skull fracture, then the throat and neck. He unbuttoned the blouse to expose a lacy blue brassiere. He placed a stethoscope over the heart. There was no sound. He felt the rib cage, then tapped the chest, repeating the procedure with varying degrees of pressure. Each time, water welled up from inside the lungs, creating a splashing sound. The lightest pressure produced water from the mouth and nose. Mills did not remove the brassiere to examine the breasts for injury. He slid the slacks over her hips, exposing her enough to make an adequate examination, he explained. I couldn't have removed her clothes without cutting them off because of rigor mortis. Fry closely followed Mills' examination. As a mortician, I more or less kept my eyes open, he said. Water seeped from the nose and mouth when the body was turned onto its left side, Fry observed. That probably came from her stomach. No, I'm pressing her chest, Mills said. That's water from her lungs. Mills passed his hands over the back and abdomen. He found no evidence of trauma of any kind. He diagnosed an obvious and clear case of drowning. After all, he said later, the girl was found in a submerged automobile. Mills overheard several bystanders speculating that the accident victim was a secretary employed by the Kennedy family. Mills ordered Fry to remove the body to his funeral home, but to hold off embalming. In view of certain non-medical factors and personalities he had heard only as a rumor, Mills wanted to consult the district attorney's office about a possible autopsy, he said. If there's any Kennedy mix-up in this, it's more than I want to handle alone. Mills rode back to Edgartown in Fry's hearse. Although he viewed the death of this lovely young person as a shame, he was more concerned at that moment about the patient in labor he had sent to Martha's Vineyard Hospital in Oak Bluffs, 7 miles away. The hospital's emergency room had monitored transmissions to and from the communications center concerning a fatal accident on Chappaquiddick involving Senator Ted Kennedy's automobile. The information was reported by on-duty nurse Barbara Ferry to her husband at 9:30 a.m. Richard Ferry, An employee of the Woods Hole, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket Steamship Authority that provided boat service to the islands, called the authority's chairman, Jimmy Smith, in Falmouth on Cape Cod. "There's been an accident," he said. "It's Ted Kennedy's car and somebody's dead. We don't know who it is yet. I thought you'd like to know." Ferry promised to call back when he had more information. Stocky, somewhat brash and outspoken, but a well-liked lawyer, Smith had used his influence to secure hard-to-get reservations for Ted Kennedy's Oldsmobile to be transported to Martha's Vineyard on Wednesday. Return passage was booked for Sunday morning at 9:50 a.m. out of Oak Bluffs. An assistant district attorney within whose jurisdiction the accident had occurred, Smith had taken Ferry's call in a library, furnished with the photographic memorabilia of his work as advance man and coordinator for various Kennedy campaigns. Captivated by John F. Kennedy as the one politician in Massachusetts who didn't have his hand out, Smith had enlisted early as one of an army of young, idealistic lawyers who were to become the foot soldiers in a Kennedy march to the White House. In 1960, Smith advanced campaign appearances in North Dakota, Montana, and Wyoming, states in the Northern Plains under the charge of Ted Kennedy. When Ted himself became a candidate for the U.S. Senate in 1962, Smith was floor monitor at the Democratic State Convention that gave the first-time office seeker the party's endorsement. After that election, Ted Kennedy inscribed a Philippe Halsman portrait of himself. "To James Smith, who helped us fight the good fight." Smith had gone on to work Kennedy campaigns in 1964 and 1968. Cape Codders have wondered for some time if one of their number actually might be close to the Kennedy apparatus, the weekly Cape Cod News reported. Jimmy Smith appears to me mighty close. Smith called Kenneth O'Donnell. The former White House appointments secretary and political strategist lived in Jamaica Plain, a suburb of Boston. O'Donnell had little reaction to the news of the accident. He asked Smith to keep him informed. Smith called O'Donnell's brother Warren in Worcester. An advance man for both Kennedy and Johnson presidential campaigns, he had played football at Harvard with Ted Kennedy. More volatile than his brother, Warren wanted to do something, he said. "How can we find out what's happening?" Smith knew Chief Arena as a very friendly, congenial guy with a lot of sophistication, and had rejoiced when he'd been chosen Edgartown chief of police. "I thought he would be good for Edgartown because they're so provincial over there." Smith wasn't concerned about Arena calling a shot, whatever the case turned out to be. But he wasn't going to use his position in the district attorney's office to find out what was going on in Edgartown. Chapter 3. Arena strode into town hall at 10 o'clock with no inkling of what was ahead of him. He wasn't surprised to find Harvey Ewing and Culber Smith waiting to see him, given the lightning speed with which Edgartown's gossip network had broadcast the news that Senator Kennedy was at the police station. Arena asked the two local reporters to wait outside. Ewing raised an eyebrow. Arena had never denied him access to the police station before. Arena greeted Carmen Salvador at the station's front desk. A sweet-faced woman of an unexcitable temperament, she had been relaying messages to and from the communications center about the accident at Chappaquiddick when Kennedy appeared at her desk. "How are you?" Kennedy said. "Can I use your phone?" "You can use the chief's," Salvador said. She let Kennedy into an adjoining office. "Kennedy looked really nervous," Salvador reported. "He seemed to think I knew all about what had happened, but I didn't. I thought someone had taken his car for a joyride." A tall man had followed Kennedy into the station. He too had asked to use the telephone. Salvador watched him misdial the phone on her desk, make two calls that made no sense to her, then joined Ted Kennedy in Arena's office and closed the door. Kennedy was using the phone when Arena entered his office and said, "Hello, Senator. I'm Jim Arena." Kennedy hung up, came around the desk to shake Arena's outstretched hand and said, "Hello, Jim." From his state trooper days at Suffolk County Courthouse in Boston, Arena recognized the other man in the office as former U.S. Attorney Paul Markham. He said, "I'm sorry about the accident." "Yes, I know," Kennedy said. "I was the driver." Nothing in my prior career as a police officer, Irina recalled later, had prepared me for standing in a wet bathing suit and shaking hands with a United States Senator, and a Kennedy, who tells me he is the driver of a car from which I have just removed the body of a beautiful young girl. I was stunned. Irina was struck by the incongruity of the situation. Our roles could have been reversed. The senator was in clean, dry clothes, poised, confident, and in control, using my office and telephone. I'm standing in a puddle of water in a state of confusion, thinking I had only minutes before broken the news of a personal tragedy he's now telling me quite calmly he knows all about. Irina had assumed the accident victim had driven the car off Dyke Bridge herself. He said, "Do you happen to know where Rosemary Keogh is from, so we can notify her next of kin?" "It isn't Cricket Keogh. It's Mary Jo Chappaquiddick," Kennedy said. "I've already notified her parents." Irina asked how to spell the last name. Kennedy only knew how to pronounce it. "We can find out how to spell it later," Markham suggested. "What would you like for me to do?" Kennedy said. "We must do what is right, or we'll both be criticized for it." The senator's demeanor certainly worked a calming effect on me, Irina said later. I automatically fell back on years of police training and began to process the matter as though it was a routine traffic case. As far as Irina could see, it was a motor vehicle accident, he said. "The first thing we have to do is to have a statement from you about what happened." "Would it be all right if I wrote it out?" Kennedy said, requesting time undisturbed to prepare the statement. Irina led the way to an unoccupied town office down the corridor from the police station, so the senator could have some privacy. Kennedy asked Irina to return to Chappaquiddick to see that his car got out and cleared okay. Irina was glad for the reprieve. The admission that Senator Kennedy had been the driver of the fatal accident car thoroughly rattled him. On the way to the ferry, Irina collected his thoughts around self-reminders of the proper police procedures to follow, when he returned to the station to receive Kennedy's statement in this suddenly extraordinary automobile accident. Dr. Mills was also taking pains in dealing with a case in which so famous a name was rumored to be involved. As medical examiner, Mills could call for an autopsy to be made on the accident victim, or one could be ordered by the district attorney. A modest man of cautious disposition, Mills hesitated to exercise his own authority. Instead, he called the state police barracks at Oak Bluffs, following a directive that all communications with the district attorney's office be routed through the state police. Mills told Officer Richard DeRoche to contact the district attorney's office in New Bedford. "Tell them I have the case of a girl who was trapped in a submerged vehicle for a matter of hours and has obviously drowned. That I am fully satisfied with my diagnosis of drowning by immersion. That I don't know who she is, but she is reputed to be an employee of the Kennedy family. And if it is the judgment of the district attorney or his assistant that an autopsy is indicated, then I am asking for one." Mills wasn't making the request for medical reasons. "We almost never do autopsies in drowning cases on the island. I was requesting the consideration of an autopsy because of the connection with a prominent person. That was particularly important in my mind. I felt it was too big an issue for me to handle single-handedly. I felt the evidence of drowning was conclusive, but I'm no detective." Chapter 4. Registry of Motor Vehicles Inspector George "Red" Kennedy and his assistant Robert Mola were waiting for Irina at the ferry landing. Kennedy was fishing when he received a radio call that Edgartown police were looking for him. A 14-year veteran of the registry, Kennedy was reputed to be a good investigator by his colleagues. Irina thought he was a nice guy, but not too bright. The automobile had been righted in Polka Pond when Irina returned to Dyke Bridge, but the current was still too swift for the car to be pulled from the water. John Farrar had observed large air bubbles rise to the surface when the automobile turned over. He was continuing to dive, looking for more bodies. Irina told him, "You can call off your search. I have the driver. We know who the girl is." There was nobody else in the car. Irina joined registry inspectors taking measurements of the accident scene. Dyke Road was 15 feet wide at the bridge, and the bridge was built at a 27-degree angle to the road. The car had landed 51 feet from the start of the bridge and catapulted 23 feet 7 inches forward, and 5 feet outward from the exit gouges on the rub rail. Inspector Kennedy noted, according to the skid marks, the wheel of the right side of the car skidded some 18 feet before it went over the rub rail. The wheel on the left side showed skid marks of 33 feet 2 inches, to the point where the car left the bridge and flipped into the water. Irina's inspection revealed no skid marks on the bridge or dirt road prior to reaching the bridge that I could see. When tide approached dead low, the car was dragged from the pond. As the rear-end license plate emerged, Huck Look, watching the salvage operation from the bridge, walked over to Officer Brugure to say, "That is the same car I saw last night." Brugure reported what Look told him to Irina. "Do you know who was driving that car last night?" Irina said. Look hadn't the slightest idea. "Only what I told Bob. It appeared to be a man and a woman and maybe somebody else in the back seat." "Well, it was Senator Ted Kennedy," Irina said. One of the few registered Democrats in Edgartown, Look was horrified. "Holy Jesus," he said. Then, in mock recantation, "I didn't see a thing." To Registry Inspector Kennedy, Look confirmed having seen a vehicle with similar description to vehicle in the accident, whose occupants looked like two persons, one male and one female, with male operating vehicle. Farrar waded to the car, rear wheels resting upon the banking, front end partially submerged. The windshield, though shattered, was still held intact by safety film. Extensive damage had been done to the passenger side doors and the car's top. The upper right edge of the roof had broken the impact of meeting the water. Momentum had carried the car over onto its roof, Farrar said. For that reason, I believe initially a large amount of air was trapped inside. That one window was open and two others broken would not prevent an air bubble from forming. Farrar opened the driver's side door and checked the dashboard. The key was in the ignition. The light switch was in the on position. The gear wand was in drive. The car was full of broken glass. A hairbrush and a sodden Boston Globe for Friday, July 18th were on the floor of the back seat. When the trunk was opened, Farrar observed it to be remarkably dry. Irina's inspection of the car only added to his growing puzzlement about the accident. "I was far from being an expert, but I did have certain training beyond that of the average layperson in the matter of accidents. The driver of the car would have had to have taken a really hard blow to the head. The windshield on the driver's side was badly smashed in." Irina found it difficult to reconcile Ted Kennedy's appearance at the police station with that of the driver of a car in such an accident. Before the car was hitched to John Album's wrecker, Irina took from the glove compartment a leatherette folder containing the automobile's registration, several maps and personal effects, and a lease for the rental of a cottage on Chappaquiddick to Joseph Gargan for 10 days beginning July 10th. A New Hampshire news photographer and sometime Newsweek correspondent vacationing on Chappaquiddick, Jack Hubbard, had been alerted to the accident at Dyke Bridge in time to shoot on-the-scene photographs of the car being dragged from Poca Pond. Believing then it was strictly a local matter of no particular significance, Hubbard offered his roll of exposed film to Bob Hyde of the Standard Times. An English teacher at Martha's Vineyard Regional High School, Hyde had ridden a bicycle to Dyke Bridge to cover the story. Hubbard wasn't the only reporter on holiday in Edgartown. The crowd in front of Town Hall had grown considerably in the hour Irina was gone, and there were a number of journalists, indistinguishable from tourists and townspeople, who had stopped to find out what was going on. Irina was dismayed to find James Reston, political columnist and executive editor of the New York Times, waiting to see him in the corridor. "I'd only just found out about the accident," Irina said later, "and right off the bat, I've got one of the most powerful newspapers in the country camped on my doorstep." Irina asked Reston to wait outside with other reporters. A long-time summer resident of Edgartown, Reston had purchased the Vineyard Gazette in 1967. To Harvey Ewing, Reston appeared to be enjoying the role of police beat reporter sniffing out a breaking story. Reston was reverting to the style of an aggressive newshawk. He was a lot more excited than I thought he should be about the accident, but he was obviously putting things together faster than the rest of us were at this point. Reston had slipped a note through Carmen Salvador, asking Ted Kennedy to see him, and stationed a reporter at the back door of the town hall to prevent the senator from eluding the press. To Ewing he said, "We want to see if we can catch him before he gets away." Irina recognized Jack Crimmins standing in the corridor. Crimmins had chauffeured Ted Kennedy when Irina was assigned to Logan Airport in Boston as a state trooper. When Irina walked into the town accountant's office, Paul Markham was seated at a desk, and Ted Kennedy was pacing. The statement was nearly finished, Markham said. Irina took the opportunity to take a real close look at Ted Kennedy. I found it hard to believe the senator had been in a major automobile accident. His face bore no traces of any marks. He never sat down or appeared in any kind of physical discomfort. If he had been injured, in shock, or confused, nothing of it lingered in our meeting, to my observation. But the senator made it a point to tell me 3 times, without my asking, that he was the driver of the accident car. It was as though he wanted to make sure I got it right. Irina could think of no reason why Ted Kennedy would admit to that if it were not true. Irina was summoned to the police station to take a call from Robert Carroll, chairman of Edgartown's Board of Selectmen. A real estate developer and entrepreneur, chronically embroiled in controversies with local planning boards, Carroll was a fervent Kennedy supporter. He said, "I understand somebody went off a bridge in Teddy Kennedy's car." "Yeah," Irina said. "And the worst of it is, Ted was driving." "Oh, Jesus," Carroll said. "If there's anything I can do to help, let me know." Markham came into Irina's office with the accident report. Since Irina wasn't sure he could read Markham's writing, he said, "Do you mind if I have this typed?" Markham thought that was a good idea. Irina intended to have Carmen Salvador transcribe the 2 pages, but she was busy answering the station's 2 telephones. Irina sat at his desk to type the statement himself. He had no difficulty deciphering the spiky scrawl, complete with cross-outs and right-overs, with which Markham had transcribed the senator's dictation. But what Irina read astounded him. No wonder Ted Kennedy was showing no ill effects from the accident. According to his verbatim report, the accident had occurred more than 10 hours ago. On July 18, 1969, at approximately 11:15 p.m. in Chappaquiddick, Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, I was driving my car on Main Street on my way to get the ferry back to Edgartown. I was unfamiliar with the road and turned right onto Dyke Road, instead of bearing hard left on Main Street. After proceeding for approximately 1/2 mile on Dyke Road, I descended a hill and came upon a narrow bridge. The car went off the side of the bridge. There was one passenger with me, one Miss Mary, a former secretary of my brother, Senator Robert Kennedy. The car turned over and sank into the water and landed with the roof resting on the bottom. I attempted to open the door and the window of the car, but have no recollection of how I got out of the car. I came to the surface and then repeatedly dove down to the car in an attempt to see if the passenger was still in the car. I was unsuccessful in the attempt. I was exhausted and in a state of shock. I recall walking back to where my friends were eating. There was a car parked in front of the cottage, and I climbed into the back seat. I then asked for someone to bring me back to Edgartown. I remember walking around for a period and then going back to my hotel room. When I fully realized what had happened this morning, I immediately contacted the police. Arena left his office with the typed statement. Walter Steele was standing in the corridor. Skinny, balding, owlish in appearance behind thick glasses, Steele had not yet logged 2 months as a special prosecutor. Steele's curiosity had been aroused by the crowd gathered outside Town Hall. Amazed to see the usually impeccable police chief, barefoot, wearing a damp t-shirt and swim trunks, Steele wanted to know, what the hell is going on? Arena nodded toward the door of the town accountant's office. Ted Kennedy's in there, he said, suggesting Steele stick around. I might need you later. Arena gave Ted Kennedy a copy of the statement. He retained a carbon to check over for typing mistakes. Kennedy read the statement in silence. Okay, he said. Then, we are trying to get a hold of Burke Marshall. Markham described Marshall as a Kennedy family lawyer. The senator wanted the statement looked over by his attorney before it became part of the record, he said. Could you please hold it until I talk to Burke Marshall? Arena had some questions he wanted to ask, principally about the long delay in reporting the accident. Markham assured him, the senator will answer questions after he has consulted his attorney. That Kennedy asked to talk to a lawyer seemed a reasonable request to Arena. I figured Kennedy would be eager to clear the matter up. Arena agreed to hold the statement and forego further questions, a decision he would come to regret as something of a low point in my particular case. Arena asked to see Ted Kennedy's driver's license. The senator didn't have it with him. He said, I can't find my wallet. Arena wanted to know if the license had been properly renewed. Kennedy was sure it had been. Massachusetts law required every driver to have a license upon his person, or in some easily accessible place for presentation after an accident. Police could arrest without warrant and keep in custody for 24 hours any person operating a motor vehicle who did not have a license in his possession. The senator's inability to produce a license was in clear violation of the law. Arena gave no thought to pressing the charge. A lot of guys forget their license when they change pants, he said. As a state trooper, Arena told drivers without licenses to report to the nearest police station. If they failed to show up or couldn't produce a valid license, he then issued a citation. In Kennedy's case, Arena was bending enforcement to a breaking point. Possession of a license was required only when actually engaged in operating a motor vehicle, Arena said. There's nothing in the law that requires a driver to have his license on him when he walks into a police station to report an accident. The lack of a license, combined with the delay in reporting the accident, unexplained by the statement it had taken Senator Kennedy more than an hour to compose, were unwished-for complications in an accident Arena had thought he could handle as a routine traffic case. He was anxious to discharge the statutory requirement to report the fatality to the district attorney's office. But Arena was reluctant to contact Edmund Denise in New Bedford. Instead, he called State Police Detective Lieutenant George Killen, chief investigator for the district attorney's office on Cape Cod. Killen didn't have much to say when Arena reported Senator Ted Kennedy had been the driver in a fatal automobile accident. He did offer the assistance of the district attorney's office if Arena wanted it. Arena didn't. The senator had given him a statement. Arena and a registry inspector were conducting an investigation. Steele caught a glimpse of Ted Kennedy when Arena left the town accountant's office. He was gratified the senator waved, apparently remembering their days together at the Suffolk County District Attorney's office. Fresh from law school, Kennedy had been paid $1 a year as an assistant district attorney. The caseload for assistants was backbreaking, but Kennedy had handled no more than a dozen prosecutions in his year of employment. He had argued one case in court. Kennedy spent most of his time giving speeches all over Massachusetts, preparing to run for office. After 14 years as an assistant district attorney, Steele resigned only 2 months before to devote himself to private practice and the newly created position of special prosecutor for Dukes County District Court. Steele spotted District Court Clerk Tommy Teller entering the town hall. Teller had learned about the accident from his brother-in-law, Huck Look. Teller said, "Jesus, Walter, Ted Kennedy's in big trouble. I heard he was driving a car that was in a bad accident." Steele walked into the police station to have Irina corroborate Teller's story, and recognized Paul Markham seated on a bench across from Carmen Salvador's desk. Steele said to him, "How are you?" Clearly, Markham wasn't very well. Red-eyed, his face drawn with exhaustion, Markham looked like he'd had a rough night. He stood up and abruptly announced, "I'm going over to the Shiretown Inn." Steele volunteered to go with him. There was about Markham's craggy good looks an air of such anguish that Steele's curiosity about the accident was momentarily subdued. Highly regarded in Boston legal circles, Markham had resigned as U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts in April and was rumored to be in line for a judgeship. Markham was silent the 2 blocks to the Shiretown Inn, a shabby, genteel establishment of 2 nondescript houses connected by a brick courtyard. An outside stairway led to a second-floor porch and a meager room with scant furnishings. Markham collected various articles to stuff into a canvas bag. By the time he had returned to Town Hall, Steele had pieced together from Markham's muttered half-sentence responses to his tentative questions an incredible story. Ted Kennedy had driven a car off Dyke Bridge. He had escaped the accident uninjured, but a young woman accompanying him had drowned. The accident had gone unreported for more than 9 hours. Steele was astonished. "Jesus Christ, Paul." "I know," Markham said. Steele suggested, "There might be a problem." Irina was a decent man, a fair-minded chief of police. But the district attorney with jurisdiction over the case was Edmund Denise, an ambitious politician with a demonstrated penchant for publicity, Steele said. He can be a pretty intractable guy. Senator Kennedy was sequestered in Irina's office with Registry Inspectors George Kennedy and Robert Mola. After formally introducing himself, Inspector Kennedy read from a Miranda Card of Rights. "You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him represent you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you want one." The senator listened glumly to the recitation, usually given prior to an interrogation. He said he understood his rights. Inspector Kennedy asked for the senator's driver's license and registration. The senator thought the registration was in the accident car. He didn't have his license with him, he said. "Sometimes I leave it in my car in Washington, because I own 2 cars. I will place a call for you immediately and see if I didn't leave it there." Kennedy called his Senate office in Washington. He asked his administrative aide, David Burke, to see if the license had been left in the other car, and to provide the complete name, address, and date of birth for Mary Jo Chappaquiddick, required for the registry's report of the accident. Inspector Kennedy read over the senator's statement. He said, "I would like to know about something." "I have nothing more to say," the senator said brusquely. "I have no comment." Markham assured Inspector Kennedy, "The senator will make a further statement after he has contacted his lawyer." Inspector Kennedy did not insist on asking questions about the accident in order to make a report. The senator had let him know in no uncertain terms he had no intention of saying more. The cool manner the senator had maintained throughout the 3 hours he had spent at the police station was beginning to unravel. The senator was anxious to leave the premises. Markham was calling air charter services seeking to book a flight to Hyannis. Irina called Robert Carroll, a licensed pilot who owned a Piper Comanche. "Can you fly the senator to Hyannis?" Irina asked. "One of the motor vehicle guys is going to use his own car to drive him to the airport." Carroll agreed to leave his office at once. Senator Kennedy was fretful about reporters Carmen Salvador told him were waiting outside the police station to see him. Irina was sympathetic to Kennedy's dilemma. He wasn't looking forward to meeting the press himself. But for the senator, Arena provided an escape route that would allow him to evade reporters. Clearing the corridor of unauthorized personnel, Arena led Kennedy and Markham to a utility room in the rear of the building. A door provided access to a parking lot. Bob Hyde of the Standard-Times was standing vigil outside the door when Kennedy dashed for Registry Inspector Robert Mola's unmarked Plymouth. He tried to get a statement, but Kennedy wouldn't say anything. The senator appeared very shook, Hyde observed. He looked like the wrath of God. En route to the airport, Kennedy muttered, "Oh my God, what has happened? What has happened?" He repeated the phrase during an uneventful 10-minute flight to Hyannis Airport. Carroll taxied the plane to a parking area without waiting for directives from line boy John Celentano. The passenger side door opened and Ted Kennedy climbed out, drenched in perspiration. Kennedy walked, then jogged to a car parked near the runway's tarmac. Celentano thought he looked in a semi-state of shock. Chapter 5. Arena told reporters allowed into the corridor he could not release a statement about the accident from Senator Kennedy until he received permission. Furious that police had collaborated with the senator to avoid confronting reporters, James Reston demanded the statement be released at once, with an accompanying story. Arena politely declined to do so. He was bothered the victim's last name had been left blank in the senator's report. The handbag he had brought back to the police station from the accident scene inspired the only investigative initiative Arena would find time to demonstrate in the escalating, pressurized atmosphere at Town Hall. It hadn't seemed out of line for the handbag to be found in the accident car, since Rosemary Keogh was identified as a Senate employee. That kind of lulled me into thinking she was just one of Kennedy's crew, Arena said. That maybe here's a bunch of girls from Washington, and if Mary Jo is in the regatta group staying at the motel, then this other girl has got to know her. Arena called the Katama Shores Motor Inn and asked to speak to Rosemary Keogh. Basically, I wanted to find out how to spell Mary Jo's last name, not what the handbag was doing in the car. Keogh sounded wary and suspicious after Arena identified himself as chief of police. He overheard a muffled consultation going on at the other end of the line, before Keogh came back on to spell out Mary Jo Kopechne's name. Keogh was sending someone to the police station to pick up her handbag, she said. Arena turned it over to a man who looked reputable an hour later. He didn't question him. Maybe I gave it away too easy, that I figured he knew what bag to ask for, and there was nothing compromising in it. It didn't occur to Arena until later that from the tremulous quaver in her voice, Rosemary Keogh had known about the death of Mary Jo Kopechne. She seemed very down in the dumps, like she knew what had happened. I'm thinking, she's way out at Katama, and I'm down here. How the hell does she know about the accident? But it was too late for Keogh to be questioned. When Arena called the motel again, she had checked out. Arena didn't get to question Jack Crimmins either. He wasn't sure what Ted Kennedy's driver was doing hanging around the police station after the senator left. I thought maybe he's with Ted and just waited around to see me. That maybe he was there to put the arm on me, to say, hey, go easy on the boss. Or did he want to tell me something? When Arena went out to the corridor looking for him, Crimmins was gone. Arena's only source of information about the accident was Senator Kennedy's report, and that statement didn't add up at all, in Walter Steele's opinion. The wrong turn was particularly contradictory. Kennedy was familiar enough with the geography of Chappaquiddick to know to bear left instead of turning right on Dyke Road, properly identified in his report, if he were going to the ferry. Yet he'd made the turn anyway. The senator's approximation of the distance from the Main Street intersection to Dyke Bridge was right on the money. Questionable, too, was the shock and exhaustion Kennedy said he'd suffered after the accident. The senator had not sought medical attention after the accident, nor did he appear to be injured at the police station. factors which combined to suggest that the senator may have tried to avoid responsibility by delaying his report. As it was, Kennedy hadn't done so until after the accident was discovered and a body been recovered from his car. Unless there were mitigating circumstances to account for the 10-hour delay, Arena had no choice but to seek a complaint against Ted Kennedy for leaving the scene of an accident, Steele said. That's all you can do. The statement is in clear violation of the statute. That Arena had been asked to hold the statement until it had been cleared by Burke-Marshall, Steele thought, was utterly foolhardy. You can't release this to the press. It's a goddamn confession, for Christ's sake. Any lawyer advising Ted Kennedy was likely to be calling up any minute to say not to release anything. Steele said, they can't want this made public. Steele wanted to know if the district attorney's office had been notified about the fatal accident. Arena said he'd called George Killen. The statute says you have to notify the district attorney, Steele said. Let's not take any chances with that son of a bitch. Reluctantly, Arena called Edmund Denise in New Bedford. He recited only that portion of Kennedy's statement in which the senator had admitted to driving the car. Denise didn't take it very well. We're in this case right now, he shouted. He's all done. He's gone. Jesus, Arena said when Denise hung up. I don't know what's going on. It sounds to me like he's coming into the case. Denise had authority to take over any investigation within his district, merely by announcing his intention to do so. Before Arena could absorb the implications of the conversation with Denise, the telephone rang again. George Killen said, This is just a motor vehicles case. You must have had 100 of these damn things when you were with the state police. You don't need our help. Killen once again offered the assistance of the district attorney's office, but he made it clear, it's your case. What was even clearer was that Denise had talked to his chief investigator on Cape Cod, and Killen had cooled the district attorney's ardor about taking over. Arena said, Killen was right in some respects to think this was a state trooper kind of thing, knowing my experience as a highway cop. It wasn't the classic kind of case you called the district attorney's office about. My reaction was, with somebody like Ted Kennedy mixed up in it, if I didn't let Denise know about the accident, he'd go apeshit. In 1967, Denise had proclaimed, On Cape Cod, I depend heavily on Lieutenant George Killen. He is one of the most outstanding police officers in the country today. He speaks for me. I trust him with my life. As senior officer responsible for the investigation and prosecution of all criminal matters on Cape Cod and the islands of Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, Killen had achieved near-legendary status. Tall, dapper, with great dignity of bearing, Killen's monumental reserve enhanced a strict adherence to the highest standards of rectitude in the investigation and preparation of cases for prosecution in Barnstable Superior Court. Killen deployed a small investigative staff with the skills of a field general. Lately, his office had been swamped with cases. It seemed every time the telephone rang, it was somebody else telling me, I got a body. Killen was winding down the investigation of the most sensational murder case in Cape Cod history. Under arrest for killing 4 young women, whose mutilated bodies were found buried in Truro Woods, was Anton Costa of Provincetown. Killen gave the major credit for breaking the complex case to Lieutenant Bernie Flynn, a veteran detective assigned to his office in 1967. A former New Bedford police officer who had placed first on the state police examination, Flynn was given the choice of assignment to the district attorney's office in New Bedford or Barnstable Courthouse. Flynn jumped at the chance to work on Cape Cod. Killen tracked Flynn to the Falmouth Country Club and had him paged off the greens. There's been an accident, Killen announced portentously. An accident, Flynn said. For Christ's sakes, we don't investigate accidents. Well, investigate this one, Killen said. It's Ted Kennedy. You better get over to Edgartown and see what the hell is going on. Killen also contacted the state police barracks in Oak Bluffs about an autopsy request made by Associate Medical Examiner Donald Mills. Mills was attending a patient when Officer Robert Lucas called with a message from Killen. If Mills was satisfied with his diagnosis, and there was no evidence of foul play, no autopsy was necessary. Should Mills care to discuss the matter further, he could reach Killen at home. Mills was perfectly satisfied with Lieutenant Killen's decision, he said, when he instructed Eugene Fry to go ahead with embalming. Killen had suggested a blood specimen be taken for identification and analysis. Then Mills put the accident at Chappaquiddick out of his mind. I couldn't give it any more thought at the time, he said. Mills had a baby to deliver at Oak Bluffs Hospital. Fry was surprised no autopsy had been ordered in the case. I figured there should have been one for 3 reasons: the type of accident it was, the important people involved, and the fact that insurance companies would be hounding officials over double indemnity claims. Fry and his assistant undressed the body in a basement preparation room. A blood sample was drawn from the left armpit. As was customary in drowning cases, a body block was affixed under the diaphragm. From abdominal compression, Fry observed, a very slight bit of moisture and a slight bit of froth of a pinkish hue. He estimated it to be less than a teacup. I did raise an eyebrow in the sense that I was expecting much more moisture. Fry examined the scalp when he shampooed salt water and seaweed from the victim's hair. Because the car had gone over a bridge, Fry wondered if there might be some injury Dr. Mills had overlooked during his brief on-scene examination. Fry discovered no bruises or marks on the body, except for a slight abrasion on the left-hand knuckle. After washing the body with a solution of germicidal soap and spray rinsing it, Fry cleaned all body orifices with an astringent. But he put off embalming, because he still expected Dr. Mills to change his mind about wanting an autopsy. Fry held everything in abeyance, awaiting identification of the body and specific instructions from the deceased's family, when he received a call from the Keelty Funeral Home of Plymouth, Pennsylvania. John Keelty had been authorized by Mrs. Joseph Chappaquiddick to take charge of funeral arrangements. Fry was told to prepare the remains and forward the body to Pennsylvania as quickly as possible. Keelty provided the vital statistics Fry needed to make out a death certificate. The accident victim was Mary Jo Chappaquiddick of 2921 Olive Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C., born in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania on July 26, 1940. She was formerly employed as a secretary to the late Senator Robert Kennedy. The information had been supplied by the victim's mother. She described her daughter as 5 foot 4 inches, 110 pounds, Roman Catholic, and being maiden. Fry used a trocar, a large hollow needle attached to a vacuum motor, to penetrate the abdominal wall, pelvic area, and heart spaces, to remove excess body fluids that might be detrimental to good embalming. 16 ounces of formalin were inserted into the trunk, then an additional 16 ounces on aspiration. Fry's assistant did the embalming under his supervision. Fry carefully recorded all procedures, to keep ourselves refreshed in case we had to be questioned, he said later. We knew we had a hot cookie on our hands. Chapter 6. At 2:15 p.m., Arena logged another call from George Killen. Concerned about an autopsy request from Dr. Mills, Killen wanted Arena's opinion because he'd been at the accident scene when the body was recovered. That's up to the medical examiner. It's not my say-so, Arena said. He saw no reason to question the finding of death by drowning. To the best of my observation, nothing else was wrong. Killen was satisfied to leave the case in Arena's hands. He said, "You've got a tiger by the tail, Jim, but I'm sure you can handle it." Arena was still waiting for permission to release Senator Kennedy's statement to an increasingly impatient corps of reporters standing outside the police station, when CBS News correspondent Ben Silver and a television crew invaded his office. An aggressive takeover reporter, Silver brushed aside Arena's protests in his determination to interview the police chief. Francis Broadhurst noticed more reporters were packing into the hot and airless corridor when he arrived at Town Hall. Cape Cod stringer for the Boston Herald Traveler, Broadhurst received word around 9 o'clock that one of Ted Kennedy's secretaries had been killed on Martha's Vineyard. He took the Island Queen out of Falmouth for Oak Bluffs and hailed taxi operator Christopher Look Sr. on the dock. "You here on the Kennedy thing?" Look said, en route to Edgartown. Look suggested Broadhurst talk to his son. He knows a lot about it. Look pulled up to a curb on Main Street when he spotted his son on the sidewalk. After introducing him to Broadhurst, he said, "Now tell him what you told me about the accident over at Chappie." Recognizing Broadhurst as a reporter, Huck Look backed away. He said, "I'm not saying a goddamn word." Look joined a group of locals near the courthouse that included Edgartown attorney Dick McCarran. Look appeared so solemn during the discussion about an accident at Dyke Bridge. McCarran asked him, "What do you know about all this, Huck?" "More than I want to know," Look said, but he wouldn't say anything else. "You ought to go down and talk to young Farrar," Look Sr. suggested, when Broadhurst got out of his taxi. The first reporter to talk to the diver who had recovered the body from Poca Pond, Broadhurst was impressed by the good-looking, muscular man, just returned to the turf and tackle from Chappaquiddick. Farrar had been diving since he was 15 and was a real enthusiast, technically knowledgeable and articulate to the point of compulsion about his specialty. Farrar was eager to discuss the recovery of the body he'd found in 8 feet of water in the back seat of Senator Kennedy's Oldsmobile. "She was in what I call a very conscious position," Farrar said. "Her head was at the floorboards where the last bit of air would have been. It seems likely she was holding herself into a pocket of air to breathe." There had been no air in the car when Farrar reached the body. If an air bubble had been there earlier, her moving about would have dispersed it. But she could have been alive a good while after the car went off the bridge. How long, Farrar couldn't say. He'd read about persons trapped in submerged automobiles who had survived up to 5 hours by breathing a pocket of air. If he'd been called soon after the accident, Farrar thought, there was a good chance the girl could have been saved. At Town Hall, Broadhurst was told by Bob DiOrio, a Herald Traveler reporter flown from Boston, with press photographer Jimmy O'Callahan, a big story was about to come out of Arena's closed-door police station. Ted Kennedy was rumored to be the driver of a car in which a young secretary had been killed. A woman in the corridor Broadhurst didn't know said to him, "This won't see the light of day. This will all be covered up." But word of the accident was beginning to seep out. The Cape Cod Standard-Times was delivering to subscribers a front-page bulletin supplied by its parent paper in New Bedford from a story Harvey Ewing had filed to beat a 1 o'clock deadline. Bulletin, Edgartown. The body of a young woman believed to be a secretary for Senator Edward M. Kennedy was recovered from the waters of Chappaquiddick Island following an auto accident. It was not immediately determined if the woman was alone in the car. Some members of the Kennedy family are on the island for the annual Edgartown Regatta. Another report of the accident was spreading the news farther away. At 2:45 p.m., an urgent message addressed to the director was put on the FBI teletype in Boston. On this date, Dominic J. Arena, Chief of Police Edgartown, Martha's Vineyard, Mass., advised body of female found in overturned car in water. Tentatively identified as above was Secretary to former Senator Robert F. Kennedy. Chief Arena confidentially states that driver of automobile was Senator Edward M. Kennedy, who was uninjured. Stated fact, Senator Kennedy was driver, is not being revealed to anyone. Chapter 7. Bernie Flynn was amazed at the scene of confusion at Edgartown Police Station when he greeted a harried Arena. Arena wasn't surprised to see a representative of the district attorney's office, inasmuch as he had talked to Killen. And, Bernie Flynn observed, he was probably relieved. Like if anything too heavy comes up, the DA's office is there to take the weight off his shoulders. That's the usual reaction a local police chief has that's onto something big. He's thinking, this is where I can get off the hook. Until that happens, he's going to handle it. Flynn read over Ted Kennedy's report of the accident. Personally, I thought it was bullshit, he said later. Flynn kept his disbelief to himself. As far as I'm concerned, it's an automobile accident. I'm not involved. I'm there so Denise can say, somebody from my office is on the case. Only we aren't on the case. Nobody said, let's go and investigate this thing, why don't we take over? So I'm standing in the background. I don't want to get in the way of Irina's game plan. I backed off and let him run it. Flynn was careful to avoid displaying his presence too conspicuously to local reporters who might recognize him. He went to the small district attorney's office maintained at Edgartown's courthouse. Flynn had no emergency to report to Killen. In his judgment, the case wouldn't amount to anything. Flynn doubted Ted Kennedy would even be brought to court on a charge of leaving the scene, because he'd covered himself in the report saying he was exhausted and in a state of shock. The law was vague on how long you had to report an accident, and Kennedy did finally report the thing. In Flynn's opinion, Irina was in way over his head. My impression was he wanted to help Ted Kennedy, but he didn't know how to go about it. He didn't know what the hell to do with the case. He was trying to get out of doing anything. George Killen wasn't anxious to do anything about the case either, or so it appeared when Walter Steele called him. Steele had reviewed the medical examiner's statutes, he said. Maybe we should think about doing an autopsy. You know what they say, when in doubt, do an autopsy. The diagnosis of drowning had been assumed because the body of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick was found in a submerged automobile. That method of drowning was sensitive to misinterpretation. Killen wasn't enthusiastic about the idea. Dr. Mills was satisfied there was no evidence of foul play in the death. Steele abruptly ended the conversation, telling Irina, "Okay, we've covered all bases. The DA's been notified, an autopsy has been suggested. It's our case to do with what we think best." Steele was unhappy at the direction the case was taking. "Kennedy isn't being very nice to us, leaving a statement then taking off," he said. "It's a terrible position he's put us in. We've got a motor vehicle death here, and he's left us holding the bag. He's almost forcing us to charge him with leaving the scene." Irina was mystified why he had not yet received permission to release the statement. The press had grown clamorous in the corridor. Irina didn't blame them. The accident begged more answers than the senator's report supplied. Irina had a number of questions he wanted to ask Ted Kennedy himself, and regretted now he hadn't. "If everything had been clicking, I would have interrogated him much more thoroughly," Irina said later. "But unfortunately, at the time there was so much confusion, and I was laboring under the idea that it wasn't going to end when he left the police station. I told myself, we'll be following up on this thing. Everything will ultimately come out. We'll clear everything up." When Irina went out to the corridor to soothe the impatience of reporters, James Reston was the most insistent that the Kennedy statement be released. The accident was a matter of public record to which the press was entitled to have information. Reston suggested Irina was being uncooperative. Irina went back to his office to consult Steele. "They want the statement," he said. "It's been more than 3 hours. Nobody's called me. I'm going to release it." Steele cautioned Irina to hold off. The statement contained an admission of guilt that could be prejudicial to Kennedy's case. If Irina released it, the senator would have a constitutional defense. He can say he can't get a fair trial because of the publicity you created by giving his statement to the press. Irina thought it over. He didn't think an automobile accident was likely to have constitutional issues attached. The senator had known reporters were outside town hall waiting to talk to him when he sneaked out the back way. Kennedy expected the statement to be made public. Irina went into the corridor. He signaled for the attention of reporters. He said, "Senator Kennedy has given me the following statement." Irina was asked to read the statement a second time so reporters could take it all down. He was in the midst of a third recitation when he was called into the police station. Paul Markham was on the phone. Markham said, "Chief, we haven't been able to get a hold of Burke Marshall. Could I ask you to hold up the statement a little bit longer?" "I'm sorry," Irina said. "I've already released it." "Oh, Jesus," Markham said. "Well, I had to. It's been too long a period of time. What did you expect me to do with people beating on my door?" Irina held on to his equanimity. "The medical examiner had diagnosed death by accidental drowning," Irina said. "I'm treating it strictly as a motor vehicles investigation, that's all." Markham hung up before Irina could ask when Senator Kennedy expected to get back to him to answer more questions, as he had promised to do. Irina had little beyond the statement to give reporters. The senator had been cooperative, considering the strain he was under, Irina said. He must have been in a state of shock after the accident. Irina's own efforts to dive against the strong tidal current in Poca Pond had exhausted him, he said. "And I think I'm a pretty good swimmer." Steele sidled up to the police chief. "Don't do any more talking," he said. On his way home, where he maintained the Bureau's office, Harvey Ewing recollected his observations of Senator Kennedy at the Edgartown dock. "I'd watched him closely, and his movements were completely normal. My impression was he looked in good shape. At that point, I didn't know he had been the driver of the car or had done all the things he said he did in the statement. It was a complete mystery to me the more I thought about it. The biggest mystery was, what the hell had he been doing for 10 hours until he reported the accident?" To add to the puzzle, Ewing's son reported he'd taken Ted Kennedy over and back on the on time and asked him if he knew about the accident an hour before the senator reported it. Obviously, Ted Kennedy had not, as he had said, immediately contacted the police. Not that such incidents were unheard of during regatta weekends. A unique sailing event, the regatta was also something of a trial for Edgartowners. An invasion of sailors multiplied opportunities for the kind of high-spirited mischief that was as much a part of the event as the races themselves. Ewing knew from experience, you could count on at least a dozen people getting into trouble during most regatta weekends. Minor stuff like drunk and disorderly, assaults, and sleeping on the beach. The accident at Chappaquiddick went beyond the standard rowdiness of race week, however. Ewing's paper was sending a reporter from New Bedford to work with him on a major story for Sunday's edition. Ewing set about gathering details on the accident. Basically, it was Ted Kennedy had driven a car off a bridge and some woman is dead. The larger implications of the accident hadn't registered yet. Ewing had no idea whether Kennedy could be cited for negligent operation or driving to endanger. That, he thought to himself, was left up in the air. Irina had said nothing about filing charges. Ewing was also serving a number of small radio stations as correspondent. They wanted anything I could give them, a voice on the scene. He used the same copy for an hour or so. Then, if I heard something new I thought was important, I'd add it and delete something else. Ewing was picking up tidbits from out-of-town reporters who had turned his dining room into an improvised press headquarters, sharing what little information there was about the story. One of the first to arrive at Ewing's house was Cornelius Hurley of the Boston Bureau of the Associated Press. Hurley had enjoyed privileged access to the Kennedys for years. He was able to reach a source at the compound in Hyannisport, who asked not to be identified. Hurley was told Senator Kennedy was still in a state of shock and unable to hold a press conference to discuss the accident. Chapter 8. In Falmouth, Jimmy Smith had waited anxiously for further reports from Dick Ferry about the accident at Chappaquiddick. A second call confirmed a fatality was involved, but the identities of neither the victim nor the driver of the car were known. Around 3 o'clock, Ferry called to say that Ted Kennedy had been identified as the driver of the accident car. Ferry didn't know what charges, if any, were to be lodged against the senator by Edgartown police. Smith was stunned. He had spent most of his boyhood in Martha's Vineyard when his father worked for the phone company. He knew the island mentality well. All my relatives over there hated the Kennedys. It was the old prejudice against Irish Catholics. Smith feared the consequences of a Kennedy accident occurring in enemy territory. Smith called Kenneth O'Donnell. O'Donnell knew only what Smith had told him about the incident. He said, "I haven't been called." The first thing anybody advising Ted Kennedy should find out was who the registry inspector handling the case was. Smith said, "It's a fatal, so you've got to have a registry guy there making out a report in addition to the Edgartown police. That's the key guy right there on any reckless driving charge." Smith didn't know any registry people on Martha's Vineyard, but he did know Joe Grealish, who ran the Hyannis office. It was no secret registry problems could be fixed on Cape Cod, Smith said. Before Frank Keating came to town, Falmouth lawyers couldn't tie their own shoelaces on traffic cases. If you had a license problem, you gave Hank Jonah $200, and that usually took care of it. Jonah ran a bookie operation out of the Leaside Cafe in Woods Hole. Jonah and Grealish were very close friends. Grealish was a savvy operator, politically well-connected. In September 1966, he had sought Smith's assistance in securing a postmastership at South Yarmouth on Cape Cod for his son. Smith recommended a Democrat and a very deserving young man to Ted Kennedy's office. Grealish had been badgering Smith about the appointment ever since. O'Donnell told Smith to keep in touch. If Smith couldn't reach him, O'Donnell suggested he contact his aide, Paul Kirk, Jr. Recently hired as counsel to a Senate subcommittee on administrative practices and procedures, chaired by Ted Kennedy, Kirk was a natural pipeline for any information Smith might be able to provide from his strategic vantage point inside the district attorney's office. Smith didn't call Edmund Denise immediately. He thought about it for a while. He enjoyed good personal relations with the volatile and unpredictable district attorney. "He always acted like a teacher and a benefactor to me," Smith said. "He treated me like his kid brother." Despite his reputation, Denise ran a 4-county district with an able staff of assistants he left pretty much alone on cases. "That's why Denise was re-elected 3 times, Smith said. "He ran a good shop." When Smith finally did call, Denise cut off his breathless recitation of the known facts about the Kennedy accident. "I know all about it. I've already been called." But this demonstration of loyalty from the acknowledged Kennedy man on his staff put Denise in teasing good humor. "We've got your buddy this time," Denise crowed. "We're going to get an indictment off of first degree. We're going to throw the book at him." Denise let Smith dangle for a minute, then told him he was only kidding. "It's just a motor vehicles accident," he said. Denise was content to leave the matter in the hands of Edgartown police, Smith reported to Paul Kirk. Smith was confident the information would get passed along the Kennedy political network and eventually find its way to the compound at Hyannisport. But the Kennedy network had already been alerted to the crisis by the senator himself. David Burke received the first call at Falls Church, Virginia, around 9:30 a.m. Kennedy was calling from a public phone at the ferry landing on Chappaquiddick to say he'd been in an automobile accident the previous evening. Despite the urging of his cousin Joe Gargan and Paul Markham, the accident had yet to be reported to the police. While he was fearful his car would soon be discovered in a tidal pond beside a bridge, Kennedy was still reluctant to go to the police. The most admired of Kennedy's staff, Burke was a Harvard graduate and the son of a Brookline, Massachusetts policeman. Burke's low, intensely urgent voice had battered down the last obstacle of Kennedy's resistance, making him understand there was no alternative but to report the accident, as Gargan and Markham wanted him to. "You've got to listen to those 2 guys and report this thing. Go and do it right now." Kennedy asked Burke to locate Burke Marshall, stand by at his Senate office, and expect a deluge of inquiries about the accident. Burke called the office to let Press Secretary Dick Drain know. "The boss went off a bridge on Martha's Vineyard and one of Bobby's secretaries got killed." Drain was in the middle of a magazine interview. "Anything wrong?" the interviewer asked. "No, nothing really," a shaken Drain replied, reflexively voicing the first in a series of evasions and half-truths he would be required to deliver about the accident in the next several days. When Senator Kennedy called the office, Drain could tell he was very upset, very depressed, but he could still come up with answers. Some of the answers were the stuff of which a major scandal could be made. The accident had occurred on a dirt road, late at night, following a party for a group of young women. and gone unreported for 10 hours. The senator wanted no information about the accident given to the press. Drain sat there all through the morning, waiting for the roof to fall in. By the time reporters descended on his office, the story was on the wires about a former Kennedy secretary getting drowned, he said. I knew what they didn't, that he was driving the car, and I could only give them what was already public. Drain was joined by Burke in the office to attempt to wrest some control over the exploding situation. The senator had called several times from Edgartown's police station, where he was writing a report of the accident. Kennedy wanted the telephone number of the accident victim's parents so they could be notified of her death. Burke came up with a number for Joseph and Gwen Chappaquiddick in Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. The senator called Mrs. Chappaquiddick around 10 o'clock. He asked to speak to her husband. Gwen Chappaquiddick sensed a sorrow or sadness in the way his voice came over the telephone. Kennedy reported, Mary Jo is in an accident. Was it in a car? Mrs. Chappaquiddick asked. It was an automobile accident, Kennedy said. Mary Jo was returning to take a ferry back to the mainland when the accident occurred. Mrs. Chappaquiddick asked if her daughter had been killed. Kennedy hesitated, then said, yes. The senator gave her no details, Mrs. Chappaquiddick said later. He just told me what happened and I broke down. I remember screaming, I'm alone here. From then on, I don't remember anything. I must have let out some awful noises. A neighbor was outside hanging clothes. I must have let her in because I had the doors locked. She tried to get me to tell her what happened. Burke Marshall was in Waltham, Massachusetts that morning, preparing archives for a proposed John Fitzgerald Kennedy Memorial Library, when he got the call for help from Kennedy's staff in Washington. A self-effacing man of incorruptible character and strong moral convictions, Marshall had been selected by Robert Kennedy to head the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department in 1961. Marshall had diffused an explosive racial confrontation in Birmingham, Alabama, by negotiating an agreement to provide a measure of desegregation, following a campaign led by Martin Luther King to end discrimination in department stores and lunch counters. Of him, Robert Kennedy said, Burke Marshall has the world's best judgment on anything. Marshall agreed to help wherever I can, leaving at once for the 2-hour drive to the Cape. Marshall was already at the compound when Kennedy arrived from Edgartown. So upset, the question really was where to begin. Marshall found him obviously disoriented, but he appeared coherent. Kennedy said he hadn't reported the accident for some 10 hours, because he was convinced Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had somehow gotten out of the car and survived the accident. I don't think he shook that idea for a while, Marshall said. After he was with the senator for a time, Marshall came to the conclusion he'd suffered a blockage, he said. A lot of his mind wasn't accepting yet what was happening to him. Marshall read over a copy of the senator's accident report Markham brought back from Edgartown. An antitrust lawyer, vice president and general counsel for IBM, Marshall was entirely ignorant of Massachusetts criminal codes and motor vehicle statutes. He needed time to consult lawyers experienced in those matters. Marshall had Markham call Edgartown Police Chief Arena to postpone release of the accident report. The statement had been made public, Markham learned, but Arena appeared loath to press charges. Marshall instructed the senator not to answer any questions publicly or privately about the accident. The reason I thought he shouldn't make a statement to the press was that I didn't know enough about his legal situation, he said. In addition, Marshall was concerned that Kennedy could break down at a press conference. He said he truly did not know whether he might have a medical problem. Marshall advised Kennedy to see a doctor. The Kennedy family physician on Cape Cod, Dr. Robert Watt, was summoned to Hyannisport. The senator told him he'd been in an automobile accident on Martha's Vineyard. There was a lapse in his memory from hitting Dyke Bridge and struggling to get out of the submerged car. At the last moment, he'd grabbed the side of an open window and pulled himself out. He remembered diving repeatedly to get a passenger out of the car, without success, going for help and returning to the accident scene. Again, Efforts to rescue the passenger failed. Kennedy was driven to the ferry slip and swam to Edgartown. Returning to his hotel room, he had slept fitfully until 7:00 a.m. the next morning. Watts's examination disclosed a half-inch scrape above the right ear, a bruise with spongy swelling at the top of the senator's head, and a muscle spasm in an area about the nape of the neck. He diagnosed concussion, contusions and abrasion of the scalp, and acute cervical strain. His determination of concussion was predicated upon objective evidence of injury and the history of the temporary loss of consciousness and retrograde amnesia. Impairment of judgment and confused behavior are symptoms consistent with an injury of the character sustained by the patient. Watt prescribed a sedative to relieve the headache, neck pain, and generalized soreness Senator Kennedy complained of. Later, criticized that sedation was contraindicated in cases of concussion, Watt said he'd been misquoted. But I wouldn't say he didn't get a sedative. Subsequently, Watt revealed he'd prescribed an oral muscle relaxant, heat and bed rest, and qualified his diagnosis. Kennedy had sustained a mild concussion, was bruised and shaken up. He'd received a blow on the head, but he was all right. Chapter 9. Other medical authorities found Watts's concussion diagnosis far-fetched. Highly unlikely, as one put it in a Boston Globe interview. In that same interview, Watt admitted that part of his diagnosis about Kennedy's post-accident memory loss had been based simply on what Kennedy told him. Another medical source familiar with the case told the Globe Dr. Watt's conclusion about Kennedy's behavior after the accident was open to question, because it seems to be stretching the facts to fit the diagnosis. Retrograde amnesia, impairment of judgment, and confused behavior were symptoms identical in all respects to yet another malady, intoxication by alcohol. Nor did Watt's examination confirm the type of severe physiological shock which would have caused Senator Kennedy to delay reporting the accident for more than 9 hours. With Senator Kennedy undergoing medical examination, the compound at Hyannisport was mobilizing for action. After her son called from the Edgartown police station to tell her that he was all right after an automobile accident, Rose Kennedy was advised to cancel a scheduled appearance at the annual St. Francis Xavier Church Bazaar. Mrs. Kennedy notified daughter Jean and son-in-law Stephen Smith, vacationing in Spain, Patricia Kennedy Lawford in California, and Eunice Kennedy Shriver in Paris, where her husband was then serving as United States ambassador to France. Having presided at a Special Olympics at the University of Connecticut that morning, Bobby's widow, Ethel Kennedy, returned to Hyannisport around 2 o'clock. She telephoned former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, a key figure in Jack Kennedy's administration, telling him, "Come up here, Bob. There's nobody here but women." Barnstable Chief of Police Albert Hinckley was advised to supplement security personnel beyond standard traffic control needs in anticipation of a significant increase in activity at Hyannisport. Not long afterwards, barricades went up, closing off Scudder Avenue to through traffic. The former summer White House of John F. Kennedy was made ready as a command post. From Truro on Cape Cod came writer Richard Goodwin. Goodwin, who was also a lawyer, had been tapped to help out by David Burke should a further statement about the accident need to be written. Burke also alerted Dunn Gifford at his family's summer house, Heather Hill, on nearby Nantucket Island. A legislative aide in Kennedy's office, Gifford arranged immediately to island hop to Martha's Vineyard, his chartered plane dipping over Dyke Pond on Chappaquiddick to see the senator's cars submerged in Foca Pond. Landing at Edgartown Airport around 11 o'clock, Gifford first called Senator Kennedy, who was still at the police station, to corroborate the instructions Burke had given him, then took a taxi to Martha's Vineyard Funeral Home in Vineyard Haven. Gifford walked into Mortician Eugene Fry's office, introduced himself as an aide on Senator Kennedy's staff, and announced he was available to help in any way that makes sense in making the funeral arrangements. Fry was annoyed at the intrusion, telling Gifford, You have no authority as far as I'm concerned. I'm taking all my orders from the Keelty Funeral Home. Fry wouldn't allow Gifford into his basement preparation room to identify the body. When Gifford asked to use the phone, Fry accommodatingly left his office. Gifford called Burke in Washington for further instructions. He was told to do whatever he could to expedite the paperwork required to get Mary Jo Chappaquiddick's body off the island as quickly as possible. Gifford learned that the other young women who had attended a party at Chappaquiddick preceding the accident were being hustled off Martha's Vineyard on a 3 o'clock ferry for Woods Hole. On Fry's desk was a copy of the record of death, certifying that Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had died of asphyxiation by immersion, overturned submerged automobile. Gifford asked Fry what that meant. Drowning, Fry said. Dr. Mills made the finding. But Fry was beginning to doubt the validity of the medical examiner's diagnosis. The lack of water evacuated from the body was unusual in a drowning case. Fry wondered if the accident victim might not have suffocated to death. When he suggested Dr. Mills change his finding, the medical examiner told him he didn't want to cause any problem. Nor would Mills make an independent decision about ordering an autopsy. When Fry proposed his assistant run down and catch Dr. Mills in his office to have him sign a death certificate, Gifford asked if he could go along. Fry had no authority to stop him. Dr. Mills had begun office hours at 2:15, but had scarcely been able to treat a waiting room full of patients. Instead, he had repeatedly been called to the telephone to answer questions about the accident at Chappaquiddick. The first call was from medical examiner Dr. Robert Nevin. "The reporters are here, Don," Nevin said. "Tell me what to tell them." By 3:30 p.m., inquiries were pouring in from all over the country. Mills' wife said, "I'm going down to see the police chief and find out what on earth is going on." Returning to the office a short time later, she passed her husband a note. Senator Edward Kennedy was the driver of the car. Mills was glad he had reported the case as fully as possible to the district attorney's office and had asked about an autopsy. Mills now called the police station. "What should I do, Chief?" Mills asked. He was getting a lot of pressure from reporters about ordering an autopsy in the case. Arena was under pressure himself. "If the district attorney wants it, it's up to you, okay? But if you don't think it's necessary, don't do it." Arena thought to himself that Mills was looking for support or something. Mills mistook Dunn Gifford for a reporter when he showed up at his office with a death certificate. Gifford wanted to know if an autopsy had to be performed before the body of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick could be released for burial. The district attorney's office had left the decision to him, Mills said, and he was satisfied that the cause of death was accidental drowning. By the time Gifford returned to the funeral home, Fry had arranged for the Hathaway Air Funeral Arrangement Service of Fall River to transport the body to Wilkes Barre the next morning. Fry could have shipped the body out that night, but held off. "I still felt," he said later, "that Dr. Mills might change his mind and order an autopsy. Or someone in higher authority might direct the autopsy to be done." Before the body could legally be shipped out of state, a burial certificate and transit papers had to be filled out. Gifford went to town hall, introduced himself to Arena, and explained, "I've come up here to help things along." Arena knew of nothing standing in the way of releasing the body, he said. "The required forms aren't my forms anyway." He did not question Gifford as a representative of Senator Kennedy about the accident, explaining later, "I wouldn't go out on a limb by talking about it with him." Arena had heard no word from Burke Marshall or anybody else about the accident, a silence that intensified the pressure he was under as the afternoon wore on from reporters at the station demanding more information. Doubts were gathering about the senator's accident report, like moths around a summer porch light. Arena told the reporters he still had made no determination of any charges he intended to file, because I was still expecting to hear from these Kennedy's guys. Between sessions with the press, Arena was conferring with Walter Steele and Tommy Teller, clerk of the district court. "We were just honestly trying to figure out, what have we got here? What the hell are we going to hit him with?" Arena denied he was sweeping the case under a rug. There was no effort by anyone to say, let's get Ted Kennedy, or let's take care of him. A manslaughter charge was mandatory in Massachusetts in cases where a driver left the scene of a fatal accident, if negligence was proved. Arena said, "We talked about manslaughter. We even looked up the wording in the statutes. You had to have wanton, reckless, and willful conduct, the legal equivalent of intentional conduct involving a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another. However, the mere happening of an accident, where the circumstances immediately preceding it were left to conjecture, was not sufficient to prove negligence on the part of the driver. For those reasons, Arena did not think he had cause to make such a serious charge. He had found no evidence of negligence from his examination of the accident scene." Walter Steele could have told him driving a car off a bridge was a prima facie case of negligence, but Steele was as timorous about making the complaint as was Arena. On the other hand, Steele was convinced there was absolutely no evidence for a manslaughter charge. Perhaps influenced by the recollection that there had not been to that point anything resembling a serious investigation to gather evidence, Steele would say later, "I really should have known better. If I had to do it over again, I would have held out for a probable cause hearing for manslaughter and an autopsy." Steele was sure no judge would have found probable cause, but it would have wiped out a lot of doubts. Arena, too, would eventually conclude that he had made a mistake. A state trooper friend of mine in the traffic bureau said to me, "You really could have gotten Kennedy on involuntary manslaughter, the taking of another's life by an act not performed." That's probably true. But Arena blanched at the idea of making so serious an accusation against Ted Kennedy. Even a driving to endanger conviction required proof that the operator of a vehicle was so grossly negligent as to be liable for injuries sustained by a passenger. With no evidence of negligence, nor witnesses to testify to recklessness, inattention, speed, or drunk driving, Arena did not believe he could make that lesser charge stick either. That left leaving the scene, less objectionable nomenclature in Massachusetts for a hit-and-run accident. The offense seemed clear enough from Kennedy's admission that he had delayed nearly 10 hours before reporting the accident. But Arena hesitated to pursue even that misdemeanor charge, because of a recent case he had lost in district court. The defense lawyer argued that the statute didn't say within what particular time period you had to report an accident, and that his client had completed his legal obligation by reporting it when he did, Arena said. So there was that little technicality. But such legal hair-splitting wouldn't wash in an accident in which a person had been killed, and there was a gap often hours between the accident and the time it had been reported, particularly with so many reporters looking over Arena's shoulder. Reluctant as Arena was to press any charge at all, this one, Steele told him, was inescapable. "I don't see what else you can do except ask for the complaint." Arena's solicitous treatment of Ted Kennedy and his failure to interrogate the senator left him with a single piece of evidence, but one which was indispensable to the case: the senator's own statement. There was no presumption under Massachusetts law that the owner of an automobile involved in an accident was the driver. No statute commanded a passenger to report an accident. Had Kennedy denied knowledge of the event, or had he said that Mary Jo Chappaquiddick was driving the car, Arena would have had to accept the story since there were no witnesses to the accident. Arena started drawing up a traffic violation complaint, charging Edward M. Kennedy with a violation of Chapter 90, Section 24. Any operator of a vehicle who, without stopping and making known his name, residence, and the registration number of his motor vehicle, goes away after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to any person, shall be punished by imprisonment for not less than 2 months or more than 2 years. To complete the citation, Arena needed to know Ted Kennedy's driver's license number and expiration date. Since the senator had been unable to produce a license at the police station, Arena called the registry office in Oak Bluffs. He was told, "We don't have the license information yet. We'll get back to you." Inspector George Kennedy was being deliberately evasive. At 4:10 p.m., David Burke had telephoned him to report that he couldn't find Senator Kennedy's license in his Washington car. Inspector Kennedy called registry headquarters in Boston to request a license check for date of birth 2/22/32, Edward M. Kennedy. On duty in the radio room to provide license and registration information to police calling in from around the state was Registry Inspector Joseph Molino. Molino went into the registry's file room, where license cards were kept in alphabetical order. "It's the application for renewal that's in the files," Molino explained later, "not the license itself." Molino found a white duplicate card, issued October 17, 1968, for a lost license valid until February 22, 1969. Molino did not realize that the expired license in his hand belonged to a United States Senator. "I'd always thought of him as Senator Ted Kennedy, not Edward Kennedy, so I didn't make the connection until the next day when I read about the accident and realized which Kennedy it was." Molino was instructed to pull the license renewal from the file and put it together with the car's registration in an envelope on Registrar Richard McLaughlin's desk. It was, he reflected, an unusual request. Disturbed to learn that the senator had been driving on an expired license at the time of his accident, Inspector Kennedy was less complacent about the infraction than Arena was about the senator's lack of a driver's license at the police station. The senator was running up a skein of motor vehicle violations, and while both offenses were misdemeanors, they were evidence of some negligence. The inspector called Joe Grealish in Hyannis, regional head of motor vehicles for southeastern Massachusetts. Grealish wielded authority over all district supervisors. An abrasive, stony-faced authoritarian, Grealish ordered Kennedy to give no information about the expired license to anyone, including Edgartown Police Chief Arena. To conceal important information from investigating authorities was highly irregular. Nevertheless, Kennedy agreed to stall Arena about license information, and hoped the police chief didn't run a check at registry headquarters himself. Grealish next tracked Registrar McLaughlin to his summer house in Harwich on Cape Cod. McLaughlin told him to handle the Kennedy accident as a routine vehicular fatality. "We get 800 to 1,000 of these damn cases every year," McLaughlin told him. "This is just another one. Don't do anything different because of who he is." McLaughlin changed his mind, however, when Grealish told him Senator Kennedy's license had expired. He ordered Grealish to take over the case personally, so it doesn't get screwed up. Chapter 10. Efforts to conceal or misplace information about the accident were building a momentum of reaction. Much of the pressure was being applied to Dr. Mills. Having relinquished the hour he customarily spent playing the organ at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church as a respite from the tensions of his practice so as to stay close to his office telephone, Mills was being challenged by reporters about the lack of an autopsy in the case. By 5 o'clock, Mills was pushed to the point of irrationality and blackout as I tried my best to answer a barrage of questions. It got into such a chaotic state. He called George Killen to plead for help. "I'm being swamped with calls from newspapers all over the country," Mills complained. "What do I tell these people?" "Tell them the girl died of accidental drowning and don't say anything else," Killen snapped. "If they persist, slam down the receiver." Killen was being hounded about the accident himself. One call came from his friend Frank Keating. A former assistant district attorney, Keating had worked with Killen at Barnstable Courthouse. He wanted to verify reports of an accident involving Ted Kennedy. "Yes, it's true," Killen said warily. "And the girl was killed?" Keating said. "She drowned," Killen said. Dr. Mills had called 3 times about the case. "I told him, if you want an autopsy, let me know and we'll get a pathologist. I left that strictly up to him. I asked if he was satisfied with the cause of death, and he said he was." "What a lucky son of a bitch Eddie Denise is. He's got a United States Senator in the palm of his hand," Keating said. "He's got Teddy Kennedy for manslaughter." Killen sputtered in protest. "Where's the manslaughter? Where's the evidence of negligence? If Ted Kennedy was driving that car when it went off the bridge, there's no question of negligence about that, is there, George? Killen knew better than to argue criminal law with Keating. We aren't in it at all. Arena's handling the thing himself. It's a local motor vehicles accident, Killen said. What do you know about this case? I don't know anything, Keating said. Well, nobody does at this point, Killen said. Eugene Fry was not surprised to hear from Killen. He was expecting the district attorney's office to order a hold for autopsy on the body of Mary Jo Kopechne. Instead, Killen wanted to know the scheduled departure time of the remains off the island, and verification that a blood sample had been taken. State police had left a message at the funeral home that the sample would be picked up. After Killen's call, Fry suggested David Guy drop the sample off at the barracks in Oak Bluffs. Guy turned it over to State Trooper Richard Lucas at 7 o'clock. When he got back to the funeral home, Guy took a call from Dunn Gifford, asking if there was anything more he could do to help with arrangements. Guy told him, no, everything's fine. Gifford had spent a busy day on the island. He had seen the young women off on the ferry at Vineyard Haven, with the assurance that he would escort the body of Mary Jo Kopechne to Pennsylvania the next morning. Before he flew back to Nantucket, Gifford reported the progress of his efforts to David Burke at Hyannisport. Leaving Dick Drain to deal as best he could with Washington reporters flooding Kennedy's Senate office with inquiries about the accident, Burke flew to Boston late in the afternoon. A reporter on board recognized the gaunt, pockmarked Burke and took the seat beside him. Reports of Senator Kennedy's accident on newswires were contradictory and incomplete, the reporter said. Don't you think you should make some kind of full disclosure soon? Burke was offended by the idea. I don't think we're going to do that, he said. The senator is not in very good shape. I'm going to go up there and maybe sit under a tree with him, and then we'll have to see. But keeping a lid on the story was impossible. Before leaving Washington, Burke dispatched William Vanden Heuvel to Berkeley Heights to handhold the grieving parents. A former Justice Department lawyer, Vanden Heuvel had traveled with Robert Kennedy during his presidential campaign. He arrived at the modest first-floor apartment in a two-family house, too late to prevent the Kopechnes from talking to reporters. A well-spoken, good-looking insurance salesman, Joe Kopechne disclosed his wife had lapsed into shock after Senator Kennedy telephoned the news of their daughter's death. Ethel Kennedy had called. She talked about faith, how it could help. She said, "We will be at the funeral." No one at the Kennedy compound had volunteered any information about the accident. Nothing was explained, Kopechne said to Boston Globe reporter Ken Botwright. We still don't have any real details of what happened. Kopechne didn't know what to make of a wire service story containing Kennedy's report of the accident Botwright read to him over the telephone. We didn't even know she was with Kennedy. That kind of upset us. There we were, the last to know. The senator had neglected to say he was the driver of the accident car when he called to report Mary Jo had been killed. Kopechne found Kennedy's evasiveness and lack of candor baffling. He had known about his daughter's trip to Martha's Vineyard with several other young women. We assumed the girls went to the island to see the regatta with the senator, but we're not certain. Mary Jo loved sailing. She went sailing at the Kennedy place on Cape Cod. Ted invited her up with some other girls right after Senator Robert Kennedy was killed. Mary Jo was almost one of the Kennedy family. She was pretty well wrapped up with the Kennedys, Kopechne said. Politics was her life. She didn't seem to have any time for anything much outside of politics. She wasn't engaged or anything like that. It was a good career working with the politicians. It was what she wanted to do, Gwen Kopechne said. She would have been 29 years old next Saturday. Mary Jo Kopechne had graduated in 1962 with a degree in business administration from Caldwell College for Women in New Jersey. After a year teaching at the Mission of St. Jude in Montgomery, Alabama, she joined the staff of Florida Senator George Smathers, then went to work in Robert Kennedy's office when he was elected to the Senate in 1964. In December, she was hired by Matt Reese Associates, an organization that set up campaign headquarters for politicians. Reese confirmed. She left on Thursday and said she wouldn't be back until Tuesday morning. She wanted to spend the long weekend on Cape Cod with friends she had made while on Bobby's staff. Mary Jo had never worked for Ted Kennedy, Mrs. Chappaquiddick said. He just entertained them up there at Hyannisport. After Robert Kennedy was killed, Ted Kennedy seemed to try to hang on to his brother's staff. Mrs. Chappaquiddick had spoken to her daughter on Tuesday, July 15th, about the regatta weekend on Martha's Vineyard. We were talking on the telephone. I said, "Honey, be careful of the water." She said to me, "Mother, you know me. I only like to sunbathe." Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had shared a house in Georgetown with 3 young women, among them Nance Lyons, an aide in Senator Kennedy's office. Her housemates were reluctant to talk about her. So were members of the senator's staff, who referred all inquiries to Dick Drain. That the Chappaquiddics had tipped off the press about a weekend party on Martha's Vineyard was bringing reportorial furies down on Drain's head. This was powder keg information, bound to hurt the senator if it wasn't diffused fast. Drain tried to lift the lid on the party just enough to remove some of the stigma beginning to attach to it. Mary Jo Chappaquiddick was one of 8 young women invited for a reunion of former campaign workers to a party in honor of David Hackett, Drain explained. An aide in Robert Kennedy's presidential campaign, Hackett was in charge of the boiler room, where trusted workers compiled intelligence reports on how delegates to the National Democratic Convention intended to vote. Ted came by to thank the girls for their work with Bobby. Then this one girl had to leave. They were trying to catch a ferry when the accident happened. Party guests had included the crew of the senator's sailboat entered in the regatta: Paul Markham, former U.S. Attorney, Kennedy's cousin Joseph Gargan, and Jack Crimmins. Drain described Crimmins as a friend and longtime political aide to Senator Kennedy. The presence of the senator's chauffeur at the party begged more questions than Drain had answers for. The most obvious one was, why had Ted Kennedy driven himself to the ferry when his chauffeur was at the party? Drain suggested the senator's wife had planned to fly to Edgartown on Sunday and sail back to the mainland with her husband. The truth was otherwise. Joan Kennedy had not been invited to the regatta weekend. That Senator Kennedy made no mention of the party at Chappaquiddick during the 3 hours he'd spent at the police station really bothered Arena. That's one thing I objected to, that I had to hear about it from reporters. When I found out there'd been a party and everybody had left the island, I really got put on the spot. Arena defended his ignorance as best he could. I know nothing of any party. It's only a rumor, he told reporters. Nobody has proven to me anyone connected with Kennedy was there, only that Joseph Gargan rented the house. Virtually a prisoner in his own police station, Arena had had nothing to eat since breakfast. He just kept answering telephones and giving interviews. His sister called from Michigan to say, "Gee, I just saw you on the news." More reporters were packing the station to be briefed on the progress of Arena's investigation. There hadn't been any progress. Arena had been too busy dealing with the press to do any investigating. Arena passed out copies of Kennedy's accident report, but could give reporters little else. He was waiting to receive more information about the accident from the senator or his lawyers. He said later, "I was still living in a dream world, thinking I'd hear from them." Impressed by the distances some reporters had traveled to cover the story, Arena said ingenuously, "Boy, this is really a big one, isn't it?" Unlike reporters who had clamored for the senator's statement, satisfied with anything Arena gave them, newly arrived newsmen assigned a big story were more demanding. Arena was sitting on his citation, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. But hours of relentless inquisition by the press had wrought a change in his perception of the case. Reporters helped me realize a lot of things about the accident I hadn't had a chance to think about. If the press hadn't been there all the time, things might have been different. Arena was suggesting a likely possibility. A formal complaint against Ted Kennedy would be filed in connection with leaving the scene and failure to report the accident within a reasonable time. Arena emphasized This is the only aspect of the case on which I intend to press charges." If reporters helped Arena to perceive the case in a different light, their demand for answers to the accident's mysteries was forcing him to make precipitous judgments based on nothing more substantial than 2 brief visits to Dyke Bridge. Kennedy's wrong turn had led him to a very narrow bridge that could easily be mistaken for something else when looked at with automobile headlights, Arena explained. The approach to Dyke Bridge was unmarked by warning signs. Lack of tire marks on the bridge indicated to Arena that Senator Kennedy never attempted to brake the car, but drove straight over the side of the bridge in the belief he was still on the road, although the bridge angled to the left. The investigation conducted at the scene revealed no criminal negligence was involved in the accident, Arena said. There's nothing to indicate excessive speed or reckless driving. Arena's sense of public relations did not fail him. Senator Kennedy had been as cooperative as he possibly could be, he said, a declaration that hardly matched the senator's refusal to answer a single question about the accident. Arena couldn't conceive of anything Kennedy gained by delaying the report of the accident, he said. But once again, I don't know what went through his mind. He very well could have been in a state of shock after the accident. Arena wanted to talk to the senator about the accident that was still under investigation, only so far as failing to report it was concerned. Some details were lacking, but those involved Kennedy's actions after the accident, Arena said. At this time, I find the accident is strictly accidental. A weary Arena left the police station at midnight. He walked to the house on Cook Street that he had spent a year renovating, before marrying a widow with 3 children, and put his telephone off the hook. He had left the house that morning, the obscure police chief of a small tourist town. 15 hours later, he was making the front page of every newspaper in the country, involved in the most dismaying case of his police career. Chapter 11. If Arena had called it a day with regard to the accident at Chappaquiddick, lights blazed into the night at an enclave of houses known as the Kennedy Compound in Hyannisport. To the command post on Irving Avenue came a procession of advisors, friends, and hangers-on, to mourn in the wake of what already was being referred to in early reports of the accident as the latest Kennedy tragedy. Among those arriving was Edward Hannafy of the distinguished Boston law firm of Ropes and Gray. Like Burke Marshall, Hannafy was a dignified man of impeccable legal credentials and brilliance. To some, further evidence of legal overkill to defend an automobile accident case. To the command post around 9 o'clock came Joseph Gargan, mentioned in early dispatches about the accident as the owner of a cottage in which a party at Chappaquiddick had taken place. Personable, athletically trim, with a lively wit and pleasant good looks, Gargan enjoyed total personal confidence with Ted Kennedy as his cousin and boyhood chum, the standard reference accorded Gargan in rare press reports about him. The least known member of the Kennedy clan, whatever information available about Gargan had been filtered through the Kennedy publicity apparatus. The impression created was that he was the orphan child of Rose Kennedy's sister, to whom charity had been extended. Gargan is used by Kennedy largely as a companion for carrying out miscellaneous chores, making reservations, ordering food, emptying glasses, and drawing baths, Time said. His parents died when he was very young, and Rose and Joe Kennedy saw to his education. While his Aunt Rose and Uncle Joe had always been very lovely to him, Gargan said, "The kind of things you read about me just don't happen to be so." His mother died when he was 6. Gargan and 2 sisters had gone to live with his Uncle Bill and Aunt Ann in Lowell, a small industrial city north of Boston, where the Gargans were bricklayers, building inspectors, strong, devout Catholic stock. Joey Gargan had been invited to Hyannisport for 2 weeks during the summer of 1940. An overweight, good-natured 8-year-old Teddy Kennedy was delighted with his new playmate. Muscular and athletic, Joey Gargan could take care of himself. And, it turned out, Teddy, too. Used to doing chores, Gargan was handy with tools, something alien to his cousin who couldn't change a tire on a bicycle or use a screwdriver. So resourceful was his cousin, Teddy came to rely on him, confident that whatever the problem, Joey'll fix it. Gargan was asked back to Hyannisport the following year. The intention was I stay for 1 month, but I stayed the whole summer. The reason being, it did work out well. I could do things for Ted, and his parents could stop worrying about him. They knew he was in good hands. I was 2 years older, so he was protected in a way. So long as Gargan kept himself and Teddy out of trouble, I knew my vacation would extend to Labor Day. So it balanced off. I took care of Teddy, and I also took care of my summer vacation. But Joey Gargan was no urban waif to whom a fresh-air fun summer had been charitably bestowed by a rich and powerful uncle. My father was the big shot to me in those days, not Joe Kennedy, Gargan proudly recalled. And truly, Joseph Gargan Sr. was someone to be proud of. Orphaned at 2 and raised by an aunt, he was regarded at 16 as the best featherweight prospect in the East and offered a contract to turn pro. The schoolboy sensation of Lowell High School, recruited by Notre Dame in 1912, Gargan played first-string backfield on a team with Newt Rockne. Cited as athlete, actor, politician, and debater by Notre Dame's Scholastic magazine, his handsome face may yet grace the faculty room, for if the university ever establishes a chair of good fellowship, Gargan will certainly be its first occupant. Gargan served in France during World War I as a first lieutenant of the 7th Regiment, U.S. Marines, and was decorated for bravery under fire. Wounded while commanding a company at Belleau Wood, he had refused anything but first aid. Wounded again at Soissons, Gargan had returned to the front when the armistice was signed. Discharged as a captain, he was the most decorated Marine of World War I. Gargan performed post-war Army intelligence work in the Far East, played polo on a team in the Philippines with General George Patton, and was an intimate of air power pioneer, Billy Mitchell, providing important testimony at his famous trial. He had established a successful practice of law, married the beautiful younger sister of Rose Kennedy, and regaled his nephews with tales of the gridiron at Notre Dame, barnstorming tours during college vacations, giving boxing exhibitions to earn tuition, and hand-to-hand combat in the trenches. It was a mixture of battlefield courage, athletic prowess, and daring-do that was the stuff of Kennedy family lore. By contrast, Joseph P. Kennedy had neither distinguished himself on the playing field nor served his country in the armed forces. My father looked down on Joe Kennedy. He regarded him as a slacker in World War I, Gargan said. Kennedy had made a ton of money, running the Four River shipyards during the war, and making his first important contact with then Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and spent years chasing the dollar in such enterprises as Wall Street speculation, motion pictures, and the sale of imported liquors. It was my father who took Teddy and me to sit on the Notre Dame bench when Elmer Layden was coach, at a time every kid in America knew he was one of the Four Horsemen, Gargan said. Joe Kennedy had to go to my father to get tickets to the Army Notre Dame game. Named assistant to Undersecretary of War Robert Patterson in 1941, Gargan was the leading lobbyist on Capitol Hill for the War Department. After serving as U.S. ambassador to Great Britain on the eve of war, Joseph P. Kennedy sat out the war in disgrace, branded as an appeaser and isolationist as a result of his pessimistic view that democracy is finished in England. Gargan said, "It was the death of Joe Jr. during the war, and Jack's heroism in the Pacific, that brought Joe Kennedy to some sense of being an honorable man, which he was not in the eyes of many patriotic Americans because he had opposed the war." Hired as lobbyist by Juan Tritt to secure lucrative air routes for Pan American Airways after the war, Gargan died of a heart attack in 1946. Orphaned at 16, Joey's education at Georgetown Prep had been paid by his father's estate. There was no question where he was going to college, Gargan said. To me, Harvard was a crap school. In those days, you were kind of a fairy if you went to Harvard. If Harvard lacked the manly image of Notre Dame, it was plugged into the circuits of power Joseph Kennedy had in mind for his sons. I think that went back to Joe Kennedy's own beginnings. He himself had gone to Harvard the same way he went to New York and Wall Street, to make his mark, because he recognized, right or wrong, that he couldn't make it as an Irish Catholic in Boston at that time, Gargan said. So a parochial education was not the thing he wanted for his sons, because he connected it with his own experience. Whereas I grew up with a father who was terribly dedicated to the Blessed Mother, as most Notre Dame people were in the old days. When Ted Kennedy was expelled for Harvard cheating, however, it was briefly considered sending him to Notre Dame, but Ted had, within 24 hours, gone into the Army instead. Gargan graduated from Notre Dame Law School, married a pretty Indiana girl employed in the university's graduate school, and passed the bar. He served a political apprenticeship in the 1952 campaign in which Jack Kennedy defeated Senator Henry Cabot Lodge. His career as an able trial lawyer in damage cases was subservient to the political ambitions of the Kennedy family. Gargan's status as advance man for Ted Kennedy, arranging the minutiae of campaign travels, was a perpetuation of their boyhood friendship, Gargan performing those tasks beyond Ted's ability or willingness to do so for himself. With no ambition of his own, and no press secretary giving out image pieces about him, Gargan was consigned by those who did not understand the close bonds of friendship and dependency that existed between the two men to the status of bag carrier and factotum. Nor was Gargan taken seriously by the hard-driving professionals jockeying for positions of influence about the Kennedy brothers. But none of this diminished the effortless intimacy he enjoyed with Teddy Kennedy. Family ties, and those Penrod and Jasper Booth-Tarkington summers at Hyannisport, had cemented strong and permanent bonds. Gargan was granted automatic ranking as an insider. What might seem to others a cheerful diffidence was merely a sense of easiness about himself. The boyishness that lingered well into his 30s disguised the tough Lowell kid who had broken horses at 10. A better athlete than the ponderous and heavy-footed Ted Kennedy, it was Gargan who caught the long bombs Kennedy quarterbacks liked to throw in the famed touch football games at the compound. And it was generally conceded Gargan was a better sailor, too. There was a streak of tenderness and nurture in Gargan, the kind of dependable strength demonstrated by his sister Anne in her devotion as companion to Joseph Kennedy during the last difficult, invalided years of his life. As one Gargan intimate remarked, "There's a lot of his father in Joe, a lot of character. He doesn't pound his chest or anything like that, but when the chips are down, he's there." That character would be tested now more than ever before. Gargan would remain as steadfast under fire as had his father before him on the field of battle, and he would suffer in silence wounds inflicted on him by the accident that killed Mary Jo Kopechne. As co-host of the party at Chappaquiddick, Gargan was about to achieve an unwanted prominence in a drama threatening to shatter the Camelot mystique of the Kennedy clan. That role had its roots in the frenetic and tragic Robert Kennedy campaign for the presidency in 1968. As campaign chairman, Gargan's name appeared on all campaign literature. He brought to that campaign not only his considerable experience as advance man, but an ingratiating temperament and warmth, rare in the hard-driving competitiveness of a campaign, forged from often competing factions and loyalties, bound together in uneasy alliance to secure the presidential nomination for Robert Kennedy. On one side, there was Bobby's fiercely devoted staff, suspicious of outsiders. On the other was Jack's old guard from the White House days, ostentatiously displaying P.T. boat tie clasps. Yet a third group was made up of Ted Kennedy men on loan to the campaign, who wore tie clasps in the shape of the state of Massachusetts, which had been used in his 1962 campaign. One aide recalled, "There were a lot of elbows out when we first started, but there was so much to do we had to work together." Gargan shared an office with David Hackett, boss of the Boiler Room Girls. It all came to an abrupt and shocking end on June 5, 1968, with Robert Kennedy's assassination. After the funeral, Gargan arranged for the charter of the 60-foot sloop Mira, which he and Ted Kennedy sailed to Hyannisport from Mystic, Connecticut. Gargan was virtually Ted Kennedy's only companion on aimless sails around Cape Cod, in the wake of a death that left him floundering and adrift with grief. It's inaccurate to say he was drunk most of the time, one confidant revealed. It's also inaccurate to say he wasn't drunk at all. If alcohol helped Ted Kennedy obliterate the memory of his brother's murder, it also eased the fear about his own safety. I know I'm going to get my ass shut off, and I don't want to. Suffering under the weight of a political legacy suddenly thrust upon him, Teddy fled to Spain, then cruised the Mediterranean aboard the Aristotle Onassis yacht, Christina. Gargan stayed behind to help close down campaign offices. After Bob died, there was a great deal of sadness cleaning out his headquarters. The girls who worked so hard were devastated, like all of us were. One of the most grief-stricken had been Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. She was very hurt by Bobby's assassination, deeply wounded. It was Gargan who conceived the idea, later that summer, of giving the young women a respite from their heartbreaking work, to invite the Boiler Room to Hyannisport for a sail on the Mira. Dunn Gifford thought it was a great idea, Gargan said. So we combined to give these girls a break in this sad ordeal, with a 3-day trip to Dunn's house in Nantucket. Gargan invited 9 girls. 12 came. Joan Kennedy invited the group to a cocktail party. Then we all went to my house for a backyard cookout, Gargan said. The party swam out to the Mira, anchored in Hyannisport Harbor, before the boat sailed the next morning with campaign advance men Gargan asked along to serve as crew. A memorable day of sailing and swimming followed. Then a party at 30 Acres Restaurant on the island. The girls so young-looking they had to bring IDs to get served drinks. The party sailed back to Hyannisport the next day. Dunn Gifford's 2 sons took turns at the helm. The Boiler Room girls stayed one more night, playing charades in Gargan's living room, he said. We all had a great time. An album of photographs memorializing the weekend presented "To Our Pal Joey with Love and Thanks" was signed by Cricket Keogh, Esta, for Esther Newberg, whose hard was more than a Boston accent could handle, Little Susie Tannenbaum, Mary Ellen and Nance Lyons, and others who made the trip. Beneath a photograph of Betty and Joe Gargan posed in front of their house in Hyannisport, Mary Jo Chappaquiddick wrote, "Who else could put up with all of the Boiler Room antics and come up smiling? Thank you, Betty, for everything." A photograph of the young women grouped around Gargan and Gifford on the Mira had captured the bittersweet ambivalence of the weekend. It was captioned, "Boiler Room 1968." And they never even cried. Chapter 12. His brother's assassination catapulted Ted Kennedy to the front ranks of presidential contention. His first public appearance after the funeral provoked speculation he would seek the nomination. "Like my 3 brothers before me, I pick up a fallen standard," he said. "Sustained by the memory of our priceless years together, I shall try to carry forward that special commitment to justice, to excellence, to courage that distinguished their lives." Gargan denied Ted was a candidate. Yes, he picked up the standard, but you can pick up the standard without picking up the presidency. The standard is the causes, the work, the poor, the blacks. He's got other things on his mind than being president. Kennedy sent his brother-in-law, Stephen Smith, to the Democratic Convention in Chicago to canvass support. The nomination was there for the taking, if Ted Kennedy wanted it. Kennedy didn't. Dunn Gifford explained, he recognized that he had always been pushed forward too soon, and knew that he just wasn't prepared to be the leader of the family in any respect. It had never been anticipated that Teddy would assume the mantle as exemplar of the Kennedys, one observer said. He'd always been the spoiled kid brother to whom everything was handed and from whom nobody expected much. Ted often felt inadequate to his inheritance, Gargan said. They were constantly measuring Ted against his brothers, and they were a tough act to follow. Put in charge of advancing Ted's personal security, a responsibility frightening in light of the fear a third Kennedy could fall victim to an assassin's bullet. Gargan had witnessed firsthand Ted Kennedy's presidential stock soar. Election as the youngest majority whip in the history of the Senate only enhanced already lustrous presidential prospects, and the luxurious presumption that the presidency would one day come to him almost by inheritance. By the time Kennedy turned 37, he was the most glamorous public figure in the U.S., leading all polls for the nomination in 1972. Despite disavowals that he was seeking the office, one observer noted, he wouldn't be a Kennedy if his goal were not the White House. Submerging grief and self-pity in frantic activity, Kennedy's schedule was like running the Boston Marathon. On a typical day, Kennedy climbed into a leased car and set out from McLean, Virginia at breakneck speed for the Capitol, 10 miles away. A fearsome driver, already frightening the young, capable, and happy-to-be anonymous staff, disinclined to reveal anything about a possible bid for the presidency in 1972. As Kennedy's stature rose in the Senate, in part as a leading anti-Nixon administration critic against the Vietnam War, his spirits revived as well. He had become tougher, more decisive, less ebullient since his brother Robert's death. But a general discouragement with Ted's off-hour antics was being privately expressed within the Kennedy circle. Kennedy had been drinking more heavily since his brother's death, Time reported. He has been a different and deeply troubled man, but he is far from being a drunkard. Those close to Kennedy saw signs of a recklessness out of key with his expanding presidential prospects. Accepting an assignment from Life to cover Ted Kennedy after his brother's assassination, writer Brock Brower concluded that the insecurities, fatalism, and fast living showed Ted Kennedy was seeking to escape an inevitable candidacy for president. The bad thing is the pressure everybody's putting on him that's making him come up with some pretty hairy avoidances. A member of the press entourage that accompanied the senator to Alaska in April 1969, Brower observed, "No one on board the return flight to Washington, D.C. was in any too great shape, but we were at least doing our drunken best to quell further display by the senator himself." Kennedy started drinking on the plane, pelted aides and reporters with pillows, and exhorted passengers in a chant for Eskimo power. A big, boiling broth of an Irish boy, all his anxiety clearly showing, Kennedy talked incoherently about Bobby's assassination, predicting, "They're going to shoot my ass off the way they shot Bobby." Seated beside Brower on the plane, John Lindsay of Newsweek saw another all-too-familiar pattern emerging. Kennedy was slipping out of control toward some unavoidable crack-up. Some thought his drinking had got beyond the strains it was supposed to relieve, Brower said. As reporters, we were going to have to say something about this distressful side of Ted Kennedy. But Lindsay made no mention of the incident in his coverage of the trip, filing notes of the incident in a confidential inter-office memorandum. In fact, for a year after his brother's assassination, Ted Kennedy got favored treatment from the press. More often than not abrupt, bland, or evasive with reporters, Kennedy was enjoying a period of journalistic grace, protected by a mantle of sympathetic coverage. Gargan accompanied Kennedy to Memphis to commemorate the first anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King, Jr. Kennedy's appearance provoked a tumultuous demonstration. He was introduced as the President of the Poor People and the next President of the United States. After speaking before the Atlanta Bar Association convention, Kennedy confronted this 1972 talk, and in a rare moment of reflection, voiced his own doubts about his candidacy for the presidency to reporter Joe Mobat of the Associated Press. "The thing about being a Kennedy is that you come to know there's a time for Kennedys, and it's hard to know when that time is, or if it will ever come again," he said. "I mean, is the country going to be receptive? And if it is it really the best thing for me to do? How much of a contribution could I make? So even if the time is right, why should I? I'm not sure running around the country talking on the tough issues and waving the Kennedy flag, stirring people up, is that helpful?" Bobby did it, I know. Spoke right on up on what bothered him. Raised all that excitement. Kennedy was unresolved about seeking the presidential nomination in 1972. "Maybe over the summer, some sailing, with the family. I think perhaps by fall I'll be settled, have some idea." He didn't believe in making long-range plans. "We can never know what is just up ahead that might change everything." Gargan was looking forward to a tranquil summer, after months of gut-wrenching anxiety advancing Ted Kennedy's stepped-up personal appearances. He had accepted a position as vice president of the Merchants' Bank in Hyannis, which fit in with a resumed law practice, and was preparing to relocate his family to Cape Cod. No Kennedy boats had raced in the Edgartown Regatta in 1968, out of deference for a period of mourning for Robert Kennedy. But both the Resolute and the Victoria were entered in the 1969 races. An ideal situation, Gargan thought, for the boiler room to repeat the great success of the 1968 weekend. When Gargan broached the idea to Ted Kennedy, who hadn't participated in the previous year's festivities, he said, "Gee, that would be a lot of fun. Let's do it." In May, Gargan went to Edgartown seeking a cottage at South Beach as headquarters for the weekend. Everything on the water was rented. Gargan rejected other accommodations because we liked to stay over Saturday night, have a leisurely sail back, enjoy a picnic and a swim, and get into Hyannisport on Sunday afternoon. All the places I looked at in Edgartown, you had to be out by Saturday night. A cottage on Chappaquiddick was way out in the sticks, but it's a good place to get the rest you need if you're racing, rental agent Steve Gentle said. And it's not too far from the beach. More important to Gargan, we could stay through Sunday. That's the main reason I rented the place. Gargan intended to take possession on July 12th. When her mother became ill, Gargan's wife left for South Bend, Indiana. The cottage remained empty until Wednesday, July 16th, when Jack Crimmins drove a 1967 Oldsmobile Delta 88 off the ferry at Vineyard Haven. A 63-year-old bachelor, Crimmins described himself as part-time weekend and evening chauffeur when Ted Kennedy was in Massachusetts. It was a job he had performed for the past 9 years. Crimmins spent an uncomfortable night alone at the Chappaquiddick cottage, unable to sleep because an animal of some kind scratched at the front screen door trying to get in. Jack was fit to be tied about that, and terribly upset at me for having rented that particular cottage, Gargan related. He didn't like having to sleep out in the boondocks with strange animals he wasn't used to. There weren't any raccoons or skunks scratching at the door in South Boston where he lived. Gargan sailed the Victoria to Edgartown on Thursday with Howie Hall, a youngster from Hyannisport, and Paul Markham as crew. He and Markham checked into the Shiretown Inn. Gargan had secured rooms there for Ray LaRosa, a civil defense advisor and ex-fireman, and Charles Tretter, a young Boston attorney and Kennedy campaign aide. Adjacent accommodations had been reserved by Jack Driscoll, a Boston attorney and former state treasurer, for members of the crew of the Betowin, owned by Ross Richards, longtime racing rival of Teddy Kennedy. On Thursday evening, Gargan had a vodka tonic with Stan Moore in a bar close by the Edgartown dock. A good-looking, carefree bachelor, Moore was a successful automobile dealer on Cape Cod. His Wiano senior sailboat, Uncle Benny, was entered in the regatta. Gargan asked Moore to a cookout the following evening at Chappaquiddick. Moore recalled, the invitation was sort of hush-hush. Gargan complained of an upset stomach and feeling woozy and switched to drinking Coca-Cola before leaving for Vineyard Haven to pick up some of the boiler room girls, who had arrived on the ferry and didn't have a car. The young women were taken to rooms at the Katama Shores Motor Inn Crimmins had reserved for the weekend, then to inspect the cottage at Chappaquiddick. On Friday, the young women shopped the fashionable boutiques of Edgartown before they went swimming at East Beach on Chappaquiddick. Senator Kennedy was picked up at Martha's Vineyard Airport by Crimmins around 1 o'clock. He crossed over on the ferry to Chappaquiddick, changed into swim trunks at the cottage, and was driven down Dyke Road and across a narrow bridge to join the others on the beach. After a swim, Kennedy returned to the cottage, changed clothes, and was ferried back to Edgartown for a race scheduled to begin at 2:30 p.m., but delayed until the winds picked up. The young women watched the race from the charter boat, Bonnie Lisa. For Gargan, it was a lousy, uneventful sailing day. It was awful hot. Howie and I worked very hard. The Victoria finished 9th to Ross Richards' Bedouin. Stanmore sent his Boston whaler to take Ted Kennedy off the Victoria for a victory party on board the Bedouin, tied up at the dock. Richards had run out of beer. Instead, highballs were being served. Moore and Ted Kennedy had 3 drinks each. Moore remembered that specifically because they were both drinking rum and coke. Gargan stayed behind to put up the sails and batten down. Great care was taken with the Victoria, Gargan said. Ted Kennedy never allowed anyone else to sail the boat. The hatch had a lock on it, so other people couldn't get in there and fool around. By the time Gargan joined the party, the senator was ready to leave for the Shiretown Inn, checking in around 6 o'clock. Gargan ordered 6 bottles of Heineken beer from the inn's pub for a gathering on the porch outside the room he was sharing with the senator. Markham had checked out. He was spending the night at the Chappaquiddick cottage. Crimmins chauffeured Kennedy to the ferry, crossing to Chappaquiddick shortly after 7 o'clock. No one was at the cottage when they got there. Kennedy soaked in a hot tub. Crimmins made him another rum and coke. Then Gargan showed up with Markham and Tretter in a rented Valiant. Tretter took the Oldsmobile to Edgartown to buy ice, charcoal, soft drinks, and cigarettes for the party. Markham made himself a vodka tonic and chatted with Kennedy about politics. Picked up at their motel by Ray LaRosa, the girls were dropped off at the Edgartown dock. LaRosa parked his Mercury at the Shiretown Inn, then joined the others for the ferry ride across. Gargan had gone to the landing in the Valiant at 7:30 to meet the party guests. He had been waiting almost an hour, the first in a series of aggravations he would suffer that evening. Gargan was disappointed at the turnout. I thought more girls would be there. It was supposed to be a repeat performance of last summer's weekend. Dunn Gifford was invited. Jack Driscoll had been asked, so had David Hackett. Ed Martin from the senator's Boston office was expected back from Cape Canaveral after the Apollo moonshot, but had gone on instead to NASA headquarters in Houston. Gargan had also mentioned the party to Billy Cleary, future Harvard hockey coach, and Jimmy Smith of Falmouth. Local people from around Cape Cod who had worked campaigns were supposed to be there too. The party had ended up even, 6 men and 6 women, crowded into a small living room, whose counter dividing the kitchen was stocked with liquor Crimmins had purchased for a price in South Boston. Gargan had no idea what anybody was drinking. Still suffering from an upset stomach, Gargan himself was sticking to Coca-Cola, he said. I was interested in the food. That was my deal. I was doing all the preparations. As co-host, however, Gargan was displeased with the party. A lot of things were a source of irritation. I wasn't feeling well, and it was still very hot. The charcoal grill refused to start. We couldn't get the thing going at all. Gargan had provided a cassette player for the party, but everyone complained about the music selection. Tretter volunteered to go to Edgartown to borrow a radio. Rosemary Keogh went with him. Then, Gargan discovered he could cook only 3 steaks at a time, so we didn't start eating until 9:45. Tretter and Keogh returned after 10 o'clock with a radio. A few couples danced. Everyone sang old Irish songs, Susan Tannenbaum recalled. Most of the evening was devoted to conversation, ranging in subject from Dr. Benjamin Spock to politics, from jet noise complaints on Long Island to the senator's poor performance in the regatta. Esther Newberg teased the senator about coming in ninth, she said. He laughed and took it as a joke, blaming one of his crewmen. Despite the noise level, the evening never got off the ground, at least as far as Gargan was concerned. While the young women seemed in high spirits, the party was not that exciting. Some people were bored to death with it, Gargan observed. Paul Markham had injured his leg and was drinking heavily. I would have been drinking too if I had had his pain. Crimmins was scowling and increasingly irascible. Jack had become his usual arrogant self, as only he can get after 5 or 6 scotches, Gargan said. By 11 o'clock, we started getting the heave. Jack was coming to me in the kitchen saying, "Get all these douchebags out of here. I want to get some sleep. The last ferry leaves at 12 o'clock. I want everybody out." Crimmins had not spared Senator Kennedy his distemper either, but that was standard procedure. Kennedy and his chauffeur customarily engaged in ritual dialogues at parties the senator provoked by complaining. "Jesus, Jack, you're stiff. How am I going to get home?" Crimmins would invariably answer, "Take a fucking cab." They talked that way to each other all the time. It sounded hostile, but it really wasn't, Gargan said. And here you have another party, and Ted is kidding Crimmins again, because Jack's had quite a few. And Jack is saying, "Get these broads out of here. I want to go to sleep. I don't give a shit how you get home, Kennedy. I'm not driving you." And the senator saying, "Okay, Jack, that's what we're doing. We're going. We're leaving right now." Within 15 minutes of this conversation, Gargan had a vague memory of Senator Kennedy leaving the party. I was in the kitchen area. I wasn't paying too much attention, except I clearly observed him go out the front door of the living room with Mary Jo. Gargan didn't ask where the senator was going. I didn't question him. When he decides to go, he goes. He left when he felt like it. Kennedy didn't announce he was leaving or say goodnight to anyone. Neither did Mary Jo. Gargan thought it could have been as late as 11:50 p.m. when the senator left the party, but he wasn't wearing a watch. Maybe time went by faster than I realized, since I was cleaning up after cooking the meal. But he clearly left before 12 o'clock. I made a mental note, no particular reason, that he was going to make the ferry. When he left, the assumption was he was going to the landing, but I don't know where he went. During the course of the party, guests were coming in and out of the cottage, Gargan said. It was very hot. Some people were going on walks. It's possible the senator went for a walk before getting into the car, or did all kinds of things. I know he still had time to get the ferry, if he was going to the ferry. Gargan had spoken to the ferryman about keeping the on-time running until 1 o'clock, but I hadn't driven over to say, "We're still having a good time, do you mind waiting?" Whether I didn't have time or I forgot, somehow it got screwed around. I had in mind that if you were going to get the ferry, you had to get there by 12 o'clock. My idea was the girls had better hurry if they were going to make the ferry, but they don't leave. The main event, so to speak, has left, but people are still talking. How it drifted past 12 o'clock was just the immobile situation people get into, talking and letting the time go by. Gargan observed. Some people at the party had had quite a few, no question. Frankly, everybody's a little bombed, except for Ray LaRosa. A circumspect 41, LaRosa didn't drink. Although it was after 12, Crimmins wasn't letting up. Jack wanted everybody out. He's agitated because the girls are still hanging around. He kept saying, "Joey, get the douchebags out of here. Get 'em the hell out." Gargan wondered if the girls weren't leaving because of Mary Jo. They might have thought she hadn't left the party permanently and were waiting for her to come back from wherever it was she'd gone with Ted Kennedy. Chapter 13. Gargan was in the kitchen when LaRosa told him, "The senator's outside. He wants to see you." LaRosa indicated that the Valiant was parked close to a split-rail fence. Gargan was getting in the car when the senator said from the back seat, "You better get Paul, too." Gargan asked LaRosa to call Markham outside. Markham came out. He got in the car. He put his arm on the back of the front seat. He said, "What do you want?" "There's been a terrible accident," Kennedy said. "The car's gone off the bridge down by the beach, and Mary Jo is in it." Gargan recalled. He didn't bark out any orders or anything. He made it clear he was driving the car and Mary Jo was with him. He didn't say how the accident happened. All he said was, "There's been an accident." That's all I needed to know. The only thing that hit my mind was go to the bridge as quickly as possible. Gargan gunned the Valiant down Chappaquiddick Road to the intersection. He made a sharp turn onto Dyke Road. He was proceeding slowly over the bridge when the senator said, "The car is there, on the right." Markham said, "Holy God!" Gargan expected to see an automobile that had been driven into the water with the top sticking out. He saw something entirely different. The car was completely underwater, upside down in the middle of the pond. He said, "As soon as I saw that, I got sort of butterflies in my stomach. I realized if Mary Jo was in that car, there was no hope. I said to myself, oh shit, this is over. This is done. She's gone." Considerable time had elapsed since the accident, Gargan calculated. My timing was based on the fact that the senator had left the cottage, then come back. I knew from the distance he traveled that at least half an hour to 45 minutes had to have elapsed from the time of the accident to the time we got back to the bridge. The situation was hopeless as far as Gargan was concerned. There had been one solution to the problem. If a rescue attempt could have been made within the first few minutes after the accident, then maybe you've got a shot. Gargan turned the Valiant around at the beach side of the bridge, so headlights shone over the water. Their beams impaled a small house on Dyke Road, not far from the edge of the pond. Markham got out of the car. He was preparing to dive into the water when Gargan called him back. Gargan was standing beside the Valiant's front fender, taking off his clothes. He told Markham to do the same. "Because if we are going to get in that car, we could get caught on the door handle or something else." Gargan stood naked on the bridge. It was a warm night. There was no breeze from the beach. Markham went into the water first. Gargan followed. All I was interested in was saving the girl. I wasn't thinking about anything else. I felt there was only one thing to do, and that was get into that car as quickly as possible. Because if we didn't, there was just no chance in the world of saving Mary Jo. Gargan swam out to the car. The water was cold but not uncomfortable. The current was tremendous. He grasped a rod on the car's undercarriage and was able to hold on and still keep his head above water. Gargan began to slide his feet down the side of the car. I was trying to feel where there was a window or a door handle, sliding down, then letting go and trying to get underwater. Gargan couldn't do it. The force of the current dragged him away, so that he was 25 to 30 yards beyond the car before he got back under control. Gargan stationed Markham at the rear of the car to intercept him as he went by, he said. Paul had all he could do to hold on to the car against the current that was flowing through the channel. He'd been drinking, how much I don't know, but he was capable of going into the water, and on the occasions when I came up for air, he was functioning perfectly well. Gargan continued sliding his feet down the side of the car, trying to duck underwater. After several more attempts, he realized that wasn't going to work. Gargan swam to the front of the car. Working himself down the side, he found an opening he presumed to be a window and passed his body through. Groping around to see if I could touch anything, he said later. You had to operate by feel only. The current forced your eyes closed. The car was full of water. The current was running right through it. There was no air inside the car, Gargan said. There couldn't be. It was completely submerged. Gargan started losing breath. He tried to get out and couldn't. He got stuck inside. Because in turning to feel around, I'd gotten jammed in. Instead of turning again calmly, I kind of pushed myself out fiercely. He felt something sharp rake his arms and chest as he passed out of the car. He came to the top of the water gasping for air and was flung backward by the current. Markham missed him as he went by. Gargan ended 25 yards from the car. Markham swam up and grabbed him. Ted Kennedy had observed the rescue attempts from the bridge, calling out, "Can you see her? Is she in there?" Now, in the wash of the Valiant's headlights, Goggins saw the senator stretched out on the bridge on his back. Hands clasped behind his head, knees drawn up, the senator was looking into the sky, rocking back and forth, repeating, "Oh my God, what am I going to do?" Goggin recovered his breath and swam back to the car. He conceived the idea of trying to open one of the car's doors. He dove straight down. Holding onto the side of the car, he located a door handle and yanked. The door wouldn't budge. Puzzled, because he could move the lock button up and down, Goggin put his knee against the body of the car and pulled. The door wouldn't move. Goggin couldn't understand why he was having such a hard time getting into the car. Being buoyant and tossed around by the current made it difficult for him to gain leverage. Goggin surfaced and sputtered for breath. Markham swam alongside him. "I can't do it," Goggin gasped. "I just can't get into the car." Goggin couldn't fight the current, as swift as any he had ever experienced, he said later. "The water was bad. It was rough. I almost drowned." Goggin and Markham climbed out of the water and got on the bridge. Ted Kennedy was standing in front of the Valiant. His hair was matted and very curly, his trousers clinging wetly to his legs. He asked if there was any way Goggin could think of to get inside the car. Goggin said there wasn't. "I just can't believe this happened," Kennedy said. "Well, what the hell happened?" Goggin said. "He was driving down Dyke Road," Kennedy said. "Before I knew it, I was on the bridge." The car had gone over the side. Water had risen up to his chest. "I thought for sure I was going to drown. I thought that was it. And I just gave up. And the next thing I know, I'd come to the top of the water." He had tried going back into the car to get Mary Jo out, but he couldn't do it. The only thing he could think of was to go back to the cottage to get help, he said. "I don't believe this could happen to me. I don't understand it. I don't know how it could happen." "Well, it has happened," Markham said. "What am I going to do?" Kennedy said. "What can I do?" "There's nothing you can do," Markham said. Goggin got dressed by the side of the car. "I had one thing in mind at the time, and that was to report the accident. I didn't say that when I was dressing, but I was thinking what happened had to be reported immediately. Not in terms of calling the fire department or making another rescue attempt. There was nothing to rescue. The thing was over." Kennedy said, "Okay, take me to Edgartown." Goggin got into the car, not thinking of anything, and the car moved forward. He saw no lights on any of the houses on Dyke Road. They may have been lit, but I didn't notice. Goggin drove slowly to the intersection. There was a discussion, what do we do now, that was done in a sort of half-trance like sleepwalking. We were all stunned. We were all horrified. We were discussing the situation, trying to decide what to do, trying to get the story together prior to reporting the accident. The accident is over. We're reporting the situation now. How was that to be done? Goggin's intended destination was the ferry landing, because that was the location of safety. That's where we could get help to report this thing. In the back seat, Kennedy kept repeating, "Do you believe it, Joe? Do you believe it happened?" "We have got to report this accident immediately," Goggin said. He suggested the senator call his administrative aide, David Burke, then go to the police. I thought he should let the family know what had happened, and because of all these circumstances, let David Burke take care of the details. The family was in various places. We couldn't call all these people at once. Goggin's first consideration was for Rose Kennedy, he said. She was constantly on my mind. I didn't want Mrs. Kennedy to hear about the accident on the radio or TV, or have somebody call her up in the middle of the night to say, "I understand your son has been lost in an accident." She'd heard on the radio that Jack was shot. She heard about Bobby the same way. I wanted to make sure she was told Ted had been in an accident, that he was perfectly all right, and that she had nothing to fear. Markham was interjecting only an occasional, "You're right, Joe," into the discussion. He was in no position of authority with Ted Kennedy. He did not enjoy the level of intimacy with him Goggin did. Paul was really in pain. He wasn't being as forceful as I was about reporting the accident. The senator was silent about his intentions, but it appeared he did not want to report the accident at this time. Kennedy was having alternative ideas about the situation. Why couldn't Mary Jo have been driving the car? Why couldn't she have let him off and driven to the ferry herself and made a wrong turn? Kennedy asked to be brought back to the cottage to establish the story. After a while, he could leave. Kennedy suggested that when he was back at the Shiretown Inn, Gargan could discover the accident and report to police that Mary Jo had been alone in the car. How this was going to be worked out insofar as details were concerned, the senator didn't say. Gargan rejected the idea out of hand. Mary Jo was the only other person who could possibly have been driving the accident car, but neither the senator nor Paul Markham knew her very well, Gargan said later. Nobody had any idea if she could drive a car, or even owned a license. And besides, Gargan reminded Kennedy, you told me you were driving. Gargan doubted he could persuade the girls at the party to allow Mary Jo to take the blame for the accident, or that he could concoct a story to persuade them of the veracity of the senator's alternative version of the accident. The rescue efforts he and Paul Markham had performed had entirely changed the situation, making any revision of the accident out of the question, Gargan explained. We weren't being quiet. There was shouting back and forth. The bridge is a very public place. There was no way of knowing how many people in the area saw or heard us, how many witnesses were going to come forward to say, "Oh, I saw Ted Kennedy at the bridge with 2 other guys and the lights of the car." The senator could be placed at the scene of the accident. Making a false report to the police required a web of lies involving a disparate group of people. In addition, Gargan would be risking his integrity and reputation as a lawyer. Should he be found out, he said, I could lose my ticket, his license to practice law. To drive home the importance of reporting the accident, Gargan invoked the name of Burke Marshall. Because Bobby had said in my presence he was the most capable lawyer he knew. I was advising the senator of this because he had a very serious problem, and it was important to get who, in Bob's opinion, was the best lawyer. That's what I thought Ted needed at the time. Of no less significance, Gargan was calling upon the memory of Robert Kennedy, as a reminder of the responsibility the senator bore as exemplar of those ideals. Gargan said, when we were both boys, Bob spent so much time with Teddy, working on his sailing. But more than that, to tell him, be disciplined, be courageous, meet every challenge with what ability you have. Be prepared for whatever opportunities may come your way. What Burke Marshall would advise, Gargan was certain, was for the senator to do exactly what he was insisting be done. There was constant pressure on my part, saying it over and over, that he had to report the accident at once. The discussion was at a stalemate when Gargan pulled up to the ferry landing, looking across to the Edgartown lighthouse. Boats bobbed in the harbor's waters, but nothing stirred. The channel was smooth as glass. The ferry was moored on the opposite shore, but the dock looked deserted. Gargan had used the public telephone at the landing's ferry house that weekend, but there was no thought to using it now. He said, I was expecting to go to the police station with the senator to report the accident, once we got the story together. The discussion about what had to be done continued in the car. Gargan's sequence was to call David Burke and Burke Marshall, then report the accident to the police. This conversation went around and around. You've got to call these 2 people, and you've got to report this thing immediately. The senator appeared unmoved by Gargan's arguments, his silence an eloquent argument against reporting the accident. The famous Kennedy temper was stirring. Gargan had a short fuse himself. There was an edginess now to his reiteration. I was in complete charge of the situation. I was pushing that sort of thing, saying it over and over, that he had to report the accident. The senator's toleration of Gargan's nagging was wearing thin. Finally, he'd had enough. He said sharply, all right, Joey. I'm tired of listening to you. I'll take care of it. You go back. Don't upset the girls. Don't get them involved. Kennedy bolted from the car, took 3 steps, and dove into the water. Gargan and Markham leaped from the car after him in astonishment. Gargan was more than astonished. He was furious. As Kennedy started swimming away, Gargan said, "I hope he drowns, the son of a bitch." The senator's departure was unexpected. That hadn't been discussed in advance. The senator merely left. Our conversation was cut short. Gargan said. The point was, nothing had been decided. Gargan watched the senator swim beyond the halfway mark in the channel. He wasn't concerned about Kennedy's ability to make it across. The senator's final statement before diving in the water had been reasonably clear, Gargan said. He was going to report the accident, and I was going to take care of the girls. Gargan did exactly what the statement suggested. I got in the car and started driving back to the cottage. En route, Gargan had second thoughts. I wasn't satisfied the thing for the senator to do was to venture alone to Edgartown. I didn't think it was good he was attempting to do what he was doing by himself. To Markham, Gargan said, I think one of us should be with him. We better go back to the ferry slip and I'll swim across. Markham couldn't do it, Gargan realized. His leg was in such bad shape he never would have made it. There was no sign of Ted Kennedy in the water when Gargan returned to the landing. He assumed the senator had made it safely to the other side. Gargan seriously considered swimming to Edgartown, to make sure the senator was going to do what he clearly had said he was going to do. The reason he didn't was, the senator said he was going to take care of it. Since our discussion had been about reporting the accident, I presumed that's what he was going to do, take care of it. Whatever take care of meant. Gargan was the only person on Chappaquiddick who knew the boiler room girls well, he said. I felt I should go back to the party, because I was the best one not to alarm them and to keep them calm at this time. Gargan drove back to the cottage. He did not encounter another car, nor had he seen any vehicle or pedestrian on Dyke Road, or in the 2 round trips to the landing. Chappaquiddick was a vacuum of stifling emptiness, Gargan said. The night was hot. There was no air. There was that deadness. It was after 2:30 a.m. when Gargan returned to the party. The cottage was dark. An outside light had been left on. Crimmins came out of a bedroom, lit a cigarette, and commenced to grumble about being disturbed. Gargan told him, Jack, it's late. Let's get some sleep. The ferry's stopped running. We'll go over in the morning. Gargan observed other guests, lying around in various degrees of a comatose state, trying to sleep. Markham collapsed on the living room studio couch, occupied by Susan Tannenbaum and Esther Newberg. They were not in a very good mood at this point, Markham said later. When Markham kind of slumped back, Newberg told him, Watch out, you're laying on my legs. I'm sorry, Markham said. I'm exhausted. You aren't going to believe what happened. Markham's slurred diction, his alcohol breath, did not encourage further conversation. Newberg got up and went into a bedroom occupied by the Lyons sisters, finding sleeping space on the floor. Gargan was in the room talking to the girls. Mary Ellen Lyons asked him where he'd been. Gargan said, Oh, don't even ask. We've been looking for boats. Lyons recalled. They said they had been down at the ferry landing swimming around, that the senator dove in the water because there was no ferry available for him and he wanted to get back to the other side. Because of his back, they said, they sort of instinctively dove in after him. And where was Mary Jo? One of the girls asked Gargan. Lyons said, He told me she was at the Katama shores, that she had taken the car on the last ferry. Rosemary Keogh had also asked Gargan where the senator and Mary Jo were. She testified later. He said not to worry about it, that Mary Jo and the senator had probably taken the ferry. Hard-pressed to explain his absence from the party and his disheveled appearance, Gargan had to keep the young women at the cottage. Should they return to their motel, they would know Mary Jo was missing and could raise the alarm. And that couldn't be done until the senator reported the accident. Gargan was trying to keep conversation about the accident to a minimum. I did not want to discuss what had happened. My attitude was one of being very negative, explaining nothing. The senator had indicated what he was going to do by his statement before he went into the water. My job was to do exactly what I was doing, which was to stay with the party and wait. Gargan lay down on the floor next to the screen door in the living room, to be the first to know if anybody came to the cottage. He had no idea of what to expect, but he was sure the senator was going to report the accident. "I'm dealing with a guy I have some confidence in," he said later. "If he dives in the water and says I'll take care of it, I may not know exactly what that means, but he's always acted responsibly. He's always been able to go forward with what he said he'd do in the past. So that's the thing to expect, that he's going to work it out. He's going to do what he's supposed to do, whatever that is." Gargan's expectations were based on the confidence I ascribed to him in the past, because I saw him right after Jack's assassination. I saw him after Bobby was killed. He was a man under control, terribly shocked from the loss of his brothers, but still able to function. I knew a confident, tough, disciplined guy who handled a crisis very well. That's the guy who took 3 steps and dove into the water. After an hour passed, Gargan wasn't so sure. He wondered if the senator had managed to report the accident without involving the party at the cottage, but he couldn't imagine how that would be possible. It occurred to him the senator might consult attorney Jack Driscoll at the Shiretown Inn about reporting the accident, he said. In fact, I was hopeful that he would. Gargan was aware of the stirrings of would-be sleepers in the living room behind him. Preoccupied by the death of Mary Jo and the senator's dilemma, he was increasingly apprehensive, unable to sleep. Several hours remained until dawn. Gargan took comfort from the thought that, in daylight, he would be able to figure out what the hell was going on. Markham, too, was suffering a turmoil of doubts about Ted Kennedy's intentions. When the senator dove in the water, neither he nor Gargan was sure what was going to happen, Markham said later. "We hoped Ted was going to report the accident, but we didn't know for sure what he was going to do. We hadn't gotten a real commitment from him, so we were foggy on that point." In pain, unable to sleep, Markham walked out into the sultry darkness. He came back inside to sit in a rocking chair in front of the fireplace. He went outside again, stretching out on the back seat of the Valiant to try to get some sleep. It was dawn when Markham came back into the cottage. Gargan was awake too. There were a lot of people up at this time, around 5 or 5:30, Gargan observed. Nobody slept very well. Gargan was anxious to get to Edgartown as quickly as possible. The first ferry went over at 7:30 a.m. He took Markham and Charles Tretter with him when he left the cottage. Rosemary Keogh and Susan Tannenbaum wanted to go along too. Gargan regarded them as excess baggage, he said. I didn't want to talk to them, have them along or anything. I wanted to get away from them. But he couldn't refuse. Gargan left the Valiant at the landing and took the On Time to Edgartown. As he hurried up Daggett Street to the Shiretown Inn, Gargan made a determination, based on instinct, that the accident hadn't been reported. Gargan and Markham parted company with the others at the bottom of a stairway leading to a second-floor porch. Gargan said, "We'll see you." Rosemary Keogh recalled looking up and seeing Senator Kennedy standing on the porch outside his room. Chapter 14. Ross Richards was walking on North Water Street around 7:15 a.m. when he met Stan Moore. Moore had rented a room at the Harborside Hotel, in which a number of friends were staying. During some horseplay, one of the guests was thrown through a railing of a terrace, landing at the feet of a security guard. Moore and the others had been evicted from the premises, but not before having to pay damages, Moore related. Nobody had any money. We had to take up a collection before they'd let us leave. Moore had been wandering around Edgartown since 5 a.m. Richards and Moore encountered Ted Kennedy in the alley that separated the Shiretown Inn from the Colonial Inn next door. Kennedy joined them to walk back to the second-floor porch. The senator was coming from the inn's small lobby, where he had asked the desk clerk, Mrs. Frances Stewart, to reserve the Boston Globe and the New York Times. He said, "By the way, could I borrow a dime? I seem to have left my wallet upstairs." Mrs. Stewart produced a coin from the desk's cash drawer. Senator Kennedy was freshly shaven, dressed in yachting clothes. He appeared normal in every way when he walked 30 feet to an outside porch and the inn's only public telephone. Kennedy called Helga Wagner, a former German airline stewardess with whom he had established a romantic liaison. Kennedy told her nothing about the accident, Mrs. Wagner said later. He just said something very serious had happened, and I need to have Stephen Smith's number in Spain. He knew I had it because I was on my way to Europe to join Stephen Smith and his wife Jean. Kennedy returned to the desk to give back the dime he'd borrowed. Flustered to be in the presence of a prominent person, Mrs. Stewart impulsively introduced herself. She was surprised how weak the senator's handshake was. Kennedy's skin felt cold and clammy to the touch. Ross Richards went into his room to awaken his wife. He said, "Ted's outside. He wants to see you. Why don't you get up?" A beautiful, slender blonde, Marilyn Richards complained, "Ross, it isn't 8 o'clock yet." When she joined the group on the porch, she observed Ted Kennedy was all dressed up. A quarter-hour of innocuous conversation followed, she recalled. Mostly it was Stan Moore telling us about getting thrown out of the harborside. We were all chatting on the porch when Joey Gargan arrived. Mrs. Richards was surprised at Gargan's appearance. Joey looked awful. His clothes were all wrinkled and his hair was sticking out. Even more startling was the uncharacteristically loud and coarse manner with which Gargan announced his presence, demanding to speak to Ted Kennedy at once. Gargan was very definite about wanting to see him. My directness, my aggressiveness, the sense of urgency I had may have startled him. I more or less ordered him into the room. It was, "I'd like to see you right now. Get in there." In his haste to get to the Shire town, Gargan had worked up a sweat. I was soaking wet because it was a hot, muggy morning, and I was very agitated and eager to find out what the hell was going on. After a sleepless night of mounting anxiety, Gargan's temperature had soared even higher when he'd looked up from the bottom of the stairs to see Ted Kennedy posturing on the porch, chatting unconcernedly with the others, pretending there was nothing wrong. From that tableau, it was clear to Gargan the senator hadn't reported the accident. It was obvious to Markham, too, that nothing had been done. There was no commotion. Markham went to Kennedy's room. The door was locked. The senator had left the key inside. Gargan went to the lobby to fetch another key. Ross Richards asked the senator to join him for breakfast. Kennedy said he couldn't right now, but he might join him later. Gargan returned with a key. Kennedy and Markham followed him to the room and closed the door. "What happened?" Markham said. Kennedy reclined on one of the room's twin beds. He said, "I didn't report it." Markham recalled, "When we got over there and found out he hadn't reported the accident, we almost shit. We couldn't believe he hadn't reported it." "What the fuck is going on?" Gargan exploded. "You were supposed to report the fucking accident." Kennedy had swum the channel. He had slipped into the Shiretown Inn unseen, changed clothes, and established his presence by asking an employee patrolling the premises the time. He had gone to bed and awakened around 7 o'clock. He had betrayed no sign of having been involved in an automobile accident to a number of witnesses. It wasn't too late for the scenario he had proposed to be put into effect. It wouldn't be difficult to convince people he hadn't known about the accident until the next morning. The senator had expected the incident to have been taken care of when Gargan and Markham showed up the next morning, that Gargan would have reported the accident and told the police Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had been driving the accident car. The senator had counted on Gargan to realize, after an hour or so had passed and nobody showed up at the cottage, that he had no choice but to report the accident. It was, after all, the kind of clean-up detail Gargan customarily performed as advance man, a dependency that went back to the Joey'll-fix-it days of their boyhood. So long as there was a chance Gargan would reconsider his objections to the plan, the senator had not reported the accident himself. Gargan was mortified by his sense of the senator's motive for swimming the channel. To force him to follow a course he had made clear in the car he wanted followed, irrespective of Gargan's objections. That the accident had not been reported was bad enough. For the senator to have misrepresented his intentions by subterfuge, saying he was going to report the accident and then not doing so, and start putting an alibi into play, only compounded the tragedy, Gargan said. This thing is worse now than it was before. We've got to do something. We're reporting the accident right now. Kennedy said, I'm going to say that Mary Jo was driving. There's no way you can say that, Gargan said. You can be placed at the scene. Into the room burst Charlie Tretter. Furious at the interruption, Gargan told him, Hey, you, get out of here. Tretter had looked through the room's window and thought the senator had motioned him inside. I thought that in his eyes and in his face there was something wrong, he said later. I thought he was angry or disturbed, but I didn't know whether it was at me for interfering with the conversation or what. When Tretter left, Gargan said, Jesus, we've got to report this thing. Let's go. Kennedy was reluctant to do so, Markham observed. He was still stuck on the idea of having Mary Jo driving the car. The senator wanted to know where there was a telephone he could use. The telephone at the inn was in an inconvenient place. Other telephones in Edgartown were equally public, Gargan knew from years of regatta weekends. There would be 2, 3 people lined up to use them. Time was of the essence in Gargan's view. I was very anxious for the senator to get to a phone and do the things I thought he should do. Then report the accident. Gargan suggested the telephone at the ferry house on the Chappaquiddick landing. Returning to the Shiretown Inn from a coffee shop where they had just breakfasted, Marilyn and Ross Richards passed Gargan, Markham, and the senator on their way to the ferry. They were obviously in a big rush and looked very preoccupied, Marilyn Richards observed. They passed us without a greeting. The senator appeared untroubled on the short ride to Chappaquiddick. He went into the ferry house to call Dave Burke, to alert him to take care of all the details that had to be taken care of, Gargan said, because now, obviously, the story was going to go out. Gargan didn't hear the conversation. That the senator was still reluctant to report the accident was clear to Markham from what he overheard. Markham observed a tow truck's flashing lights bound for Chappaquiddick on board the On Time. He went inside the ferry house to bring the vehicle to Ted's attention, an indication the accident car had been discovered at Dyke Bridge. Gargan had spotted the truck, too. Now it was essential to report the accident, he said. You've got to do what I've been saying right along. Get your ass over there and report it as fast as you can. Gargan suggested Markham accompany the senator to the police station. Under normal circumstances, Gargan would have done it, but he was determined not to be a party to any false report. So long as there was a thread of hope that somebody else could be driving the accident car, the senator would cling to that hope. Gargan didn't want to be placed in the position, if the senator started to lie, of having to contradict him, or be forced to go along with whatever story he was going to tell police. Gargan got into the Valiant parked at the landing to drive to the cottage. On the way, he encountered La Rosa, Crimmins, the Lyons sisters, and Esther Newberg walking on Chappaquiddick Road, heading for the landing. Gargan stopped the car and told them to get in. Looking at Gargan's face, Nance Lyons knew that something was wrong. She said, What's happened? There's been an accident, Gargan said, but he wouldn't say anything else until he had returned to the cottage and the others were seated in the living room. The senator has been in an automobile accident, he said, and we can't find Mary Jo. Gargan refused to answer any questions. I didn't know what had happened, so what I'm telling these people is limited. Gargan ordered Crimmins and La Rosa, get all the stuff together, every bottle, every potato chip. I want this place cleaned up immediately. He would return to pick them up later. Nance Lyons found Mary Jo's handbag under a chair in the living room, she said. Her pocketbook happened to be next to mine, and I took it when I was collecting my own things. Gargan was repeatedly questioned about the accident on the way to the landing. Where was the accident? What had been done about it? Had the Coast Guard been called? Gargan had no details, he said. Can't you do something? Nance Lyons said. Isn't there some way we can have somebody else as driver of the car? That would be impossible, Gargan said. I don't know why you couldn't be driving the car, Lyons said. Can't somebody else take the blame? There's no way we can do that? Of course not, Gargan said. That's absolutely out of the question. It dawned on Gargan. God damn it, Joe. You were smart not to tell anybody about the accident last night, because you would have gotten everybody involved. They would have been making plans to have somebody else drive the car, and God knows what else. The damn thing would have been a total disaster. Nance Lyons persisted. Why can't we have somebody else driving the car? We can't, that's all, Gargan said bluntly, putting an end to the discussion. The senator was driving. Gargan left the girls at the Edgartown dock to take a cab to their motel. He told them to stay calm. He would call later with details. Gargan went to the police station to find out what was going on. The senator and Paul Markham were working on an accident report. Gargan didn't get a chance to talk to them. From the crowd gathered outside Town Hall, he realized this thing was going to be highly investigated. Gargan had some understanding the accident car had been found, but nobody specifically told me we found Mary Jo in the car. At the Shiretown Inn, Gargan suggested Tretter take LaRosa's Mercury to return Rosemary Keogh and Susan Tannenbaum to the Gautama Shores Motel. When the Lyons sisters and Esther Newberg arrived at the motel, they'd gone into Mary Jo Kopechne's room, expecting to find her there. Gargan had used the word tragedy to describe the accident. He hadn't said Mary Jo was dead, only that she was missing. Newberg said, We girls kept hoping Mary Jo had somehow gotten out of the car too, that maybe she was alive and wandering around dazed. Tretter showed up with Keogh and Tannenbaum. He said, One of the girls already there came out of a room and said, There's been an accident. Something's happened to Mary Jo. Rosemary Keogh was told, The senator drove off a bridge and we don't know where Mary Jo is, she recalled later. We said, How could it have happened? Does anybody know anything? And nobody did. Tretter returned to the Shiretown Inn. Gargan told him about the accident. Tretter was shaking his head, muttering, Oh, God, over and over. He said to Gargan, I think you ought to go out and talk to the girls. They're upset. They don't know what to do. Gargan intended to do that anyway. I wanted to get them off the island as soon as possible. How I was going to do that, I wasn't sure. Gargan called the Gautama Shores and talked to Nance Lyons. She asked him if the accident car had been recovered. Gargan said it had. I asked if Mary Jo had been in the car, and he said, Yes, Lyons said later. Gargan was coming to the motel to explain. Gargan showed up around 11 o'clock. The senator's car had gone off Dyke Bridge, he told the girls. The senator had dived repeatedly to rescue Mary Jo. Apparently she was dead. I want you to know, he said, that every single effort possible was made to save her. Gargan didn't mention his own rescue efforts, Tretter recalled. He said the senator had called him and Markham out of the cottage to tell what had happened and asked to be driven to the Edgartown ferry. The senator was distraught. Neither one of them had talked to him. He was just saying, Get me to Edgartown. Get me to Edgartown. Tretter observed a tremendous emotional breakdown of the girls around me, so that for 5 or 10 minutes there was nothing but crying. The girls' reaction was not pleasant, Gargan said. They were highly critical. Some of them were very angry. They had not been told about the accident when he returned to the cottage. Gargan was even more evasive than he had been at the cottage, because now I had the additional problem I didn't have the night before. The senator is at the police station making his report of what happened in the accident. I don't want to say anything to these girls that would compromise whatever statement he was making. Plus, I had very little knowledge about the accident itself, except for Paul and I doing the diving. How much or any of that the senator is going to tell the police, I didn't know. The only thing relevant to the report was how the accident had taken place, how fast the senator was driving, where he was coming from, and where he was going when he got to the bridge, Gargan said, and I had no knowledge of any of that. Having defended automobile accident cases for insurance companies for many years, Gargan was certain Kennedy would be sued. First, I was thinking of this as a civil case, and in addition to that, Manslaughter definitely had to be considered, since Mary Jo had died in an accident. Because it's automatic in Massachusetts when a person is killed in an accident for the prosecutor to bring an action for criminal manslaughter. You've got to have a hearing. Now that I saw the magnitude of the situation, I was even less willing to give the girls any information. My client, so to speak, although he was sort of a semi-client, is now at the police station giving his report. I don't want anything I said at that time to change whatever factual situation he was presenting. I was in no position as a lawyer who had advised the senator to report the accident to discuss the case with anybody, since it had now become a case. Gargan told the girls, "I think what you should do is get off the island as soon as possible. Nobody knows at the moment that any of you are here, so go home and just keep quiet. Don't talk to anybody until we see what develops. That's the best advice I can give you right now." Gargan was trying to be kind. I was thinking of them, basically, getting away from this whole thing. Deputized to take care of the girls, Tretter spent a very uncomfortable hour or so before he was told to remove them from the Katama Shores Motel. Gargan gave the order. He said, "Put them in the car and take them to the ferry. Get them out of here." Gargan returned to the police station. Markham showed him the senator's statement. Gargan sort of perused it. I didn't read it at that time. He was satisfied the senator had admitted being the driver of the accident car. He didn't have to know anything else. Gargan checked out of the Shiretown Inn. He returned to Chappaquiddick to pack up the debris left from the party and pick up La Rosa and Crimmins. He called Steve Gentle to say the cottage was now vacant. Gargan turned up at Edgartown Dock to pay Captain Manuel de Freitas $50 cash for the charter of the boat on Saturday, then rushed off without explaining why the young women would not be observing the races. The fleet of regatta boats was becalmed in the harbor. Gargan sought out John Linehan of the Hyannisport Yacht Club to ask if the committee boat could tow the Victoria back. "Will you do us that favor after the races today? We're all screwed up." The Wiano class event was canceled at 3 o'clock. That was a bad summer, Gargan recalled. The winds were not good all that summer. Gargan spoke briefly with Jack Driscoll at the Shiretown Inn. Driscoll was concerned about rumors he'd heard about an accident involving Ted Kennedy. The senator had not, as Gargan hoped, consulted Driscoll about reporting the accident when he returned to the Shiretown Inn. Gargan couldn't tell Driscoll much, except to confirm an accident had occurred. The senator was driving but had not been injured. When Driscoll asked why the accident had not been reported for 10 hours, Gargan said cryptically, "He didn't take my advice." Marilyn Richards thought the whispers between Driscoll and her husband had started around 1 o'clock. "We weren't asked to the party at Chappaquiddick, but Jack was, and he told us about it. When Ross told me around 3 o'clock what had happened, I was absolutely floored. I wondered what on earth Ted Kennedy had been up to, wanting to chat at that hour of the morning. And he hadn't said one word about the accident. I thought it was all very strange." Gargan telephoned his wife in South Bend, Indiana. He charged the call to the senator's credit card used for advance and scheduling expenses. Others in Kennedy's office carried the card, including Dunn Gifford. Betty Gargan had heard about the accident on the radio. She was saddened and distressed by the news. The party at Chappaquiddick was typical of the kind of campaign get-together she had happily participated in the year before, Gargan observed. It wasn't a scandalous party, but in the light of unfolding events, it was starting to look like one. But given the record of previous Kennedy regatta parties, Gargan had grounds for concern his sentimental reunion for the boiler room could be misinterpreted. Parties held in 1966 and 1967 had been riotous affairs. The 1967 party had left a rental cottage at Katama Beach in shambles. Ted Kennedy's date had reportedly begun an affair with him during the weekend that had continued for over 2 years. Gargan hadn't had much to do with that weekend's festivities, attorney Jack Driscoll having made the rental arrangements. Ray LaRosa's wife was upset when she was told about the accident. LaRosa hadn't known a party was planned when he accepted an invitation to come to Edgartown for the regatta. La Rosa helped load the party's leavings into his Mercury. Then Gargan returned the Valiant to a Hertz agency in Edgartown. La Rosa drove to Vineyard Haven to get a ferry to Woods Hole. Gargan called the senator's house in Hyannisport from the dock. "We're on our way," he said. "We're leaving the island right now." Gargan had accomplished his cleanup detail with his customary dispatch and efficiency. He had left no evidence behind that a party had taken place at the cottage on Chappaquiddick, and all the guests who had attended had escaped the island before Edgartown police even knew they were there. On the ferry to Woods Hole, Jack Crimmins was doubly furious at Gargan for having rented a cottage on Chappaquiddick, given the incident that had occurred there. Gargan conceded Crimmins had a point. The whole problem about reporting the accident was that damn little island, Gargan said later. If the accident had taken place in Edgartown, it would never have shaped up as it did. There would have been communication. We would have all been together. That little spit of water the ferry goes back and forth on is what screwed up the whole situation. The channel was like an obstacle. If it had been a bridge instead of a landing, we could have driven across and been in the center of Edgartown in a matter of 30 seconds, gotten out of the car and walked over to the police station. Only there wasn't any walking over, unless the senator was Jesus Christ and could walk on water. Gargan regretted having rented a cottage on Chappaquiddick. Had he gotten to Edgartown earlier and taken a place on South Beach the way he wanted, the whole thing would never have happened. Gargan unloaded the Mercury at his house in Hyannisport. Then he walked over to the command post on the compound. The councils already in progress there were no more than hand-wringing sessions of commiseration. There were people involved who did not understand the laws of Massachusetts regarding insurance coverage and other things. People who thought that because of this accident, there was going to be millions and millions of dollars of lawsuits, Gargan said. Although others were excited about that, I was not. There wasn't much likelihood of anything in the way of heavy damages coming out of the accident, because it would be impossible to prove pain and suffering on account of the way the accident happened. Gargan wanted no part in the discussion of the accident, or why it hadn't been reported for 10 hours. He'd come to rescue Paul Markham from the post-mortems and take him back to his house as an overnight guest. Friends since they had played football together at Georgetown Prep, and former associates in the U.S. Attorney's Office, Gargan and Markham talked about the accident and what Ted had said about it in his statement. Markham had written out a description of the accident from the senator's dictation. He had corrected errors in grammar, but played no part in the deception the senator had practiced in failing to mention the party at Chappaquiddick, and his claim to have been in shock after the accident. Gargan couldn't make that judgment in the drive to the ferry, he said. Maybe I should have realized the senator was in more serious trouble than I thought. So I missed the boat, and so did Paul. Gargan had no idea what happened after the senator took 3 steps and started swimming. Up to that point, Gargan said, I'm still dealing with a guy I've known for 30 years who's always done what he said he was going to do. The senator had told Markham nothing at the police station regarding his rate of speed or the quantity of alcohol he'd consumed at the party. Gargan couldn't tell how much the senator had to drink, he said. He did not appear to be under the influence, but I don't know whether he was or not. The wrong turn was particularly puzzling. When he saw the senator leave the cottage, the assumption was he was going to the ferry. Where he went, what he did, if he stopped somewhere or did something else, I don't know, Gargan said. He could have changed his mind about getting the ferry. All kinds of things could have happened after he went out the door of the cottage. It's entirely possible he went down that road deliberately to take a swim. But Gargan didn't believe the senator was taking Mary Jo to the beach to make love to her. He said they both had comfortable hotel rooms to go to, so it didn't make sense for him to go down there for that purpose. The senator had not mentioned the rescue attempted by Gargan and Markham at the bridge in his police report. Kennedy told Markham, Look, I don't want you people put in the middle of this thing. I'm not going to involve you. As far as you know, you didn't know anything about the accident. With Markham at the police station, and Gargan putting in 2 appearances there, Arena would have had 2 witnesses available to corroborate the senator's accident report. By not involving them, the senator was guaranteeing Markham and Gargan wouldn't be questioned. Was Kennedy protecting himself from revealing that two lawyers had known about the accident hours before he'd gone to the police, and that those lawyers had repeatedly urged him to report the accident, advice Kennedy refused to follow? While the senator had not said so specifically, the impression Arena was bound to get was that Markham was acting as his attorney at the police station, a presence that might have inhibited his interrogation. As it was, Arena was a police officer of unusual goodwill, accommodating to the point of indulgence in his treatment of the senator, Markham said. The police chief appeared to have accepted the senator's accident report at face value. When Markham last spoke to him, Arena had given no indication he intended to press charges against the senator, and was handling the accident as a routine motor vehicles case. Chapter 15. Shortly after Inspector Herbert Burr came on duty in the radio room at Registry headquarters on Sunday morning, he received a call to see if he could find a license for Edward M. Kennedy. When Burr found no record in the files, he went to the tab room. Here, licenses were key-punched on IBM cards, attached to perforated renewal forms. Upon separation, the license was mailed to operators, the renewal card placed on circulating metal trays before being put in the registry's files. The procedure took from 2 to 6 weeks. When I looked in the trays, there were all yellow renewal cards there, Burr said later. Among them was a license in the name of Edward M. Kennedy, valid until February 22, 1971. Burr had, on other occasions, found licenses that had been in the tab room for some time and hadn't been put in the files, but not for 5 months. Burr couldn't explain the anomaly in the report on the license check he made to Carl Catalano, Chief of Special Investigations. Having received confirmation of a valid license, Inspector George Red Kennedy went to Edgartown Police Station, accompanied by Joseph Grealish. Grealish delivered the license number and expiration date to Arena. Arena completed his citation. He was sending the offender's copy by registered mail to Ted Kennedy at Hyannisport. In doing so, Arena wasn't following standard police procedure. Such tickets were ordinarily delivered in person. That he was seeking to prosecute the senator for leaving the scene of the accident after causing personal injury marked the end of his investigation, Arena told a dozen reporters at the police station. From his examination of the accident scene, Arena was firmly convinced there was no criminal negligence involved. But in the matter of the time period after the accident, there is in my eyes a violation concerning going from the scene, leaving the scene. That the delay lasted 10 hours was not important, Arena said. If he sat in his house for 5 minutes without reporting the accident, he was in violation of the law. Reporters wanted to know if Arena had looked into the possibility the accident was related to drinking at a party prior to Ted Kennedy driving off Dyke Bridge. Having been deceived about the party, Arena had not asked that question of the senator, he said. There was no other physical evidence at the scene that there might have been drinking. I'm not pursuing that line at all. I'm still standing on the fact that there was no negligence involved. I really believe the accident is strictly accidental. Arena had no plans to question those who had attended the party. The only witnesses to Kennedy's conduct on the night of the accident had been Kennedy's friends. In Arena's judgment, none could be expected to contradict his account or say anything to worsen his situation, so he saw no point in questioning them. I'm firmly convinced the senator told me the correct story. He impresses me as a senator and as a man who would tell the truth, Arena said. I think the senator was more than cooperative with me because he released a statement more openly than most citizens might. Most citizens would want to talk with their attorney first. Arena conceded he'd given Kennedy a chance to speak in private with former U.S. Attorney Paul Markham, who accompanied him to the police station. Arena was surprised neither Ted Kennedy nor his representatives had called him to provide more details about the accident. I wouldn't say I was left out in the cold, he said, but I did expect some additional information. So did reporters. Arena was not likely to be the one to provide it. Reporters liked Arena because he was pleasant and accessible, but the consensus was that Arena seemed incapable of hanging a rap on Ted Kennedy more serious than a misdemeanor traffic violation. Nor was he galvanized into action by the mysterious aspects gathering around the accident to do much investigating, appearing more concerned with explaining away any possible wrongdoing on the senator's part. Arena thought the case so wrapped up, he'd even disposed of the original police report. It wasn't in Kennedy's handwriting, so I copied it and threw it away. Weeks later, Carmen Salvador admitted she'd fished the document from a wastebasket to keep as a souvenir. Arena demanded the statement returned. I felt it would be good for my files, because I figured I'm the one guy that's going to get questioned about this thing for the rest of my life. But even after it had been returned, the document proved elusive. The truth is, one page of the damn thing did disappear again, Arena said. I don't know where the hell it went. Arena had to be reminded by reporter Ed Crossetti of the Boston Record-American. Chief, you better talk to Huck Look. Arena had neglected to question the deputy sheriff in the confusion of events on Saturday. Look's comments at Dyke Bridge hadn't seemed critical. Whether the accident occurred at 11:15 p.m., as Kennedy said in his report, or after Look saw the car, didn't make much difference insofar as a leaving the scene charge was concerned. Arena said, the question of time only became an issue after the press picked up inconsistencies in Kennedy's report. A husky man with the high color of the outdoors and a plain-spoken country boy manner, Look was reluctant to retell his story officially for the record, in view of the senator's published account of the accident. Look regretted having blurted out information before he realized its significance. Look had seen a dark car between 12:40 a.m. and 12:45 a.m., Saturday morning, approaching the bend on Chappaquiddick Road at the center of the intersection of Dyke Road. Arena noted, he is positive there was a man driving and that there was someone next to him. He thinks there may have been someone else in the back seat, but he's not sure. The car appeared unsure or lost. Look stopped and started to walk toward the car, but the driver had sped off down Dyke Road. Look's story sounded okay to Arena. The thing that bothered me about it was Huck was so adamant about his time. I did believe he saw this particular thing, but I was between a stone and a hard place because I couldn't disprove Kennedy's time. Look was more closely interrogated by George Killen and Bernie Flynn when the two detectives arrived in Edgartown around noon. Arena hadn't asked for their help. The chief had left the station, telling reporters, "It's my day off. I'm going home to my family." This was more a spectator thing, Flynn explained. George didn't want us involved, but he wanted to know what was going on, because if Denise stepped in, our office would get the case. Flynn and Killen made a formidable pair, at opposite ends of the police spectrum. Taciturn and rigidly principled, Killen was in austere contrast to the good-looking blonde with a fiery temper, as likely to crash through a door as to knock. A tough street cop, Flynn was like a dog in heat when he sank his teeth into an investigation. Killen had taken an instant dislike to the younger man when Flynn joined his office in January 1967, regarding him as an angle player and a wise guy. Flynn had few scruples when it came to beating criminals at their own game. Cape Cod was tame stuff after violent, gritty New Bedford, upon whose mean streets Flynn had worked his way up from patrolman to captain of the uniformed branch. Flynn had cut a considerable law enforcement swath through the economically depressed former Mill City, riddled with municipal corruption. Before moving over to the state police and leaving town, Flynn sent a former mayor to jail for taking payoffs and made a host of enemies, not the least of whom was a prominent physician, with whose wife Flynn had carried on a scandalous love affair. The doctor's political connections reached into the office of Governor John Volpe. Dismissal from the state police or banishment to some remote corner of Massachusetts was in the offing for Flynn, Killen confided to Frank Keating. "George told me the colonel of the state police was going to call Bernie in," Keating said, "and they were going to move him out because of this affair." Unlike Killen, Keating admired Flynn's quick intelligence and dashing style as a police officer, and so it was Keating who warned him of trouble brewing. Flynn used political connections of his own to head off a hearing and retain his plum assignment on Cape Cod. Outstanding detective work on several difficult cases over those 2 years had earned Frank Killen's admiration, then, ultimately, his trust. Killen knew Huck Look as a reliable and responsible court officer from cases he'd prosecuted in Edgartown. Look agreed to accompany the police officers to Chappaquiddick to reenact his encounter with the Kennedy car. Look had worked as a special police officer at the Edgartown Yacht Club Regatta dance from 8 o'clock to 12:30 on Friday night. Brought to Chappaquiddick in the yacht club's launch, Look got into his car parked at the landing and headed home. He had seen the headlights of a car coming toward him near the curve at the intersection. Knowing the road, I slowed down, because there's a sharp corner that people usually will cut too close, Look said. I wanted to make sure I didn't get sideswiped. Look came almost to a complete stop. A black sedan passed in front of his headlights. There was a man driving, a woman in the front seat, and either another person or some clothing, a sweater or a pocketbook in the back seat, what appeared to be a shadow of some kind. The car went off the pavement into the private dirt cemetery road. By this time Look had proceeded around the corner a little bit, he said. I observed in my rearview mirror that the car was parked, and it looked like they were going to back up. I thought they wanted information, that they were lost or something. Look got out of his car and walked toward the other vehicle. He was 25 to 30 feet away when the car started backing up toward him, taillights showing all over the deputy sheriff uniform he was wearing. Look believed the driver must have seen him, as the lights glanced off the badge and whistle on his shirt. He started to call out an offer of help, but the car took off down Dyke Road in a cloud of dust. He observed a Massachusetts registration letter, L, he said, and I did sort of a photostatic thing in my mind that it had 7s in it, at the beginning and the end. Look returned to his car. A short distance from the intersection, he saw 2 women and a man doing a snake dance down the middle of the road, like a conga line. He stopped to ask if they needed a lift. The tall girl of the trio said, "Shove off, buddy, we're not pickups." The man in the group apologized. "Thank you, no," he said. "We're just going over there to our house." Luke mentioned the lost car to his wife when he got home at 1 o'clock. "I figured it was a man and his wife arguing about what direction to go. That's the first thing that came into my mind," he said. "So many visitors come to Edgartown in the summer, you kind of get used to people getting lost." Luke wondered where the car was headed at that time of night. There weren't many places to go on Chappaquiddick once the ferry stopped running. Given without hesitation, guile, or calculation, Luke's story was in clear contradiction of Senator Kennedy's report about the time the accident had occurred, and the wrong turn he said he'd made at the intersection. If it was Kennedy's car, and every indication was that it was, to make a wrong turn, a driver would have to ignore 1. A directional arrow of luminized glass pointing to the left. 2. The banking of the pavement to accommodate the sharp curve. 3. The white line down the center of the road. To accomplish such a maneuver, a driver would also need to slow to a stop to make an abrupt 90-degree turn onto the unmistakable jarring ruts of Dyke Road, a buckboard ride Flynn and Killen endured on their way to take a look at Dyke Bridge. No more than a frail platform standing over Poca Pond. Dyke House was so close to the bridge. "There's no way you could go down that road and not see that house," Flynn observed. "It stuck out like a sore thumb." Diagonally across the road from Dyke House, yet another residence was clearly visible from the road. Flynn counted 2 more houses Senator Kennedy had passed when he'd returned to the cottage, after plunging into the pond. It took Flynn and Killen 23 minutes to walk the 1.2 miles from the bridge to the cottage, a nondescript house of weathered cedar shingles, only 150 yards from the Chappaquiddick Volunteer Fire Station. A red bulb burned over the unlocked door of the cement block fire station. A switch inside tripped a roof-mounted siren. Had the alarm been sounded? I would have been there in 3 minutes, and my volunteers and half the people on the island would have shown up within 15 minutes, Fire Captain Foster Silva said. Silva challenged Flynn and Killen when they came up the flagstone path from a split-rail fence to the property he was guarding from curious reporters and tourists. Watchmen for various summer residents and the trustees of reservations that maintained a wildlife refuge on the eastern shore of Chappaquiddick. Silva had let himself in with a caretaker's key provided by the cottage owner, Sidney Lawrence of Scarsdale, New York. Learning of the accident, Lawrence immediately went to Edgartown and inspected the place on Saturday night. He found it swept clean of any evidence a party had been held there. Lawrence told Silva, "They were real cute about that. I only found 8 empty Coke bottles. Even the trash barrels had been emptied." Silva lived less than 100 yards from the cottage. He had no trouble remembering the party held there on Friday night. He had watched television until 10 p.m. when his dogs started barking. "I went outside with my wife to quiet the dogs and saw 2-3 cars at the Lawrence house," he said. "There was a lot of singing and laughing coming from the house. I would say it was just a normal cocktail party. They were damned loud, though." Silva went to bed around midnight, but couldn't sleep with all the noise the dogs were making because of the party next door. Silva thought the revelers were inconsiderate in not lowering their voices after 11 p.m. "By 1 o'clock, I was pretty well damn fed up with the whole thing. It was a damn farce at that hour of the morning. If they had kept it up any longer, I would have called the police." Silva's son-in-law also described the party as one of those loud, noisy brawls put on by summer people. There was yelling, music, and general sounds of hell-raising. The talk and laughter continued until 1:30 a.m., then quieted down. Silva's wife, Dodie, said, "You could still hear people talking, but the noise level was not so bad. It was still going on when I went to bed at 2:30 a.m. Silva hadn't known Senator Kennedy was at the party until the next morning, when the accident car was hoisted from Poca Pond. His wife recognized the automobile immediately. She'd noticed the car go by the house several times that afternoon, driven by a middle-aged man with gray hair, she said. "I saw the same man driving the car after 9 o'clock in the evening. He was heading towards the ferry." Flynn was surprised at the modesty of a premises hired for a Kennedy party. The living room kitchen was paneled in knotty pine. There was a dining table and 4 chairs, a floor lamp, and a studio couch wrapped in flowered cretonne. A 9x12 Sears and Roebuck carpet filled the living room's entire floor space. A waist-high counter divided the living room from a galley kitchen. Flynn found 4 packages of frozen crab meat, butter, milk, and 3 bags of ice cubes in the refrigerator. A bathroom separated 2 bedrooms, identically furnished with a varnished chest of drawers, a bottle lamp, and mirror. A blanket was rolled at the foot of each twin bed, each so neatly made Flynn wondered that they'd been slept in. Silva pointed out a backyard building. "That's Mrs. Lawrence's studio. She paints there." The studio was locked. Flynn and Killen took a place in the line of automobiles waiting to board the On Time. The ferry was packed with visitors returning from Edgartown's newest tourist attraction. The traffic broke all previous records by more than 100 cars, owner-operator Jared Grant revealed. Grant had taken Senator Kennedy and a man he didn't know to Chappaquiddick around 6:30 p.m., Friday night. He had operated the ferry until 12:45 a.m., when he made his last run to Chappaquiddick. Grant puttered around the boat for another half hour. "The reason I stayed was it was too hot to sleep." He had observed a lot of people in the area on the Edgartown side. Several youths were fishing off the dock. Boats were running back and forth in the harbor, he said. It was a beautiful night, very calm. The water was like glass. Grant closed down at 1:20 a.m. He didn't recall taking Senator Kennedy to Edgartown. "I was dead certain I didn't bring him back until I got to reading the papers. He might have been on, I don't know." The ferry could be summoned at any hour. "We come out for any legitimate reason," Grant said. "It doesn't have to be a case of an accident or injury." Ferryman Dick Hewitt said, "If someone wanted ferry service after midnight, they would call Jared's or my house. The numbers are posted on a sign on either side of the ferry. There was a public telephone inside the ferry house at Chappaquiddick. A bell was attached to the side of the building. What people do is drive up to the ramp and leave their lights on, and we come across to get them. If you walk down, you ring the bell. Hewitt was highly critical of Senator Kennedy's report of the accident. He said, "You tell me, is Kennedy finished? Or are they going to paper this over with $20 bills?" By the time he debarked from the On Time, Flynn had put together a scenario for the accident. "I figure we got a drunk driver, Ted Kennedy. He's with this girl, and he has it in his mind to go down to the beach and make love to her. He's probably driving too fast, and he misses the curve and goes into Cemetery Road. He's backing out when he sees this guy in uniform coming toward him. That's panic for the average driver who's been drinking. But here's a United States senator about to get tagged for driving under. He doesn't want to get caught with a girl in his car on a deserted road late at night and driving drunk on top of it. In his mind, the most important thing is to get away from the situation. He doesn't wait around. He takes off down the road. He's probably looking in the rearview mirror to see if this cop is following him. He doesn't even see the fucking bridge, and bingo, he goes off. He gets out of the car, she doesn't. The poor son of a bitch doesn't know what to do. He's thinking, I want to get back to my house, to my friends, which is a common reaction. There are houses on Dyke Road he could have gone to report the accident, but he doesn't want to, because it's the same situation he was trying to get away from at the corner, which turned out to be minor compared to what happened later. Now there's been an accident, and the girl's probably dead. All the more reason not to go banging on somebody's door in the middle of the night and admit what he was doing. He doesn't want to reveal himself. The crowning irony was, Teddy Kennedy was running from nothing, Flynn said. Huck Look couldn't have made an arrest even if he wanted to. He didn't have the authority. You're only a special police officer at the place you're assigned. Kennedy doesn't know that. All he knows is some guy in uniform is coming after him. And the funny part about it was, Huck is only trying to help him find his direction. Chapter 16. Killen didn't mention Flynn's theory when he reported to Edmund Denise what his informal investigation of the accident had revealed. Killen had talked to the district attorney that morning. Denise was questioning Dr. Mill's diagnosis of death by accidental drowning and wondered about an autopsy. Mills was satisfied with the cause of death, Killen said. The issue was moot anyway. The accident victim had left Martha's Vineyard at 9:30 a.m. But Killen hadn't bothered to check with Undertaker Eugene Fry. As it was, the body of Mary Jo Kopechne was in a garage section of the Edgartown airport. Dunn Gifford was waiting to serve as escort. So far, neither a plane nor permission to take off had materialized. Gifford was concerned the delay was due to a hold for autopsy placed on the body by authorities. Fry assured him there was no such order. Poor visibility made it impossible for a single-engine aircraft to make the flight. Fry had given permission for a twin-engine plane to be used instead. Then, an oil failure necessitated finding another aircraft. The plane did not leave Edgartown until 12:30 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. Gifford had never met the Kopechnes. I just wanted to help them in any way, he said. David Burke was announced in charge of funeral arrangements, but when Gifford arrived in Wilkes Barre, he learned Mr. Kopechne had already spoken to Mr. Keelty and made the arrangements. The senator paid for flying the body to Pennsylvania, but the Kopechnes refused repeated offers by the Kennedy family to pay for the funeral. The money they had put aside for their daughter's wedding, Joseph Kopechne said, we are using instead for her funeral. The Kopechnes had moved when Mary Jo was a year old, but decided to have her buried in Plymouth, because this is where her roots are. The medical examiner's report that Mary Jo had drowned had been accepted without qualification. Her death was an unavoidable accident. Senator Kennedy telephoned on Sunday afternoon, Kopechne revealed. He said he wished he had died in the accident instead of Mary Jo. Senator Kennedy also called Dr. Robert Watt to say he was feeling better and did not require him to make a house call. The senator would remain under his care for a period of time, Watt said. We are playing it by ear. Kennedy was reported despondent, in seclusion, refusing to be drawn out about the accident during meetings with his staff and advisers with regard to the complaint Arena was seeking in the case. In Gargan's view, there was no prosecutable charge against Ted Kennedy for leaving the scene. All the law said you had to do is make known you've had an accident causing more than $200 damage or that has injured somebody. It doesn't say report it to the police, the fire department, or anyone else. All it says is you are to report it. The senator had not left the scene without reporting the accident, because he made it known to me and Paul Markham that he was the driver of an automobile that, as far as he knew, had seriously injured a girl who was in the vehicle with him, and brought us to the scene to make a serious rescue effort, Gargan said. In addition to having reported the accident to 2 persons, we happened to be 2 lawyers, so that was frosting on the cake. That was so much better to report to, because we were officers of the court, and that forfeited the state's case. It would be very difficult to prove leaving the scene under those circumstances, Gargan said. Whether he should have taken quicker action to rescue the girl, or all of those other factors, that's a different question. Gargan had known cases of death resulting from automobile accidents which had been prosecuted for manslaughter. That was quite common. There was nothing exceptional about it. That didn't mean a lot of times the person wasn't acquitted, but you had to go through a trial. Gargan had defended hundreds of automobile cases, some involving serious injury and sometimes death. Once, a school teacher killed a child in the street. No drinking involved or anything like that. A perfectly nice man with 5 children who was being torn apart because he is on trial for manslaughter. Despite his wide experience with accident cases, Gargan didn't think he was the best lawyer to advise Ted Kennedy, because I was involved and therefore not objective. Gargan suggested the senator get a lawyer knowledgeable about such matters. As respected for his legal ability as Edward Hannafy was, he was no lawyer for this kind of case either. The best available lawyer in Gargan's opinion was Dave Kelly, of his former law firm, Badger, Parrish, Sullivan and Frederick, whose principal business was defending insurance companies. Kelly was a tough trial lawyer. He could care less who Ted Kennedy was, Gargan said. He'd keep his eye on the facts, irrespective of the press or the people on Ted's staff giving him totally unwarranted advice and only confusing things. Gargan considered this an automobile accident case that should be handled like one, he said later. Unfortunately, a good friend of mine got killed, which made it much more serious an accident. But the only thing that made it different from an ordinary accident was that Ted Kennedy was involved. Granted, he was a United States Senator and also a Kennedy. But the facts of the case, the incident itself, was just an automobile accident. I never lost sight of that fact, as I think some others did. Though Gargan gave what he thought was the best advice, Ted didn't have to take that advice, and neither did anybody else, he said. As a matter of fact, they didn't take my advice in several respects. He wasn't being allowed very close to the situation, or to some conferees at the compound. Gargan was a pariah, as responsible for the incident as Senator Kennedy. I don't know about blaming me for the accident and not reporting it, Gargan said, but some staff members, would-be friends and others, did try to indicate blame for me having the party, the location of it, and other arrangements that led up to this disaster. That I had put the senator in the middle of this situation, which I resented a great deal. They were saying, if it weren't for that damn Joey Gargan who wanted to have his party for the boiler room, this never would have happened. And they knew that wasn't so. We'd been going to Edgartown regattas and having parties for years and years. This was nothing new. Except that the girls from Bobby's campaign were being entertained by me and the senator. It wasn't just my party, sort of to placate Joey. It was something everybody wanted to do. The senator had fully participated in these plans. If Gargan could eventually blame himself for anything, it was when he returned to the landing with Paul Markham the second time and didn't swim across. He said, If I had dove into the water and followed the senator to Edgartown, things would have turned out differently. I didn't do that. The judgment I made at that time was a mistake. Among the advisors at the compound, Gargan found a measure of sympathy from Burke Marshall. He said, "You've got no reason to hang your head, Joe." Gargan wasn't sure if Marshall had been told about his rescue efforts at Dyke Bridge. It was apparent, however, Marshall had not been apprised of the scenario the senator had proposed, the one underlying the long delay in reporting the accident. Groping for a rationale to explain the lapse of 10 hours, Marshall said, "That night, in that situation, I think Ted Kennedy might very well have functioned so that the people with him, particularly if they weren't strong-minded people, would think he knew exactly what he was doing." That was a dead giveaway. The senator wasn't leveling with his own advisors and was sticking with his police report, attributing his failure to notify authorities to shock. Had Marshall been told the truth, Gargan suspected he wouldn't have wanted anything to do with the case. There was no question Dave Burke knew about the senator's reluctance to report the accident up to the time he'd spoken with him from the Chappaquiddick ferry house. It was Burke who at that late hour persuaded Ted Kennedy to go to the Edgartown police. Burke encountered Gargan coming off the private beach at the compound where he'd gone swimming. Burke suggested Gargan photograph the deep scratches on his chest and upper arms as evidence of the rescue effort he'd made at Dyke Bridge. Gargan dismissed the idea out of hand. "As far as I was concerned, I was just a witness to a certain aspect of the accident," he said. "My injuries had no bearing on the case at all." Edward Hannafy set Gargan straight on exactly what bearing he would have on the matter. Because he was representing Ted Kennedy, Hannafy couldn't talk to him about the case, suggesting Gargan discuss the accident with a lawyer. Hannafy told Paul Markham the same thing. "You people are going to be highly criticized," he said. "I think you ought to protect yourselves." Since they had risked their lives to get Mary Jo out of the car, Gargan wasn't sure what it was they could be criticized for, he said. Hannafy recognized that as lawyers, Paul and I might feel we could represent our own interests. He thought we should get some objective outside advice. Gargan failed to recognize the difficult position he and Markham were in, until Hannafy told him Ted Kennedy considered he'd have a lawyer-client relationship with them. Whatever advice they had given him after the accident, the senator didn't want disclosed to anyone. Kennedy was invoking privileged communication to prevent Gargan and Markham from revealing what had happened on Chappaquiddick after the accident. Gargan supposed a quasi-case could be made that he had advised the senator as a lawyer to report the accident. There was no question Gargan had done that, in the car, at the landing, and at the Shiretown Inn the next morning. According to the Code of Ethics drawn up by the American Bar Association, and adopted by most state boards, attorneys could not counsel or assist clients to take an action the lawyer knows to be illegal or fraudulent. And assist is exactly what Gargan would have done had he gone along with Kennedy's plan. By failing to report the accident, the senator had made of Gargan and Markham unwitting accomplices in his effort to conceal it from police for more than 9 hours, involving them in a net of intrigue so as to avoid his own responsibility for the death of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Now, he was invoking lawyer-client privilege to prevent them from telling anybody what they knew. Paul Markham was offended by the suggestion he'd acted as the senator's attorney. He had hardly participated in the discussion in the car and at the ferry landing at all, merely seconding Gargan's reiterated insistence the accident be reported immediately. Markham confided to his law partner, Edward Harrington. Ted wasn't looking for legal advice from anybody at the time. The senator had ordered them not to do anything, not even tell the people back at the cottage the accident had happened. What had really blown Markham's mind the next morning was that Ted Kennedy hadn't reported the accident, and was still insisting on not reporting it. Markham's advice had not been sought at the police station. The senator had participated in lengthy telephone conferences with his staff in Washington while composing his statement. Gargan recognized the convention of advisors at the compound was single-minded. They were only concerned about protecting the senator. They didn't care about protecting Paul Markham, Joe Gargan, the girls or other fellows at the party, or anybody else. They let us fend for ourselves. Gargan had made up his mind years before, if he ever got into any trouble of a personal nature, I would go to Joe Donahue. I'd known him since I was a child. He was a great friend of my father's. I had a high degree of respect for his ability. There weren't many kinds of cases he hadn't tried. At that time, not feeling that I would need a lawyer at all, I thought I would chat with him about the accident. The famous Jiggs Donahue of Lowell was a legend in the Massachusetts bar, a widely admired criminal lawyer. Donahue agreed to meet Gargan the next day, Monday. Despite Hanafy's warning, Gargan feared no liability for the part he'd played in the accident. In fact, I was rather proud of myself for what I had done under those particular circumstances. Neither the press nor anyone else had gotten the information as yet that Paul and I had made a serious rescue effort, had done the diving in the water and all those things. So I was feeling that whatever happened, I would be exonerated of any blame. The scale of the disaster was brought home to Gargan when he made his way out of the compound, past a swarm of reporters at the police rope-off on Scudder Avenue. Gargan recognized Sylvia Wright of Life magazine and Joe Mobat of the Associated Press, reporters who had been on trips Gargan had advanced that spring for Senator Kennedy. But other members of the press paid him no attention. I'd passed them by and they never asked a question. I was never approached for a statement, Gargan said, simply because I don't think they knew who I was. But reporters were concentrating their expectations on the release of a statement of further clarification about the accident from Senator Kennedy. The compound was filling up with advisors, but nothing was coming out. A telegram sent by Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield to Ted Kennedy, delivered to the compound on Sunday afternoon, was immediately leaked to reporters. Deeply shocked and disturbed over tragedy which occurred over weekend. What happened to you could have happened to any one of us. You have our full confidence, and if in any way I can be of assistance, please let me know. Mansfield didn't think the accident had damaged Kennedy's political career at all. After all, senators are human beings too. It's just one of those things that could happen. I'm sure the police chief is aware of all the facts, and I don't think it will affect the senator in any way. Kennedy's efforts to dive in search of Mary Jo Kopechne supported his report he was dazed after the accident, Mansfield said. He's been going around with a back brace for several years since he was almost killed in an airplane accident. It would have been directly against his doctor's orders to dive into the water. This could have contributed to his exhaustion and shock. It's quite understandable that Senator Kennedy could have been stunned and might not have known what he was doing for several hours after the accident. Mansfield hadn't talked to Senator Kennedy, only his staff. Obviously, Mansfield had been prevailed upon to issue a sweeping and unqualified public endorsement of the senator's version of the accident. Others in Washington were not so indulgent. Concern was being privately expressed the accident could damage Kennedy's career if he didn't disclose more information than his report to police. Aides in the senator's office declined to answer questions about the senator's movements after the accident. Dick Drain had no details about the incident, he said. Drain refused to provide a guest list of at least 20 people who had attended the party. Ethel Kennedy released a statement from Hyannisport. Mary Jo was a sweet, wonderful girl. She worked for Bobby for years, and she was in the boiler room, the phone room used for delegate counts during the campaign. Only the great ones worked there, and she was just terrific, she said. She often came out to the house, and she was the one who stayed up all night typing Bobby's speech on Vietnam. She was a wonderful person. The statement provoked ripples of derision from information-starved reporters at the barricade. Ethel had not acknowledged an accident had occurred, mentioned that Mary Jo had been killed, or that her brother-in-law was driving the accident car. The statement was patronizing as hell, in one reporter's opinion. Typing was the operative word to signify Mary Jo had been devoted in service to the Kennedys. All that was required to account for her death, apparently, was a posthumous pat on the head. The situation didn't lend itself to smug tributes to former employees. In the opinion of this female reporter, no amount of public relations was going to get around the fact that Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had died in Ted Kennedy's car, and he had taken 10 hours to tell police about it. The Kennedys had had their share of troubles, but tragedy was not their exclusive province. And this tragedy more properly belonged to the Chappaquiddick family. Ted Kennedy had survived the accident. Mary Jo Chappaquiddick hadn't. More significantly, such patronizing effusions reflected an evasiveness to confront the issue of the accident head-on, and the confusion of purpose inside the compound. The Kennedy apparatus, so skilled at manipulating the media, was losing its sure and practiced grip on the press, which had played so large a part in their political ascendancy. With a legion of friendly reporters only too happy to tell Ted's side of the incident, if provided the information to do so, the silence within the compound was all the more baffling. A list of questions about the accident sent by the New York Times through an intermediary inside the compound received no response. Security police were used to relay word to reporters that Senator Kennedy had nothing further to say about the death of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Speculation about the accident multiplied as a result of the blackout, prompting reportorial mutterings of discontent. First newspaper accounts of the accident had been nearly uniformly sympathetic. The Boston Globe published 10 stories about the accident, pushing the Apollo moonshot to the bottom of page 1. Our coverage was justified. Managing editor Ian Menzies said, "The Kennedys are one of the most important families in history." The Globe described the senator as the only surviving brother in a family pursued by tragedy. The same mournful tone echoed in a New York Times reference to the doom-haunted Kennedy family. Curiously, the Times failed to acknowledge the major contributions made to its coverage by James Reston. Returning a rental car to a garage in Falmouth, Reston was asked by owner Alvin Nickerson, "What's going on over in Edgartown?" Reston replied, "I'd love to tell the story, but they won't let me." Other Timesmen had since arrived to cover the accident. The Times published the lousy picture of Ted Kennedy taken by Harvey Ewing. Unsatisfactory as it was to Ewing, the photograph captured the senator in mid-stride, looking fit and trim, graphic evidence that, at approximately 9:45 a.m. Saturday morning, he had been neither in a state of exhaustion nor shock, nor appeared to have suffered any significant injury as a result of the accident. As a humid, overcast Sunday afternoon rolled around, reporters at the barricade had nothing to do but monitor the occasional automobile allowed past the roadblock. When it started raining, most reporters abandoned their posts. A hard core were huddled under umbrellas when a boy ran across Scudder Avenue calling out, "They've just landed on the moon!" But the accident at Chappaquiddick was casting a shadow over an event that was to have been one of great personal pride for Senator Kennedy, the Globe reported. Instead, he was being forced by tragedy and controversy to remain cloistered in Hyannisport, reported by aides under a doctor's care. It was John F. Kennedy who had launched the program to put an American on the moon before the decade ended. In anticipation of the triumph that would attach to the Kennedy legacy when the Apollo mission fulfilled that dream, television networks had prepared advanced interviews with Ted Kennedy. Only ABC intended to show the program as scheduled. "It's strictly on the subject of the moon landing," a spokesman said. "It has nothing to do with the incident at Martha's Vineyard." Senator Kennedy spent the better part of Sunday with members of his staff, preparing a formal statement to the press about the accident. But at the last minute, a decision was made to withhold comment. By the time Don Gifford got back to Cape Cod from Pennsylvania and saw Ted Kennedy, he was in a state of mind I'd never quite seen him in before. Down, but determined. He wanted to make a statement, go to court, and get the whole goddamn thing settled right then. Chapter 17. Jimmy Smith spent Sunday watching the moon landing on television, reading newspaper accounts of the Kennedy accident, and reflecting on his invitation to the now famous cookout at Chappaquiddick. On Wednesday, July 16th, Joe Gargan had come to Falmouth. Smith had taken him around to meet local builders and developers, with a view to Gargan's new position as vice president of the Merchants' Bank in Hyannis. During lunch at the Coonamessett Inn, Gargan mentioned he was sailing the Victoria to Edgartown the following day. A cookout was planned for the girls who had worked Robert Kennedy's boiler room, he said. If you're in Edgartown for the regatta, drop in and see us. The invitation was given in the spirit of having something to eat after the races, with the same old crowd that had something in common, Smith recalled. A lot of people who held Bobby in high regard suffered a personal crisis when he was killed. There was an awful sense of loss. So these gatherings were a chance for people who'd had a similar experience to get together, like a reunion of guys that had been in battle. Smith declined the invitation. Saturday, July 19th was his wedding anniversary. He was taking his wife out to dinner. Besides, Smith knew only one of the boiler room girls. Her name was Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Now, reading about the Kennedy secretary killed in the accident, the remembrance of the girl added to his sense of pain. As a campaign coordinator for Allegheny County in western Pennsylvania in 1968, Smith had maintained daily telephone contact with Robert Kennedy for President headquarters in Washington, where a half-dozen young women compiled delegate intelligence in black loose-leaf notebooks of the states. Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had been in charge of Pennsylvania. Smith had talked to her almost every day. To refer to her as a secretary, however, was to misinterpret the work of the boiler room. The importance of that work was, in fact, the subject of a memorandum Smith had received from Paul Kirk, aide to Kenneth O'Donnell in the campaign. Memorandum from Paul Kirk. REF. Delegate reports to Ken O'Donnell from Illinois, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut. As we well know, the above states have been described in the press as the crucial battleground for the August Convention. Although fully aware that there is varying leadership control of the delegations in each of the above states, we are nevertheless attempting to compile information on each of the delegates or potential delegates to be elected or chosen. To help us initially in this effort, we would like to get, as soon as possible, the following kinds of information on each of the delegates on the attached list, with whom you may be familiar: phone numbers, age, occupation, marital status, at-large district delegate, what district or alternate, full vote or fraction vote, public official, what office, candidate, if so, for what office and against whom, whether a delegate in 1964 or 1960, present voting tendency, feelings about RFK, what or who will most influence his vote, what advice or suggestions you can submit to the candidate or to us to assist you in influencing his vote, what progress has been made by you or your people in your respective states on each delegate. Any other comments? This list of names and any pertinent information can be updated to us by daily memo or at your convenience, but we do ask that we hear from you or your representatives by Friday of each week. Care of Kennedy for President Headquarters, 6th floor, 2000 L Street, Washington, D.C. Some of the principals in the Washington headquarters may have further helpful information on the delegates in your state, which we will communicate to you as soon as possible, so that you may follow it up. Kindly let us know where you can be reached by phone if you change your location. All of the above information should be submitted to us or to the girls in the boiler room who are maintaining the delegate files. They, in turn, will keep us informed. No mere file clerk of intelligence on delegates, Mary Jo had directed Smith's attention to potential volunteers to assist him on his fieldwork. In Smith's opinion, Mary Jo and the others brought to their work a precision and shrewd judgment that marked them as politically savvy, not mere secretaries. Mary Jo recommended a Vietnam veteran and freelance writer who knows 2 delegates who could be picked off, and the president of a small company in Erie, Pennsylvania, who had worked for JFK in 1960. She said, "I checked, and this is true. He was a delegate at large and Democratic committee chairman. Worth looking into." In addition, the boiler room was the conduit for policy statements composed by media control managers of the campaign, to be planted in newspapers. On April 26, 1968, Smith had been advised, as major a figure as possible in each state should say whatever best suits him regarding Kennedy versus Humphrey, with the following suggestions. 1. Humphrey had time after Johnson's withdrawal to enter primaries in California and South Dakota like Kennedy and McCarthy, but waited until filing deadlines passed to avoid submitting his candidacy and his administration's record in Vietnam to the people. 2. Now a gang-up to stop Kennedy is underway, combining Southern governors from Maddox to Connolly with George Meany, whose organizers are totally blanketing the country, high-pressuring political and labor leaders to support Humphrey, and enlisting both the special interest lobbies from Wall Street to oil and the major Republican newspapers. But the people are with Kennedy, and they are fed up with this kind of power politics and propaganda. 3. By supporting the candidate of the status quo which Nixon is attacking, by picking him in the back room instead of the primaries, and by trying to label Kennedy ruthless because he is tough-minded and determined, or too young because he has energy and drive. This unholy alliance is playing right into Nixon's hands. The people want leadership, not labels, and they want Kennedy, not Humphrey. I called this into all my coordinators, Mary Jo told Smith. It is suggested that they use whichever one they felt best for their state, or not use any at all. Increasingly, newspaper accounts of the party at Chappaquiddick probed deeper into the accident. The assumption that drinking had taken place at the party, combined with the 10-hour delay in the report of the accident, made Smith anxious to gauge Edmund Denise's thinking. Smith was particularly concerned about a rule in the district attorney's office dealing with motor vehicle fatalities. Because drinking has a capacity to impair driving and has become the cause of 75% of fatal crashes, Denise had directed police chiefs in his district to charge with manslaughter all defendants accused of operating under the influence of liquor when such operation resulted in the death of another person. District court judges were to bind over to Superior Court all matters accompanying such complaints if probable cause was found. No complaint of driving under the influence was to be dismissed by a prosecutor or police officer, except by a judge. Assistants in the district attorney's office had reduced the policy to a formula called 3D, drunk driving plus death equals DA. Denise prosecuted such cases. When Smith called New Bedford on Sunday afternoon, he reached Denise's mother, with whom the bachelor district attorney lived. Mrs. Denise was praying for Rose Kennedy, she said. That poor woman. My heart goes out to her. She's been through so much. However, Mrs. Denise found the silence from the Kennedy compound about the accident puzzling. Why don't they just come out and tell the truth? To Smith, Mrs. Denise confided the results of a blood alcohol test, telephoned to her son by state police chemists in Boston. The results showed Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had been drunk at the time of her death. The report escalated Smith's concern about the senator's possible liability in the case. He said later, it was common knowledge that Teddy Kennedy had suffered a bad depression over what had happened to Bobby. Everybody was worried about his mental health. It was also common knowledge that Ted Kennedy was drinking more than it was wise for him to do on public occasions. Smith had worked himself into such a state of anxiety by the time Denise called him back. He launched a furious defense of Ted Kennedy's delay in reporting the accident even before the district attorney could say anything. Don't forget, the guy got hit on the head. He's got a bad back, so he was in some pain. If he laid low for a while and said, "My God, again," meaning another disaster, put yourself in his place. Everyone in the United States had been affected by the deaths of John and Robert Kennedy, Smith said. How would it be if they were both your brothers? And having your father upstairs not right? I just think the guy's been through so much. I feel sorry for him, Denise said. He dismissed newspaper accounts beginning to question gaps in the senator's report of the accident. What's all this business about a conflicting statement? That's nothing. Never mind the press. Never mind being president. Let's save him. Denise outlined what would happen in the case. A complaint by Edgartown police would be issued on leaving the scene, and a trial scheduled at Kennedy's convenience. The registry inspector handling the case would file a report. More than likely, the registry would lift Ted's license for 6 months. Denise said, "It's a local matter anyway, a motor vehicles case." Denise didn't sound entirely convinced of that himself. He had more on his mind than expressing sympathy to a Kennedy partisan on his staff. "You get a hold of Ted Kennedy," Denise said. "You tell him I'm not going to prosecute him. I want to stay out of it." Denise had a message he wished Smith to deliver. "From me through you to Ted and nobody else," he said. "I won't touch this case unless Ted wants me to." Chapter 18. Smith had a list of telephone numbers for the compound. He dialed Ted Kennedy's house in Hyannisport. He said, "It's Jimmy Smith of Falmouth, a personal friend. I'm also assistant district attorney. I have something important to tell the senator." Smith was told Ted Kennedy was not available. "I impress upon you the importance of this call," Smith said. "It's urgent that I talk to Senator Kennedy." "He's not available," a male voice insisted, identifying himself as a member of the staff. Smith's temper flashed. "Do you have a name?" The telephone was abruptly clicked off. Smith was outraged. It was a real bang-down. I thought, to hell with them. I never kissed a politician's ass in my life. Smith thought it over. In my heart, I wanted to help Ted Kennedy. And if Eddie Denise thought enough of me to ask that I deliver an important message, I wanted to make sure I did. Smith then called Kenneth O'Donnell, telling him of his conversation with Denise. Denise was understanding and concerned. His whole reaction to the accident was sympathetic, not hostile. Denise was not out to hurt Ted Kennedy. But as district attorney, he had an official duty to perform. He wanted the senator to know no dirty politics was going to be involved, because of the doubts there might be about him on account of his reputation for being a capricious wild man. If the fear of prosecution could be relieved in the minds of people at the compound giving the senator advice, it could change how the situation was being handled. Smith said, "Denise just wants Teddy Kennedy to know he has nothing to fear from him. That's all." "Tell him," O'Donnell said cryptically. "I just got off the phone. They won't let me talk to him," Smith said. "I can't get through to the guy." "Stay here," O'Donnell ordered. "I'll get back to you." But Smith didn't hear from O'Donnell. Instead, he got a call from Ben Smith, John Kennedy's former Harvard roommate. Named to fill the Senate seat vacated by Kennedy's election as president, Smith had relinquished the office in favor of Ted Kennedy's candidacy. "Ben's for the family," Ted said at the time. Long active in Kennedy campaigns, Ben Smith said, "Let's do all we can to help Teddy. Never mind Kenneth's attitude. He's waiting to be called. He's not volunteering." Jimmy Smith didn't have to be told O'Donnell had been too proud to call the compound and asked Ben Smith to do it. And Ben Smith hadn't been able to get through either. Denise wanted his message delivered personally, didn't he? Ben Smith suggested, "Why don't you go over there?" "How can I drive to Hyannisport?" Smith protested. "The eyes of the world are trained on the place. I'm assistant district attorney. How would that look?" Ben Smith said, "You could park up by the golf club and walk over that way." "Jesus, Ben, can you just see me climbing the wall with 10 guys taking my picture?" Ben Smith agreed that wasn't such a good idea. Neither Kenneth O'Donnell nor Ben Smith were going to clear the barriers keeping outsiders at bay, Smith realized. The people he had contacted were a different faction. The nuts and bolts campaign guys, the workers. Never mind the glamour stuff like the star volunteers, assembling at Hyannisport offering advice, Smith said. It was like the jealousy of the court, like the guys that protect the potentate. Nobody else was going to get a chance to help. You couldn't get through. Smith had one more high Irish connection to the Kennedy political apparatus left. A former Marine captain who'd won the Silver Star. John Nolan had given Smith his marching orders when he ran the scheduling for Jack Kennedy in 1960. Nolan held the same position for Robert Kennedy's presidential campaign. Nolan was out sailing when Smith called him in Maryland. Smith made no mention of the Denise message when Nolan called him back. John was such a straight arrow. I was in awe of him. I would never want to put myself in a position where I was conveying any impropriety to him, Smith said. I wasn't talking about a fix or anything like that. It was a situation where I wanted to be true to my job and help Teddy Kennedy, too. Smith had to talk to them over at the compound. How could he get through to these people? He knew Edgartown like the back of his hand. He knew all the people involved, he said. I'm in a position where I can help with this thing. Nolan was reluctant to jump in. He thought Ken O'Donnell could handle it. Kenneth's not in it, Smith said. They're ignoring him. I don't think they know what they're doing over there. That's why I called you. Somebody better talk to them. Somebody's got to alert them that it's way off track. The moon landing was taking a lot of attention away from the accident, but that isn't going to save him. Smith had despaired of penetrating the compound when he received a call from Burke Marshall. Smith recognized they had some kind of a brain trust going on over there, and they needed local information. Who were they going to call? They called me. Marshall asked Smith to recommend a lawyer in Edgartown to represent Ted Kennedy. Smith ran down the list of attorneys on Martha's Vineyard. He recommended Dick McCarran. Smith had gone to law school with him. While it was always a good idea to have a local lawyer defend a case on his home ground, Smith said, why go to trial? The senator was only going to be charged with leaving the scene after causing personal injury. That's no big deal. The insurance should cover any civil liability. There were many options available. Why don't you plead him? Smith said. Why don't you plead Nolo? How do you plead Nolo? Marshall said. Smith was astonished. Maybe it was just a quick thing on his part, but that's what he said. How do you plead Nolo? Nolo contendere, I am willing to contend, or no contest, was a common plea in Massachusetts courtrooms. The advantage of the plea in a motor vehicles case was, you might not lose your license if there isn't a guilty finding, Smith said. Clearly, Marshall had no idea how to defend the case. Smith outlined the applicable motor vehicle statutes. Arena had blown any driving to endanger or involuntary manslaughter charges by saying there was no evidence of negligence in the accident. You can't very well contradict the police officer in charge of the case. Smith had tried to call Ted Kennedy personally, but hadn't been able to get through with a message from District Attorney Edmund Denise, he said. Marshall cut him off. They would be in touch as soon as they reached a lawyer. They weren't going to deal directly with the district attorney's office. Smith was stung. This message was coming through loud and clear. They didn't trust Denise. Not Teddy Kennedy, but the people around him. Advisors at the compound were only adding layers between themselves and the situation, a serious miscalculation in Smith's opinion. The case was being handled by people who knew nothing about Massachusetts law or the local personalities involved. You didn't go over everybody's head on a thing like this. You had to deal with the case on the level it was on. Denise had a job to do. He was the guy you dealt with. You don't ignore him. The lineup of big names reported at the compound giving advice made it look like a gang-up of special privilege. Inviting all those people to advise on a motor vehicle accident case made it look like Teddy Kennedy was in more serious trouble than he was, Smith said later. The conferences at the compound were distorting the whole weight of the case. This was nothing that needed to be handled. Just a straightforward explanation of the accident was all that was needed. Smith didn't know which attorney would be chosen to represent Ted Kennedy in Edgartown. He hoped his recommendation to retain Dick McCarran would be followed. McCarran was a solid bread-and-butter lawyer, knowledgeable in the local way of doing things. Maybe he'd be able to talk some sense into the counselors at the compound. The summons did come in a call to McCarran from Ed Hannafy around 8 o'clock on Sunday night. McCarran knew Hannafy by reputation. If the Supreme Court ever wanted to hear an important issue of law, McCarran said, Ed Hannafy is the kind of lawyer they would pick to argue it. For Hannafy to be in charge of defending Ted Kennedy in an automobile accident case was high-powered legal artillery. Slight and soft-spoken, McCarran referred to himself as a Boston Irish lawyer. He had moved to Edgartown in 1966. He agreed to represent Ted Kennedy on the charge of leaving the scene of an accident. McCarran went to work immediately, drawing up a petition for a hearing on the complaint application Arena was going to file the next morning in district court. A standard maneuver to discover what evidence police had about the accident, the petition gained time to prepare a case should the senator seek to defend the charge. Without a hearing, Kennedy could be arraigned within a few days. McCarran called Arena to let him know he was representing Ted Kennedy. McCarran knew and liked the police chief. They saw each other socially, he said. Our kids played together. Arena was delighted a local lawyer had been retained. At least now I've got somebody I can talk to, he said. Reporters were driving him nuts about the party at Chappaquiddick which had preceded the accident. I'm under terrific pressure from these press guys to do something about the party. That's all everybody's on my back about, that goddamn party, Arena complained. Jesus, Dick, I ought to be able to get statements from some of these people. I ought to be able to talk to somebody who was there. McCarran wasn't sure what he could do, having just taken the case, but he would try to see if he could line up somebody for Arena to talk to. Arena made the same request of George Killen. I asked him if he could do me a favor and send somebody over to the compound to get statements from some of these people. Arena wanted Killen to report any facts he might be able to pick up from Cape Cod people who had attended the party. Arena was in a bind. Here I was, chief of a 5-man department, all guys who grew up on the island. They were supplemented by rent-a-cops you pinned a badge on and told to go out and be a policeman for the summer. I'm not belittling them, but I didn't have any sophisticated people. What am I going to do? Send one of my guys over to Hyannisport? The poor soul would get stuck at the gate. He wouldn't know where to go. Arena was soliciting Killen's help as a fellow former state police officer. When you were a member of the alumni, as we like to think of it, you could call on these people to do things for you. Arena wasn't sure what Killen was going to do, he said. My impression was George was going to look into it. Arena settled back to watch a momentous television event. Neil Armstrong and Edwin Aldrin, Jr. opened the hatch of their depressurized landing vehicle, climbed down 9 rungs of a ladder to set foot on the moon, and pronounce, "One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Watching the epochal event with Arena was writer Brock Brower. The Life article on Ted Kennedy, which he had recently finished writing, had been bumped by the Apollo mission. Brower had then flown back to Martha's Vineyard to recast his piece in the light of the accident at Chappaquiddick, the result of pressures to run for president in 1972, which had helped push him to folly at Dyke Bridge. But Arena's attention wasn't fixed on the moonwalk. He was preoccupied by Senator Kennedy's failure to report the accident for some 10 hours. He told Brower, "Why didn't he call me? That's what I still can't understand. I mean, I couldn't have fixed it for him or anything like that, but it would have been so much better. For him. This way, I just don't understand. Why didn't he call?" Chapter 19. Arena got to the police station early Monday morning to write his accident report. In it, he wrote that a car had been operated at an unknown rate of speed and been unable to stop upon entering Dyke Bridge. The accident had occurred between 12 midnight and 1 a.m., he said. I was, Arena would confide later, leaning more in Huck Look's direction as to the time than I was Senator Kennedy's. Inspector George Kennedy, by contrast, put the time of the accident at about 11:20 p.m. in a report he filed with the Registry of Motor Vehicles on Monday morning. Preliminary investigation revealed operator lost control of car and was at fault in the accident. The report was immediately suppressed by registry officials. No decision could be made about releasing it to the public, a spokesman said, because Registrar Richard McLaughlin was at summer camp with the Air National Guard. The registry also received the findings of the medical examiner regarding an accident which had occurred at midnight. but Dr. Mills couldn't document his conclusion that Mary Jo Kopechne's death had occurred 6 hours or more from the time of his examination. He hadn't taken the body's temperature, nor attended to other routine procedures recommended by the Handbook for Medical Examiners, such as the removal of ocular fluid to test potassium content, in order for a reasonable time of death estimate to be made. Without an autopsy, it was not possible to do more than guess the time Mary Jo died, Mills said. I'm no pathologist. Hounded by reporters for the results of a state police lab test of Mary Jo Kopechne's blood alcohol content, Mills complained to District Attorney Edmund Denise on Monday morning that as a physician, he was used to keeping a patient's affairs secret. Mills found it repugnant to release the figure. Keep it to yourself for a while and let's see what happens, Denise said, suggesting Mills stay in close touch on the case. What Mills had found was a very moderate, very slight level of alcohol in Mary Jo Kopechne's blood. The kind of thing anyone would have with a couple of drinks before dinner and maybe a highball afterwards. Mills refused to reveal the test figure. Pressed by reporters about the lack of an autopsy, Mills said he had not done one because it was an open and shut thing, a clear case of death by drowning. There were no bruises, no marks, no kinds of injuries, no nothing. In 15 years as associate medical examiner, Mills had handled 6 cases of accidental drowning. In none of them, he said, had an autopsy been performed. Arena left for the regular session of Edgartown District Court at 10 a.m. A crowd of photographers, reporters, and interested spectators followed him to the police station, where he obtained a complaint application, then back to the courthouse. It was a scene worthy of Cecil B. DeMille, the Vineyard Gazette observed, mocking the occasion as the great event. Under television lights, Arena presented court clerk Tommy Teller with papers seeking authorization to issue a complaint against Senator Kennedy. Arena was advised the senator's request for a hearing had been filed by Dick McCarran at 8:30 a.m. Teller scheduled the hearing for Monday, July 28th, at which time he would hear evidence to determine whether police had probable cause to prosecute Kennedy on the charge. The hearing was no different from the 4 or 5 misdemeanor cases he conducted every week. Teller had 2 choices: deny Arena's application or issue the complaint and set a trial date. Arena emerged from the courthouse to confront 24 reporters for an impromptu press conference on the courthouse steps. That he was seeking to prosecute Senator Kennedy had brought him considerable criticism, Arena said. Some people feel I've gone too far. Others think I haven't gone far enough. The emotions surrounding this case have resulted in a personal situation where I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. Arena had received many telephone calls and telegrams urging him not to yield to political pressures to drop charges in the case, he said. There has not been one single iota of pressure from the Kennedy family or anyone else. With any man of stature, in a case like this, the pressure is on the police department. But to me, this is a case of leaving the scene of an accident, period. I'm treating it like any other police case. Arena was focusing his prosecution on the time lag in reporting the accident. I may very well be tampering with my own case, but the senator's whereabouts will be his defense. He's going to have to prove where he was between 1 a.m. and 10 a.m. Arena wanted to look more closely at the circumstances surrounding a party Senator Kennedy and Mary Jo Kopechne had attended prior to the accident. There's been a lot of hearsay and a lot of talk. As a result, I have requested the assistance of Lieutenant George Killen of the District Attorney's Office to talk to Joseph Gargan, who rented the house at which the party was held, in order to ascertain if the senator was there. Arena wanted Killen to find out whether and how much the senator had been drinking. Arena emphasized he had no evidence the senator had been intoxicated at the time of the accident. Many questions remained unanswered. Who had driven Kennedy from the party the second time? How had the senator returned to Edgartown after the ferry made its last run? And did his friends at the party know about the accident and Mary Jo Kopechne's death before they were reported to the police? Arena disclosed a witness had seen a car similar to the one Senator Kennedy was driving near the accident scene at 12:45 a.m., and that the car looked lost. Arena declined to identify the witness, but he was no match for reporters covering the same ground with the breadth of investigative resourcefulness his small department could not equal. Almost immediately, accounts identified Deputy Sheriff Look as having seen a car whose driver appeared confused at an intersection on Chappaquiddick. But Look's story was being challenged by Arthur Egan of the Manchester Union Leader. The conservative New Hampshire newspaper, unsympathetic to the Kennedy family, called on Monday morning, July 21st, 1969, for Senator Kennedy to resign because of an accident in which a married man was driving a young secretary around the countryside at midnight. In that front-page editorial, publisher William Loeb demanded to know, "Had you been drinking, and was that the reason why you drove off the road into the pond?" How much of a daze could Kennedy have been in, to be able to find his way back to the cottage, but not think about calling police to see if the girl's life could still be saved? Loeb charged. "Senator, do you really think you are really fit to sit in the United States Senate? Don't you think you ought to resign immediately?" County Prosecutor Walter Steele had been puzzled by the discrepancy of the two accounts. At first, he believed Look's story to be accurate. Steele now accepted Kennedy's accident time. Investigation had completely discounted anything Look has said, Steele told reporters Monday afternoon. In his opinion, Look was just seeking a little publicity on a big story. Angered by Steele's remarks, Look replied, "I know what I saw. I saw that car, and saw that L and 2 digits. My memory's too short to lie." Arena's request to the district attorney's office for assistance was to make plain that the investigation of the case had been pursued as far as possible by local authorities, Steele said. Although Arena said his investigation was over, it was in fact just beginning. The chief would say later, "Once Kennedy applied for a hearing, I thought, we better get our fannies going and talk to people. There hadn't been much investigating up to that point." Arena's announcement that the district attorney's office had entered the Kennedy accident case brought reporters to Edmund Denise's second-floor law offices and the 2-room district attorney's suite at Bristol County Superior Courthouse in New Bedford, 30 air miles across Buzzards Bay from Edgartown, or 2.5 hours distant by car and ferry. Unprepared for the assault, Denise was, nevertheless, assured and poised meeting the press. Remarkably handsome, there was about him the florid and Latin good looks of an opera singer, with temperament and sonorous baritone to match. Arena's request was the first time Edgartown police had asked his office for help in an investigation, Denise explained. Tremendous pressure has built up, not from the Kennedy family, but from public opinion. Chief Arena felt he could handle this, but then, because of these pressures, and the extreme interest both locally and nationally, he asked that we enter to help him. Denise described Arena as an extremely capable police officer. Denise used the occasion to defend himself from criticism beginning to surface about his lack of activity in the case. "Some members of the press get irritable because they believe all I have to do is wave a magic wand and everyone concerned with this incident will talk. But those close to it are extremely reluctant to talk," Denise said, a veiled reference to the impenetrable silence surrounding the Kennedy compound. "The investigation would take some time, but I assure you it will be thorough and will produce all facts surrounding this unfortunate incident." So clear and unequivocal an assurance that the district attorney's office had entered the case had hardly a chance to draw reaction before Denise retracted it. He denied his office had decided what, if any, action to take in the Kennedy accident. "Until we have more information from law enforcement officers," Denise said, "we can make no decision." Killen hit the ceiling when Denise reported Arena's courthouse remarks. Arena had asked him as a personal favor to talk to Gargan, and maybe some other people on Cape Cod who might have attended the party at Chappaquiddick. Killen hadn't committed the district attorney's office to an investigation. He had no intention of talking to anybody. "It's not our case. We don't have to get involved," Killen told Denise. "If all Arena was prepared to go after was a misdemeanor traffic charge, he doesn't need our help. All he's got is an automobile accident without conviction. let him get a complaint from the district court. Bernie Flynn was unhappy with Killen's tactics. George was telling Irina, yeah, but he wasn't going to do anything. That's why I felt uncomfortable, because we'd been over there, but we're not really investigating. It's like window dressing to protect the office. Killen was leaving Irina to flounder ineffectually on an investigation that was beyond his capacity to deal with. I think he had something to do with public relations during the crime commission, like a publicity man for the state police giving out stories, Flynn said. I liked the guy, but he's no detective. Flynn also observed a certain ambivalence on the part of the police chief about surrendering the case to the DA's office. Positively not. He liked it. He was enjoying all the attention. But Killen was keeping his foot on the brake regarding involvement of the district attorney's office, Flynn noticed. George was on the phone with Denise 3-4 times a day. It was strictly hands-off. Denise was also on the phone to Jimmy Smith. Did you deliver the message? Denise asked. Smith said he hadn't. Okay, Denise said. Smith confided to Killen the message Denise had wanted delivered to Ted Kennedy as an indication Denise was sincere in not wanting anything to do with the case. Kennedy's political career depended on more facts about the accident coming out, Killen said. The compound was swarming with advisors and speechwriters. Something was bound to break soon. Ted Kennedy would issue a statement to clear up all the questions about the accident, Killen said. Let him explain it, and let us stay the hell out of the case. That was exactly what Smith thought should be done, and the sooner the better, he told Paul Kirk. The silence from the compound was confounding. The longer it went on, the more sinister the situation looked. It was a serious mistake to stall for time, Smith said. What are they doing over there? What's holding them up? Kirk didn't know what was going on. Kenneth O'Donnell had yet to be called. Smith thought Ted Kennedy should hold a press conference and open himself up to questions. That was the Kennedy style of confrontation politics, not hiding behind a wall of advisors. What did they think he could do? Leave a statement and just walk away? Smith said. They've got to move on this thing before it snowballs. Denise was waiting for some kind of signal to come through about his hands-off position on the case. Denise was loath to do anything for now, but that could change. The press was building up a huge beef against the district attorney's office for inaction. If something didn't come out of the compound soon, the press was going to blow the lid off the case. Then Denise would have to do something. Smith knew one thing about the district attorney. If he's attacked, Eddie always reacts. Smith had been waiting for immediate clarification of one critical point he expected Ted Kennedy would be anxious to clear up about the accident. What was he doing on Dyke Road, traveling in the opposite direction from the ferry landing? No aspect of Kennedy's police report was under more fire than his purported wrong turn. Even Kennedy loyalists, searching for innocent, understandable reasons Kennedy might have made the detour, conceded it could not have been a mistake. Nobody in condition to drive a car could confuse a dirt road with a macadam one. Because he had not explained this diversion, the worst possible construction is being put on his lack of frankness here, which was inevitable. Smith's main concern was, everybody's thinking, why is he going down that way for? And there was a logical explanation. All he had to say was, I intended to be on a dirt road, because it was going to bring me to the ferry. That's all Smith wanted to get across to Joe Gargan when he called him. There was a second route to the ferry landing on Chappaquiddick that the senator could use to explain his wrong turn. Smith had grown up in Edgartown. He was familiar with Chappaquiddick. Don't forget the geographical location of that cottage. Cars drive up facing the front of the house. The parking is perpendicular to the road. If you come out in the pitch black and you aren't familiar with the area and pull away from the cottage and take a left on the hard road, then a right on a dirt road, you'll go down to the bridge, Smith told Gargan. But if you back out and take a right from the cottage, go down to the end of the macadam, then take a right on a dirt road, that dirt road brings you to the ferry landing. That would explain why Teddy Kennedy made a right turn off a paved road. It's the same configuration, only he turned wrong at the cottage. He went out, backed up, and instead of going right and left, he went left and right. It's a simple mistake to make." Gargan listened politely to Smith's advisory. He could give no assurances he'd be able to deliver the information or the Denise message Smith asked to be passed along to the councils at the compound. The wrong turn was also bothering the 15 to 20 advisors already assembled at the compound. The senator was sticking to his police statement that he had been heading for the ferry at the time of the accident. Others at the compound were equally uncomfortable with other portions of the senator's story. His reluctance to disclose more details about the accident or release information to an increasingly restless press. Advisors saw what the dangers were in remaining silent and grasped what needed to be done, biographer Burton Hirsch reported later. But nobody was prepared to act without permission from Kennedy and risk his own reputation on the success of the consequences. Kennedy put off any decision at all. "I didn't want to set up any kind of discussion with the funeral coming up, the grief of the family," he said. Dr. Watt observed the senator's condition was unchanged when he examined him on Monday afternoon. Kennedy continued to have pain and stiffness in his neck aggravated by activity and turning his head. Watt recommended X-rays be taken. Kennedy was driven to Cape Cod Hospital by his father's nurse, John Ryan. He underwent a standard 4-position series and exposure of the 1st to 7th vertebrae of the cervical spine. Radiologist W.E. Benjamin found no evidence of fracture or depression. The marked straightening of the spine in the lateral projection indicated a rather marked muscle spasm. Watt had Kennedy fitted with an orthopedic collar and contacted Dr. Milton Broom, chief of neurosurgery at Cape Cod Hospital, for a consultation. Kennedy complained of a stiff neck, lower back pain, and a generalized headache, but was alert, oriented, his speech and vision normal when Broom examined him. In describing the accident to the doctor, Kennedy remembered driving down a road and had some recollection of the car striking a beam along the side of the bridge, but he remembered nothing of any impact against water or the car turning over. A gap in his memory, of indeterminable length but presumably brief, Broom noted. His next recollection is of being in the front seat of his car, which was filling with water. He somehow escaped from the car, but does not know how he did this. He states further that he can recall making repeated efforts to get back to the car by diving. Subsequent events are recalled in a somewhat fragmentary fashion, with an impaired recall of their exact time relationships. Broom diagnosed cervical concussion, contusion and abrasion of the scalp, and acute cervical strain. He recommended an electroencephalogram. Kennedy was in a tense and waking state during the test, which revealed no abnormalities to Dr. Robert Feldman of the Boston Neurological Laboratory. That finding appeared to call into judgment the symptoms of memory loss, impairment of judgment, and confused behavior which Dr. Watt had reported. Any neurological symptoms or alternations of awareness, levels of consciousness or memory, would show up on an EEG, according to medical authorities consulted by the Boston Globe. It is safe to be dubious about the contention that there was a protracted period when Kennedy was alternately lucid and then terribly confused, because this behavior would almost certainly show up if the EEG had been properly administered and interpreted. Dr. Watt recommended the senator not attend Mary Jo Kopechne's funeral scheduled for the next day. Kennedy hoped to go, barring any medical reason, Press Secretary Dick Drain announced in Washington. He's still under a doctor's care, and the doctor's opinion would have to be considered. The senator intended to give no further explanation of the accident, Drain said. As of this moment, there are no specific plans for either a statement or a news conference. Gargan recalled a lot of different discussions and arrangements about the funeral. There was no question Gargan was going. He left Hyannisport on Monday afternoon for Boston and a pre-flight meeting with his lawyer, Joe Donahue, at Logan Airport. Gargan related the events of the accident at Chappaquiddick to Donahue, he said. I told him the whole story, absolutely everything, including Ted's resistance to reporting the accident and his failure to do so, in the expectation Gargan would come around to the scheme he'd proposed to avoid involvement. Donahue wasn't impressed with the seriousness of the case. He kind of brushed it off as not as excitable as some people were making it out to be, Gargan said. His reaction was that I had very little liability to be concerned about. Donahue said he would be available any time Gargan wanted to discuss the case. In his 80s and in semi-retirement, Donahue suggested Gargan rely on his son, Joe Jr., a lawyer in the family law firm who had accompanied his father to the meeting. He told Gargan, "Dad is getting older now, and this isn't something he should get involved with." But recapitulating the events of the accident had renewed the outrage Gargan had suffered at the Chappaquiddick landing, when the senator bolted from the car with a promise to report the accident. To Gargan, Teddy's attempt to conceal the accident, his childlike dread of facing the consequences of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick's death, had betrayed an astonishing weakness of character. On the other hand, Gargan had done nothing to be ashamed of. He'd gotten into the water, as treacherous as that effort had been, and as hopeless as he knew the situation to be. He hadn't sat on his ass on the bridge feeling sorry for himself, and refused to take responsibility for what he'd done. And he did not attempt to conceal the accident from authorities, then invoke lawyer-client privilege to prevent anybody from finding out. The renewal of a Lowell connection revived in Gargan a renascent pride of place and family. "Gargans don't shit in their own bed," he said, and that guy drove a car off a bridge and put everybody in the soup. Chapter 20. The journey to Wilkes Barre was a sad occasion for Gargan, who was particularly anxious to pay his respects to Mary Jo's parents. Gargan introduced himself to the couple, and I described what had happened, and I indicated in some way that I had done everything possible to save Mary Jo, saying that I was sorry I couldn't do more. But in the sadness of the moment, I don't think they understood much of what I said, that I had been at Chappaquiddick, or that I was the person at whose house Mary Jo had visited the year before. I understood that, of course. I'd lost a lot of my own family myself. They were terribly shocked by this whole thing, and I don't think they knew who I was. Gargan exchanged greetings with the boiler room girls. I didn't have a discussion with them about the accident or anything else. Gargan was present strictly as a mourner. He was not advancing the funeral in anticipation of the senator's arrival. That responsibility had fallen to Dunn Gifford. Gifford had returned to Wilkes-Barre on Monday afternoon. Reporters spotted him and several boiler room girls having a drink in the bar of the Holiday Inn. At their approach, the group got up and walked into a coffee shop. It was difficult to remain silent about the accident beyond the cloister of Hyannisport, and at the same time maintain requisite good relations with the press. Gifford passed word to reporters that a doctor recommended against the senator coming to the funeral. Asked if that meant Kennedy wasn't planning to attend, Gifford backed off, trying to convey how desperately anxious the senator was to pay his respects. Gifford quoted a Kennedy family friend who said he'd come if he were unconscious. To his assignment to prepare the Chappaquiddick's for Kennedy's appearance at the funeral and protect them as well as he could from reporters, Gifford brought a subtlety of purpose and consideration which won praise from Joseph Chappaquiddick. Dunn Gifford was very kind and generous. He helped us a lot. He let us answer our phone. He never made any suggestions one way or another as to how we should handle ourselves. You have to respect somebody like that, because he was a Kennedy man. But Gifford could render only moral support. He had nothing to tell the Chappaquiddick's about the accident which had killed their daughter. Messages of condolence were pouring into the Keelty funeral home from all over the country. Chappaquiddick revealed, "The first one we got was a newspaper clipping of Senator Kennedy. The sender had drawn a noose around his neck and written, 'This is what should happen to him.' These letters, they're all directed at Kennedy, but they're hurting us." Senator Kennedy had telephoned again on Monday afternoon. I still couldn't understand him. I could see he was trying to tell us about the accident, but he was still so broken up he couldn't talk. Chappaquiddick didn't think the senator would attend the funeral, because he was in such bad condition mentally. But the senator had other plans. Senator Kennedy departed from Barnstable County Airport before 7 a.m. on Tuesday morning on the private DC-3 owned by the Great Lakes Carbon Corporation, an enterprise of Ethel Kennedy's family. He wore a dark blue suit. A black tie was loosely knotted around a dress shirt open to accommodate a cervical collar. On board was his wife Joan, Congressman John Tunney of California, and John Culver of Iowa, Administrative Aide David Burke, and Massachusetts Democratic Committee Chairman David Harrison. Harrison announced to a corps of reporters waiting at Scranton-Wilkes-Barre Airport that Senator Kennedy expected to issue a statement within the next few days to explain what he had done during more than 9 hours following the automobile accident in which Mary Jo Kopechne was killed. The Kennedy party was driven in 2 cars to Plymouth, a town of 10,000 in the center of Pennsylvania's coal mining region. Kennedy was met at the rectory of St. Vincent's Roman Catholic Church by Monsignor William Burchill and his curate. The parish secretary observed the senator to be uncomfortable because of the neck brace he was wearing. "It was very difficult for him to even talk and walk," she said. "He looks like he's had a bad time." The senator's appearance had turned a somber ceremonial occasion into a political celebration. An excited, curious crowd was spilling out into the street outside the elaborate red-brick church by the time the Kopechnes arrived, in a car that stopped behind the funeral home's hearse. "They wanted to see the Kennedys. I understood that," Joseph Kopechne commented. "Nothing that big has happened around here since 34 settlers were killed by Indians, and that was before the Revolutionary War." The TV crews and the burst of flashbulbs frightened Gwen Kopechne. "I'd seen so many people and their sadness on television," she said later. "I didn't want to see myself that way." A small, dark-haired woman, Mrs. Kopechne was wearing sunglasses and a black linen dress. She was near collapse when Don Gifford assisted her from the car. The Kopechnes met Senator Kennedy in the rectory's shade-drawn front parlor. The priests withdrew after introductions were made. The conversation was private, Gifford said. The accident was not discussed. "Kennedy was talking, and I still couldn't understand a word he said. He was so emotional," Joseph Kopechne said. "I think he really sacrificed a lot coming to the funeral, the way he was feeling." The funeral party entered a side door of the church leading to the sacristy. Kennedy's appearance provoked an excited murmur of recognition from more than 500 spectators filling the church, most of them women. Mrs. Kopechne wept inconsolably during a low requiem mass celebrated in an oppressive heat that permeated the large, ornately decorated church. Gargan stood at the back, apart from the 4th-row pew the Kennedy party occupied. The senator was a mask of anguish when he walked past the bronze casket to receive communion. The Kopechnes followed the casket out of the front door of the church. The senator was delayed by women reaching out to touch him. He nodded to well-wishers but said nothing. He left by a door near the altar. Shouts of, "There he is," greeted Kennedy's appearance at the front of the church. Photographers held cameras over their heads to take pictures. Above the tumult, the voice of Mayor Walter Burns could be heard shouting, "Okay, you spectators, move back! Move back!" Kennedy was visibly distressed by the implacable curiosity of the crowd. His wife attempted to smile at those pushing and jostling for a closer look at the famous couple. Kennedy said to her, "Let's get to the car." Police locked arms to hold back the throng as Kennedy was guided to a white sedan. It took 10 minutes for a 25-car cortege to form. State police had to clear a lane on the winding mountain road leading to the parish cemetery in Larksville, made impassable by cars parked on both sides, to catch a glimpse of the Kennedy party as it went by. Spectators gathered on lawns and front porches along the route, some with cameras. A spattering of applause occasionally punctuated the procession, as if it were a parade. The Kopechnes sat on folding chairs beneath a canopy at the graveside. Kennedy stood in the rear, staring distractedly at the surrounding green mountains scarred by slag heaps. The funeral over, he attended a post-funeral buffet. "We had a great time at lunch," Kopechne recalled. "It was like one big family. I embarrassed him, I think. I called my nephew over, and I said to Kennedy, "Here's a good Democrat." The senator took it beautifully. He laughed. He said to me, "You're really something." When Chappaquiddick spoke to Ethel Kennedy, I thought I was talking to my sister. That's the way she makes you feel. She's like that nice lady next door. She was interested in what was being done about safety in the mines. She asked all about the area. Gwen Chappaquiddick was working automatically to greet people. I don't remember that I talked to anybody. I was under medication that let me forget all the things I didn't want to remember. I wasn't ever to the funeral. I don't remember any of it. She was in an absolute daze, Chappaquiddick confirmed. No additional information about the death of their daughter had been disclosed to the Chappaquiddick's by Senator Kennedy or the Boiler Room girls. The young women had burst into tears at the funeral home on first viewing Mary Jo, reposed in an open coffin and dressed in a blue peignoir. Her hands clasped a crystal rosary. A bouquet of yellow roses sent by Senator and Mrs. Kennedy stood on a pedestal, separate from other floral tributes. The young women did not discuss the accident among themselves in view of a gathering furor of speculation about the party at Chappaquiddick. Esther Newberg said, "We all talked at Wilkes Bar at Mary Jo's funeral. We said, let people think whatever they want. Let our friend be buried." Newberg had engaged in a brief conversation with Senator Kennedy. He asked me how I was. I asked him how he was. He was concerned about my parents and their reaction. I was concerned about his wife. Though out in force, the press kept a respectful distance from the senator, at this his first public appearance since the accident. The senator was further insulated from reporters by a coterie of friends and aides. The funeral provided an opportunity to leak information about the accident, without the formality of an official statement or attribution. This enabled Kennedy's handlers to stir a little sympathy for the senator into the stew of controversy beginning to boil over regarding the silence maintained about the accident for 4 days. Aides confided first indications of what had happened when Kennedy returned dripping wet from the accident to collapse in the back seat of a car parked in front of the cottage, where his friends had been holding a party. Kennedy was able to give them an account of the accident. He could remember thinking, "I'm drowning. This is incredible." He had no idea how he escaped from the submerged car. Aides refused to explain why neither the senator nor his friends reported the accident for more than 9 hours. Said to be drawn and despondent since his return to Hyannisport, the senator conferred with a half-dozen friends and political advisers late Saturday night and early Sunday. Some had counseled him to remain silent about the accident. Kennedy favored a carefully worded explanation, but decided not to make any statement in the foreseeable future about the accident, and might never make one. Chapter 21. The matter of a statement was more aggressively pursued when the senator landed at Hyannis Airport around 2:15 p.m. Kennedy looked pained to be greeted by a cluster of reporters clamoring for comment. Kennedy turned away from the first confrontation with reporters since the accident. "This is the day of the funeral," he said. "This isn't the appropriate time, but I will make a full statement at the appropriate time." He then walked determinedly away from trailing reporters. The most aggressive in pursuit was Liz Trotta of NBC News. "There has been some question as to what effect this will have on your political career," she said. Kennedy whirled about in anger to confront his inquisitor. "I've just come from the funeral of a very lovely young lady, and this is not the appropriate time for such questions," he said indignantly. "I am not going to have any other comment to make." Kennedy got into the front seat of a white car bearing Massachusetts license plates USS-1, his wife at the wheel, and was driven away. Almost at once, sources close to Kennedy denied the senator had any immediate plans for a statement. His remarks at the airport had been intended only to pacify the press. Kennedy's return to Hyannisport was preceded by the arrival of his brother-in-law, Stephen Smith. Manager of the Kennedy family fortune and dispenser of campaign monies, Smith was The mysterious Eminence Grise, who had always been associated with Kennedy invincibility. A backroom specialist with the capacity to move into almost any situation with an abbreviated quick deadliness. Smith was dismayed by the scene he found in Hyannisport. Half the press of the world was standing outside in the street. Those guys acted like it was the 5 p.m. express. Christ! There were telephones all over the goddamn place. If this had been anybody but Edward Kennedy, we wouldn't have gotten the attention. Smith found conditions inside the compound no better. The ongoing councils were fragmented, without focus, the senator so self-absorbed as to be a non-participant. There were mutterings of discontent among the senator's staff about the interference of outsiders, most of them former equerries of his brothers, Jack and Bobby. Smith took charge of what was proving to be the prickliest crisis in the history of the Kennedy family. Burke Marshall had put off his departure to attend a terminally ill father until Smith could take over. The elevated lawyerly arts that Marshall practiced were inapplicable on so low a rung of the legal ladder as an auto accident. Smith conferred with Edward Hannafy about the senator's liability in the accident. Our prime concern was whether or not the guy survived the thing, whether he rode out the still possible charge of manslaughter, he said later. To assist Richard McCarran to defend the traffic complaint, and whatever other charges might result from the accident, Hannafy suggested former District Court Judge Robert Clark of Brockton. The preeminent motor vehicles specialist in Massachusetts, Clark had a summer house on Cape Cod. Although the compound was already well populated with advisors, Smith called in reinforcements of his own, principally Ted Sorensen, the rhetorician of the new frontier. Former Defense Secretary Robert McNamara was on his way from a rented house on Martha's Vineyard, his arrival at the compound to inspire the most widely quoted jibe of the episode. "Well, Bob, you handled the Bay of Pigs in Vietnam. Now let's see what you can do with this one." Gargan recognized who was in charge when he got back to Hyannisport. Steve's attitude was kind of organizing everything that was trying to help Ted, and whatever was going to happen. I never did talk to him about the accident. Directly, he did not get involved with me as to the factual details. What the senator did, what I did, he left that pretty much up to the lawyers. If Ted Kennedy was going to tell anyone about his behavior at the landing at Chappaquiddick and his delay in reporting the accident, that person would be Stephen Smith. Smith would have to know the whole truth to make sure Ted Kennedy was protected. Gargan was following Hannafy's orders not to disclose anything about the post-accident advice he had given Ted Kennedy. But he didn't require the muzzle of lawyer-client privilege to keep quiet. Bonds of friendship, family ties, and his real concern for the legal bind Kennedy was in were sufficient to guarantee silence. Gargan had no intention of betraying Kennedy's craven behavior at the landing to anyone. Concern that Gargan had become the focus of a new investigation undertaken by the district attorney's office grew when it was learned that Detective Lieutenant George Killen had been asked specifically by Police Chief Arena to question Gargan about the party at Chappaquiddick. As it happened, their concern was groundless. "I never heard from Killen or Arena," Gargan disclosed. "They never came near me." Chapter 22. While the compound was holding the press at arm's length, Arena decided to hold twice daily news briefings, beginning on Tuesday. It was the only way the chief could hope to get on with his investigation and also meet the rising demands of the press, Walter Steele said. Unless we closed the police station. By now, Chappaquiddick had burgeoned from a routine automobile case into a scandal tantalized into prominence by the inexplicable gaps in the senator's delayed report, the baffling silence from the Kennedy compound, and an inept and barely launched police investigation. Edgartown was suffering an invasion of reporters, photographers, major TV commentators and camera crews, the likes of which it had never seen before, local newsman Harvey Ewing observed. Everyone was flying in media people. The number of press swelled to an incredible 450 within a couple of days. They beat the tourist mob any day. The place got to be a zoo very quickly. The Vineyard Gazette added that the Kennedy accident was turning into a story about getting the story. Never on the island had a single incident been the inspiration of so many individual investigations. The digging for facts that began on Saturday has continued unabated since. The world, it seems, wants to know more than the fact that there was a tragic accident. Pressure was applied mostly on Arena. "I left Boston to get away from all this commotion," he said before his first briefing. "Look at what I've got now. There are 50 million policemen saying, 'Thank God it's not me investigating this case.'" At 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 22nd, Arena faced reporters for the first of a series of formal and controversial briefings in a plain room in the Federated Church Parish House, normally used for church suppers and Sunday school, hastily improvised for the purpose. The room was furnished with mismatched wooden desk chairs, a locked upright piano, and a framed mezzo tint of Jesus Christ in the garden at Gethsemane. Arena presided behind a folding table. Walter Steele sat beside him to provide legal advice. If Arena was the genial host for the proceedings, full of smiles and boundless goodwill, Steele was physically miscast for the role of Heavy. Frail and temperamental, he fairly vibrated with nerves. Intended to unravel the mysteries surrounding the death of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick, the briefings only further clouded them, the Boston Globe observed. The confusion indicated the pressure under which both Arena and Steele were working. Steele started off the first session by contradicting Arena's Sunday statement that his investigation had ended with an application for a complaint against Senator Kennedy. Police were still working on the case. "One of the objects of the investigation is to determine if any additional charges will be placed against the senator, and to determine whether drinking or heavy drinking had occurred at the party Kennedy had attended prior to the accident. The senator could face charges of driving to endanger and driving under the influence of alcohol. These have all been considered and have not been ruled out," Steele said, "but there is no material evidence now that the car was operated in such a manner." Pressed to amplify such provocative suggestions, Steele declined to say specifically that an investigation was being made into drinking. "The investigation is continuing to determine whether other complaints should be sought, and the consumption of alcohol will be investigated." Since more than 9 hours had elapsed from the time of the accident until it was reported, it was unlikely evidence could be mustered to sustain a charge of drunk driving. "I don't have, and probably will not have, any charges of a criminal sense," Steele said, promptly eliminating the charges he had just indicated were being considered. Steele's reference to other complaints caught Arena unprepared. "That hadn't been discussed before the briefing," he said later. "The most important requirement to prove drunk driving was a witness. We need someone who saw him operating in that manner." Although Arena had not seen Senator Kennedy until 9 full hours after the accident, nevertheless, he told reporters he had no evidence to indicate Senator Kennedy had been intoxicated at the time of the accident. When Kennedy reported to the police station, Arena went on, "He walked steadily, he was clear of breath. I had no reason then to think he was drinking." Kennedy had undergone no sobriety tests on Saturday morning, Arena said. It would have been a violation of his constitutional rights even to ask him to take a breathalyzer test. Kennedy's crime began the moment he'd walked away from the scene. It was strictly an accident up to that point. To reporters at that first briefing, Arena insisted, "There's no proof of Senator Kennedy's faulty operation of the vehicle. I've got to repeat again and say emphatically, there is no negligence involved in this accident." Come on, Chief," a reporter called out. Ted Kennedy drove a car off a bridge. That was evidence of negligence, wasn't it? "What do you mean, come on?" Arena shot back. "What's the matter with you guys?" Steele stepped in. Police had measured the distance of the car from the bridge and were satisfied the senator had not been speeding at the time of the accident. Having received the evidence of the investigation, Steele was in agreement with Arena, he said. "There is not, and probably will not be, any evidence there was negligence in the operation of the automobile." Arena's investigation was over. He would now limit himself, he said, to gathering evidence only in support of the misdemeanor charge, to make sure he had a strong enough case to secure a complaint against Senator Kennedy at next Monday's hearing. The hearing would be closed to the press. A transcript was not going to be made available to reporters, but they would be briefed on the proceedings. Steele told the reporters he felt it was unfortunate Arena had disclosed that Deputy Sheriff Christopher Look was scheduled to be called as a witness at the hearing. Look's testimony applied only to the time element of the accident, not as an indication of erratic driving by the operator of the car he'd seen at the intersection. Steele prevented Arena from revealing whether his investigation had disclosed the senator's whereabouts between the time of the accident and his report. "We have certain evidence on file in this case, which we will prosecute in the next few days as to that problem," Steele said. "I'm asking the chief not to comment on it. It's for Kennedy to show the judge where he was." Steele refused to comment on Kennedy's whereabouts himself. "I think it's unfair to this defendant, or any defendant, to comment." But in response to a later question, Steele absent-mindedly gave the game away. He said, "We have no evidence as to his whereabouts." Asked if he thought Ted Kennedy had been in shock during the hours between the accident and the time it was reported, Arena replied, "Yes, but for how long?" Being in a state of shock was a legal excuse against the charge of leaving the scene. But we felt, in our case, that we had evidence of some part of that morning when we believed that the state of shock was not present. That is why we went forward with the charge we did. To determine how Kennedy had spent those hours, Arena had directed State Police Detective Lieutenant George Killen to interview the 12 or 14 people at the party, none of whom had been questioned by police, to establish the sequence of events before and after the accident. Arena had tried to question Ted Kennedy at the police station, but the senator said he wanted to talk to his lawyer first. I expected to hear from him, but I haven't heard from him yet. Arena hadn't thought it necessary to advise Ted Kennedy of his constitutional rights before taking his statement, he said. I just didn't think of giving him a Miranda warning. A senator. If Kennedy's attorneys attacked the statement on that ground, it might be thrown out. Once again, in the presence of the reporters, Steele cautioned Arena to say no more about the matter. Failure to give the Miranda warning might be a factor in his case, Steele said, but he declined to reveal if he'd have a case to prosecute should the statement be ruled inadmissible. Reporters at the briefing found absurd the suggestion that a U.S. senator, in the company of a former U.S. attorney, could deny knowing his constitutional rights and plead Miranda. In the Miranda case, the Supreme Court held that, while police were obligated to advise suspects of their rights, volunteered statements were not bound by the Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination, and were admissible in a trial. There was no requirement that a police officer stop any person from confessing to a crime. As it was, Arena had not asked Ted Kennedy a single question about the accident. Such inept waffling and trepidation provoked a tumultuous response from reporters. One blunt questioner asked whether Arena had been influenced to mishandle the case. Showing the strain of increasingly hostile questions, Arena resorted to pleading. I've tried to cooperate with you fellows, and they're going to make a fool out of me in court because I tried to cooperate. But Arena recovered his good humor almost as soon as he lost it. He said, About the only thing this case has done for me is help me to lose some weight. Arena had lost 15 pounds since Saturday. Still smarting from the going-over he'd received at the 2-hour briefing, Arena said at the police station afterward, What bothers me is that people think I'm not doing my job. But I'm a conscientious Christian. I'll give Senator Kennedy the same shake that I would give to John Smith. Arena was also being bombarded with letters and telegrams charging preferential treatment for Ted Kennedy, he said. People can say what they want to, but we're in America where there is justice for all, which includes U.S. senators. Walter Steele was less tolerant about the contemptuous treatment he had suffered at the hands of reporters at the briefing. Steele was particularly outraged about the unavailability of the partygoers for questioning by police, a sore point reporters repeatedly brought up at the briefing. Arena had granted Senator Kennedy every consideration at the police station. While the senator was composing his accident report, the partygoers were being whisked off the island, Steele complained. We played it straight and honest, and they left us holding the bag. They were gone before we knew what had happened. If Kennedy sources could plant misleading information in the press, so could Steele. Trying his hand at the technique for the first time, Steele leaked word that he expected to have statements by that weekend from the 5 men and 5 women who had attended the cookout with Senator Kennedy before the accident. The leak was attributed to Dukes County officials close to the investigation, and said, the state was prepared to take legal steps to compel the cooperation of the senator's friends, if statements were not made voluntarily. But like his tough guy posturing at the briefing, Steele's threat had no legal force behind it. Arena confirmed later. There was no way we could make those witnesses talk if they didn't want to. But Arena's repeated pleas to Dick McCarran about the availability of partygoers for questioning had paid off. McCarran told him, we can get Jack Crimmins for you to talk to. Arrangements were being made for a meeting with the senator's chauffeur. McCarran had petitioned Ed Hannafy on the police chief's behalf to get Arena off the hook on this thing. He's got nobody to investigate the case but school teacher specials. To McCarran's knowledge, the only investigation of the accident had been conducted by the Registry of Motor Vehicles, and they weren't that much help. McCarran got Hannafy's permission for an official guest list to be made available to the police chief, provided to him by Angelique Voutselos, Senator Kennedy's personal secretary. 4 days after the accident, Arena would finally know who had attended the now famous party at Chappaquiddick. Chapter 23. Kennedy's flight from reporters at Hyannis Airport and the 4 days of silence about the accident had depleted press forbearance. Coverage was turning sour. Editorial demands for more information escalated in volume and intensity. Newsweek's cover story hit hard at Kennedy's stubborn silence. When the senator's closest associates are known to have been powerfully concerned over his indulgent drinking habits, his daredevil driving, and his ever-ready eye for a pretty face, the accident cried out for more explanation than the senator's bafflingly obscure police report had provided. Based in part on the memorandum filed by John Lindsay about an episode of public drunkenness on a plane returning from Alaska in April, the revelation shook the senator's office with seismic force. It was a signal that the senator's period of journalistic indulgence might be over. Calling Newsweek's charges untrue, Press Secretary Dick Drain sought a spokesman outside his office to refute them. The best he could do was Congressman Edward Boland of Springfield, Massachusetts. A close political ally and protege of Jack Kennedy campaign lieutenant Lawrence O'Brien, Boland denied Ted Kennedy was a hard drinker, had never seen him drunk in their travels together, and dismissed the girl-watching reference. But he couldn't supply the antidote to the poison of speculation about the goings-on at the party at Chappaquiddick. Only a guest could do that. For purposes of diffusing that dynamite, Kennedy's office delegated Esther Newberg as spokesman for the Boiler Room Girls, none of whom had talked to reporters. The word has actually gone out that they are not to talk to anybody, a former member of Robert Kennedy's campaign said. An attractive, self-possessed young woman who held an administrative position with the Urban Institute in Washington, Newberg had gone to work for Robert Kennedy in 1967. Joining the Boiler Room soon after he announced his candidacy for president. Newberg objected to the term Boiler Room Girls employed to describe the group, she said. I am a professional. Mary Jo was a professional. We should be referred to as such. Returning to her apartment in Arlington, Virginia, after the funeral on Tuesday evening, Newberg granted a series of interviews over the next 4 days. She refused to discuss anything about the accident that might be prejudicial to the hearing Senator Kennedy faced on Monday, because there will be a trial, as I'm sure you understand. In contrast to the noisy brawl neighbor Foster Silva nearly called police about at 1:30 a.m., Newberg described the party as a quiet barbecue. It was a steak party. That's the kind of party it was. There was not a lot of drinking at that party, at most 1 or 2 drinks apiece. Coals had been lighted in the front yard, but everybody moved inside the cottage to eat because there are these little bugs on the island. Guests had reminisced about Robert Kennedy's presidential campaign, discussed the regatta race, and there was talk about the weather and other things that friends talk about when they get together. It was a fun party, Newberg said. No one was sitting around watching the clock, or keeping particular track of who was there or who wasn't at any given time. No one had specifically missed Senator Kennedy and Mary Jo Kopechne, or noticed what time they left the party, Newberg said. At some point, I guess we wondered where Mary Jo was, and decided she had been lucky enough to make the ferry. We just assumed the senator was exhausted and had gone back to his hotel in Edgartown. No one expected him to stay. No one was worried or concerned. I suppose if there had been a telephone in the cottage, we would have called to check, but there wasn't. Newberg was not aware that the senator had returned to the cottage after the accident, or that someone outside asked for someone inside. Joe Gargan and Paul Markham had left the party sometime between 10:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., but Newberg didn't know how long they were gone, what they'd been doing, or that anything was wrong. Having missed the last ferry to Edgartown, she and the others spent the night at the cottage, going to sleep around 12:30 a.m. Newberg said she had to guess at the time. Her Mickey Mouse watch, a topic of joking conversation at the party, wasn't working properly. Newberg learned about the accident the next morning, when she and the Lyons sisters were walking to the ferry landing, she said. On the way, we met Joe Gargan driving back toward the cottage. He stopped and told us something terrible had happened. He told us about the accident. He said Senator Kennedy was all right, but that Mary Jo had not been found. Gargan had telephoned her motel to say Mary Jo's body had been discovered in the accident car. She had drowned, although Senator Kennedy had tried to save her. The young women had left the island rather quickly, Newberg said. What else would you do? Mary Jo had known Ted Kennedy slightly before his brother's presidential campaign, but had gotten to know him better at headquarters, Newberg said. Ted Kennedy's office was 5 doors down from the boiler room. Often he would come in along with other people like Ted Sorensen to get information. The gathering at Chappaquiddick was the 4th boiler room reunion since Robert Kennedy's assassination. The first party had been given by Mrs. Edward Kennedy at Cape Cod the previous summer. The senator had attended a second party in Washington in January, but failed to show up at a third party 2 weeks ago. Newberg denied she had compared notes with others at the party to produce a consistent story of the accident, she said. Nobody's trying to hide anything. 2 things were important to her. First, Mary Jo is dead and there isn't anything we can do about it. Second, I know inside that Senator Kennedy tried to save her. Susan Tannenbaum corroborated Newberg's version of the cookout as a decorous affair. There was some vodka at the party, but drinking was very minimal, she said. She hadn't thought it unusual for Ted Kennedy and Mary Jo to leave the party together. The senator often had conversations with the girls who had worked in his brother's boiler room. Tannenbaum assumed the senator was driving to the ferry so Mary Jo could return to her motel. She described Mary Jo as a serious, quiet girl. She wasn't a flippant-type person. Tannenbaum reported for work as appointment secretary to New York Congressman Allard Lowenstein on Wednesday morning, but she didn't stay very long. Looking tired and tense, she left before noon, refusing to talk to reporters. Lowenstein's office issued a statement on her behalf. During the weekend, I lost a dear friend, Mary Jo Kopechne. My sympathies go out to her bereaved family and to Senator Edward Kennedy and his family. I have nothing further to say. But Tannenbaum would later complain about the intense interest in the press about the case. You can't begin to understand what it's been like. I place a tremendous value on the right of privacy, but suddenly I'm infamous. The real meaning of what you are and what you value remains intact inside yourself. But there you are, splashed all over the papers. Tannenbaum was especially incensed about speculation of improper conduct having occurred at the party at Chappaquiddick. She said, "How would you feel if a reporter called your mother at 8 a.m. and asked whether she approved of her daughter's conduct in spending the night with a group of married men?" Chapter 24. But efforts to destigmatize the party had come too late. Speculation and rumor had erupted into such a contagion of suspicion that even Arena was not immune. A message he found on his desk at the police station on Tuesday night to call Judge Clark from Brockton aroused suspicions where ordinarily there would have been none. I thought, hey, what's this? Is somebody going to say to me, "Chief, would you mind going easy on the Kennedy accident case?" Judge Clark turned out to be attorney Robert G. Clark, Jr., informing Arena that he and his son had been retained to represent Ted Kennedy in association with Dick McCarran. Clark asked for a meeting with Arena the next day, Wednesday. Arena was wary of the idea. He didn't know what Clark wanted. Would it be all right if Walter Steele attended the meeting too? When Clark agreed to meet with the prosecutor, Arena suggested Steele's camp at Ocean Heights, several miles outside of Edgartown. Nothing clandestine was intended, Arena said. We just wanted to be able to hold the meeting without press coverage. Clark arrived at Dick McCarran's law offices in a bungalow at the end of a lane off Edgartown's Main Street on Wednesday morning. A tall man, Clark had the compelling presence of a repertory actor. No ivory tower lawyer like Burke Marshall, he was a former Brockton shoe factory worker, with a strong record in hit-and-run and drunk driving cases. A tough, hard-nosed advocate of exceptional competence in dirty cases, a colleague observed. Clark had always been a police court kind of lawyer, with occasional splashes of heavy guys with big dough that people told, "Clark's the guy you should get. He's the best." And he was a good lawyer in all other respects, a very common-sense guy. Clark brought a portfolio of photographs of the accident scene, including aerial views taken by Boston Herald traveler photographer Jimmy O'Callahan, and delivered to his law office courtesy of editor-publisher Harold Clancy. Invaluable as the photographs were as an aid to comprehending the facts of the accident and preparing a defense, Clark nevertheless wanted to take a look at Dyke Bridge. Clark was conspicuously well-dressed in a three-piece suit and carrying a briefcase that virtually proclaimed his profession to the omnipresent reporters, tracking McCarran's every move, as Senator Kennedy's local attorney of record. McCarran loaned him a yellow slicker before driving to the landing to board the On Time. After inspecting the bridge and retracing the route to and from the Lawrence cottage, Clark and McCarran left for a conference at the command post at the Kennedy compound. Hyannisport was under siege. Wealthy residents were furious at the inconvenience of the roadblock at Scudder Avenue, and the notoriety the Kennedy family had again inflicted upon their exclusive enclave. A mecca for tourists, the former summer White House of John Kennedy was a privately owned residence of modest white clapboards behind a high stockade fence. To McCarran, the place was redolent of memories of John Kennedy greeting well-wishers at a rose-strewn fence during the 1960s summer of his presidential candidacy. The stockade had been added for security after his election to the White House. McCarran found a sense of embattlement inside, aides bustling about opening doors and running errands. He was impressed by the number and distinction of those brought together to defend a motor vehicles complaint in the district court. In command of the conference of lawyers in a formal dining room was Stephen Smith. A second conference was taking place upstairs, attended by Robert McNamara, Ted Sorensen, Milton Gwurtzman, a Washington attorney who had written speeches for Ted Kennedy, and members of the senator's staff. Sorensen was moving from the upstairs conference to the dining room gathering material, it was apparent, for a statement of some kind. Edward Hannafy made it clear. If I have anything to say about it, he'll never make that speech. The parallel meetings measured the schism that had developed between Kennedy's attorneys and his political people, McCarran observed. The lawyers wanted no statement made before Senator Kennedy went to trial. His advisers wanted to break silence for the sake of public relations and the senator's career. The situation was at a stalemate. McCarran was surprised it was happening at all. Hannafy wasn't the kind of lawyer who tolerated interference in the defense of a case. McCarran provided a factual, comprehensive description of the case of leaving the scene. Arena had sufficient evidence to get a complaint from Monday's hearing. The notion that Senator Kennedy had discharged his legal obligation to report the accident by telling Joe Gargan and Paul Markham about it didn't cover it at all, McCarran said. The statute says you had to make known your name, address, and the license plate number of your car. Presumably someone has to be there when the police arrive at the scene. At least that was my interpretation. A plea of nolo contendere wasn't in the cards either. Judge Boyle expected defendants to plead guilty or not guilty in his court. A nolo plea said, "Let's suggest everything you say is true. What are you going to do about it?" By accepting the plea, Boyle would be dismissing the case as unimportant. Nolo couldn't be applied to an accident where a fatality had occurred. McCarran said that's why it wasn't considered. A guilty plea would dispose of the case quickly, but the statute provided a sentence of 2 months to 2 years. McCarran pointed out, the law at that time had a mandatory 20 days in jail in all cases of leaving the scene after causing personal injury. Where a death had occurred in the accident, Boyle might feel obliged to impose the maximum 2-year sentence. Boyle had the reputation of being a defendant's judge in traffic cases. He had decried the injustice of arresting motor vehicle offenders after hearing a case in which a driver had been jailed for speeding. Boyle delivered a blistering lecture to island police for their callousness. He was critical of the double punishment drivers suffered in traffic cases, contending that the courts should decide loss of license and registration, not the Registry of Motor Vehicles, which did so without hearing all the facts. McCarran recommended pleading guilty and asking for the case to be continued without a finding for 6 months. In that procedure, a judge heard the evidence but said, in effect, "I'm not going to find you guilty or not guilty. If you behave yourself, I'll dismiss the case. If not, I'll sentence you." McCarran gathered from the conference that Ted Kennedy had provided his attorneys with no additional information about the accident or the delay in reporting it. The senator was a client in absentia, a non-participant in the conference of lawyers, leaving to others, in particular Stephen Smith as his surrogate, the task of deciding his next move. Kennedy's remoteness alienated several of his advisers, who thought he wasn't leveling about the accident and was acting the hurt small boy and not the reasonable adult man in the crisis. Kennedy was reported to be so rattled and unsure of himself, he had, on reflex, turned over responsibility of decision-making to men, aides of his brothers, allowed them to grill him skeptically, openly dubious, as if he were an unreliable schoolboy. Kennedy himself would later recall the week after the accident as a time of great and searching speculation over the incidents surrounding the whole tragedy, many cross-streams, people coming up and saying, "You ought to go to press conferences," my own feelings about the circumstances. I don't know how you describe the period other than enormously difficult and complex. Another onlooker, former Jack Kennedy confidant Richard Goodwin, saw it differently. Kennedy was obviously panicky still, obviously really shaken up, Goodwin recalled. And yet nobody else was really willing to make the kind of serious decisions a situation of this sort required. Goodwin composed an expanded version of the accident, covering as many of the inconsistencies in Kennedy's report as possible, to be attached to the operator's report of the accident the senator was required to file with the Registry of Motor Vehicles within 5 days of the accident. The idea was to make more information available to the press without holding a press conference or issuing a formal statement. Hannafy and Clark balked at the idea. Fearful of the impact should additional charges be brought, they wanted no additional disclosures made about the accident. Goodwin's version was scrapped in favor of an operator's report identical to the statement Kennedy had left in Arena's office, but with significant deletions. Gone was the reference to a passenger, Kennedy's rescue attempts, and the shock he had suffered after the accident. Gone was his request to be taken back to Edgartown, and with the realization of what had happened, having immediately contacted police. But the report did contain one new piece of information. Kennedy estimated his rate of speed prior to the accident at approximately 20 miles per hour. Chapter 25. At 6 o'clock, when wine and cheese were served to the lawyers at the strategy conference, McCarran decided he'd contributed all he could to the discussion and asked to be driven to Woods Hole, where he caught a ferry to Martha's Vineyard. McCarran wasn't going to take part in the meeting Clark had scheduled with Arena and Walter Steele for that same Wednesday night. Apprehensive at that prospect, Arena was equally concerned about Steele's growing agitation over the case. Still chafing over the beating he'd taken from reporters during Wednesday's 2 press briefings, Steele complained. The nerve of these horses' asses, letting us handle the whole goddamn press while they pull up the drawbridge and don't say a goddamned word. In all my years in the district attorney's office, I never had such crummy treatment. And from people that are supposed to have some class. By day 2 of the briefings, 5 days after Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had gone to her watery death, Steele had given up any pretense about a continuing investigation. There is not a scintilla of evidence, he told reporters, to point to any other charges. We are proceeding only on the charge of leaving the scene. And, he added, that investigation was closed, except for finishing touches. Arena was as anxious as was Steele to put a stop to the notion of other charges. To quell all the inferences and rumors, let us not forget that this is a driving case from start to finish, he said at the briefing. My investigation as an experienced police officer shows that this was a true accident, caused by natural conditions. No criminal negligence on Senator Kennedy's part was involved. Under reporter probing, Arena acknowledged that the lack of blood or breath tests had inevitably aroused speculation that the senator might have been drunk at the time of the accident. But, he added, there is not one iota of evidence that operating under the influence of liquor was involved. We don't, and probably will not, have a case of negligent driving in the criminal sense. I don't see how that can change. We're satisfied that the accident is an accident. What happened after the accident is the reason for the complaint. Arena told the reporters he was seeking telephone company records to determine whether Senator Kennedy had called anyone on Friday night or Saturday morning from the Lawrence cottage. But newsmen who had dug deeper than Arena knew the remark only betrayed the poverty of information unearthed by his investigation. Had Arena inspected the cottage, he would have known there was no telephone there, only a jack for an extension to the telephone in a locked studio in the backyard. Defensive as Arena was, Steele went even further to protect himself from accusations of ineptness and timidity in prosecuting the case. Police had talked to some of the partygoers, he said, but Steele refused to reveal their names or any details of the conversations. Failure to report an accidental death to the proper authorities within a reasonable time was a misdemeanor punishable by a $100 fine. Yet Steele wasn't contemplating bringing charges against any of the senator's friends, reputed to have been given an account of the accident when Kennedy returned to the cottage. Surprised by Steele's fabrication, Arena tried to smooth it over. Lieutenant Killen, he said, was interviewing persons who had attended the party. Arena was promptly disputed by New York Post reporter Leonard Katz. Killen had denied he had been assigned the case. Arena admitted that he hadn't heard from Killen since his original request for help. In fact, he didn't know what Killen was doing. Well, I've talked to him, Katz said, and he's not doing anything. It's not his case. Reported to be as elusive as Senator Kennedy, Killen went public on Wednesday afternoon. It is not true that I have been assigned to this case. I have no intention of interviewing any witnesses. This investigation is being conducted by Chief Arena. All I know is, for all intents and purposes, the investigation is over. In view of Arena's statement to the press that there was no evidence of driving to endanger, and the finding of the medical examiner that the death was accidental, Killen said, I see no need of any investigation being made by the State Police Bureau. Privately, Killen scoffed at the notion, attributed to Dukes County officials close to the investigation, that those who had attended the party at Chappaquiddick could be compelled to give statements about the accident. This isn't Argentina, Killen said. Killen had to decline officially to assist Irina in questioning witnesses, D.A. Denise explained in New Bedford. A misunderstanding had occurred with regard to Killen's involvement in the investigation. That Irina had sought Killen's assistance directly should not be construed as action taken on the part of the district attorney's office, unless specifically requested to do so by the police chief. This office will not step into the Senator Kennedy accident case, Denise said. He might take action after Monday's hearing, at which time I am sure there will be more clarification of the issue. More facts will be presented. Fairly driven once again from the press briefing, Irina only then began playing catch-up with reporters with a belated investigation. He brought Huck Look to Chappaquiddick to assist him in drawing a map of the intersection, where Look said he saw a car he believed to be the Kennedy car. Skeptical that the automobile that passed Dyke House about midnight had been involved in the accident, Irina nevertheless secured a statement from Mrs. Malm, resident of the cottage nearest the bridge. Her daughter had been reading under an open window in a bedroom facing the bridge, she said. Sometime between 11:15 p.m. and 11:45 p.m. on Saturday night, her daughter heard a car going fairly fast on Dyke Road, but nothing else. Nobody ever heard a car hit the water, Irina said later. It seems amazing if they were still up, they couldn't hear anything. Mrs. Malm had left a 25-watt light bulb burning all night at the back door of the house. The light was visible from Dyke Bridge. A light had also been left on in one of the children's bedrooms in a house across Dyke Road, occupied by the Reverend and Mrs. David Smith. Both were mystified Senator Kennedy had not sought their help after the accident, because of the house's proximity to Poca Pond. Back at the station, Irina received the report of an interrogation of Russell Peachy conducted by police officer George Searle. Co-owner and manager of the Shiretown Inn, Peachy had refused to talk to reporters about Senator Kennedy's accommodation at his establishment during the weekend of the accident. The senator had checked in around 6 o'clock, but Peachy hadn't seen him again Friday night or Saturday, he said. But I believe Mrs. Stewart did. She was the desk clerk that morning. Irina was intrigued to learn Mrs. Stewart had talked to an apparently normal Senator Kennedy several hours before he had reported the accident. But Irina wasn't sure when Kennedy had appeared at the police station, variously reported to be 8 o'clock a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Saturday morning. Irina requested the negative of the photograph Harvey Ewing had taken of Ted Kennedy coming off the ferry around 9:45 a.m. as evidence. He said to Ewing, "You are probably nearer the time than I am. You may be a witness." The investigation was uncovering nothing but additional mysteries about the accident. No piece of the puzzle fit at all. One thing was clear. Senator Kennedy had not told the whole truth about the accident in his report. With his belated investigation going nowhere, Irina was to suffer another setback. A reporter called the police station to ask, "Did you know the registry has determined Ted Kennedy was at fault in the accident? They've just suspended his license because of negligence." Irina was stunned. Red Kennedy was supposed to be cooperating on this thing, Irina said later, and I had to hear about Ted's license being suspended from a reporter. Irina called the registry's office in Oak Bluffs. As required by law in all cases of fatal motor accidents where there were no witnesses, the senator's license had been suspended until a statutory hearing could be held. If the hearing resulted in a finding of serious fault, the suspension would be changed to a revocation, which by law remained in effect for at least 6 months. The hearing couldn't be scheduled until Registrar McLaughlin received a full report from inspectors investigating the accident. Meanwhile, a standard form notice that his license was suspended for an indefinite period was sent to Edward M. Kennedy on Wednesday, July 23rd. He was ordered to surrender his license at once. "You must not again operate a motor vehicle until your license has been reinstated." The registry's action was a matter of interpretation, Irina told reporters at Wednesday afternoon's briefing. "I didn't recommend it, but I'm not opposed to it. It's just some more stuff to add to my woes." Walter Steele explained that the preliminary finding by the registry should not be construed as fault in the criminal sense. That Kennedy's license had been suspended, Steele added, would have no bearing on efforts to convict him of leaving the scene. Irina had the feeling people were pulling the rug out from under me left and right, and there wasn't one son of a bitch who was cooperating. Even Walter Steele made me feel like I was alone in this thing. At the morning press briefing, somebody asked him, "Have you ruled out operating under the influence?" And Walter said no. And that really shook me up. I said to him afterward, "Walter, damn it, we don't have anything to hook him on for operating under." All these different things were putting me on the spot. Irina felt isolated even from other law enforcement agencies, he said. I got the feeling they were all avoiding me. Irina was surprised when Bill Carpenter sauntered into the police station. FBI resident agent on Cape Cod, Carpenter was a nice, easygoing guy, Irina said. Bill loved the vineyard. Despite his casual dress and relaxed manner, it was clear that Carpenter was working. Irina thought he'd been directed by Hoover by way of somebody else to snoop around. Walter Steele denied reports the FBI had expressed interest in the case. He was wrong. Again. At 5:35 p.m. on Wednesday, July 25th, Kitty Henley, Senior Secretary to the Assistant to the Director of the FBI, took down in shorthand a report telephoned by Special Agent James Handley of Boston. The car that was driven by Kennedy was found in the water near the beginning of the bridge. Skid marks were very short, indicating he was traveling at no great speed. The case of leaving the scene without reporting the accident will be based partly on his going by two houses near the scene to allegedly get back to his cottage, instead of stopping at the nearest house and summoning the authorities. The Registry of Motor Vehicles is consistent with the local police investigation in that there is no evidence of speed that could be called negligence. Chief Dominic J. Arena is of the opinion, and this is only an opinion, that Kennedy was not in shock for any 9 or 10 hours, and he desires to get the answers from Kennedy. The chief does not know how he could have been in shock that length of time. You have seen in the papers that the chief failed to advise Kennedy of his rights when Kennedy furnished the statement, partly because Markham, former U.S. Attorney, and Gargan, who is a cousin of Kennedy, were present, and because the chief said he did not think of it at the time since Kennedy voluntarily appeared at the station. The chief said that now they have a witness who can show the Kennedy car was seen at 12:40 a.m. at the intersection near the bridge, which offsets the fact that Kennedy said he left the party with the victim at 11:15 p.m. The police have as yet no witnesses as to seeing Kennedy driving the car at any reckless speed prior to the accident or being under the influence. The chief suspects that Teddy Kennedy came from Chappaquiddick Island to Edgartown early in the morning, and not shortly after the accident, as he said in his statement. But the chief has no real good evidence to prove this. The chief suspects that the possibility exists that Kennedy may have been too loaded to report the matter immediately after the accident, but he has no evidence at all to support this. The common consensus on the island, the registry and the police, is that a complaint will be issued for Kennedy having left the scene of the accident. The police department is being deluged with letters from all over the world, 90% of which are against Kennedy and urging them to be thorough in this investigation so Kennedy can be convicted of the worst. Life magazine, according to the chief, is coming out with a statement pointing out that Kennedy has been living recklessly of late, probably since Bobby's death, as a protest against running for the presidency. In other words, he is being pushed to run for the presidency, whereas Teddy does not feel at this time he wants to run for it. Arena suffered total humiliation at Wednesday's afternoon press briefing, having to confirm that he had never made a direct request to the district attorney's office for assistance in the Kennedy accident. Killen had seen no need to become involved in the case because the senator was only going to be prosecuted for a traffic misdemeanor. This is the case and the only case I have. But for the first time since the accident, Arena complained about it. This is my baby. Not a very nice baby, but my baby, he said. Showing the strain of 5 days of publicity and pressure, Arena revealed he was taking tranquilizers because of this thing. Chapter 26. Walter Steele was sufficiently calmed down by the time Judge Clark and his son arrived in Edgartown for their Wednesday night meeting. Clark came prepared to do business. Arena had filed a complaint application charging Senator Kennedy with leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury. Clark wanted him to know, there are technical defenses to this charge. However, Clark had to be guided by other considerations that transcend the usual criminal case, he said. He proposed Senator Kennedy admit to sufficient facts for a finding of guilty. The procedure included a plea of guilty and said, in effect, I don't want evidence of my wrongdoing presented as a case against me. The procedure required the consent of the prosecutor and the presiding judge. The idea was so obviously a whitewash. Even Steele, timorous as he was about prosecuting anything more serious than a misdemeanor in a fatal accident, objected. The judge won't go for it, he said, and neither do I. There are defenses to this charge, Clark reiterated, implying a not guilty plea could be in the offing. Steele wasn't fooled. We've got enough to hook him in court, he said. For the sake of argument, Clark said, if we pleaded guilty, what would you recommend to the judge? Steele would recommend a suspended sentence for any first offender on a leaving the scene complaint, he said. A suspended sentence would be fair to everybody. Clark wanted an assurance Judge Boyle would go along. You could never be sure about anything with Boyle, Steele said. You'll get a fair shake before this guy. He won't be influenced by the press, by Kennedy, or anybody else. He goes strictly by the book. Clark couldn't commit his client to anything so tentative. He wasn't a free agent. Another attorney was in charge of the case. Clark had to clear everything first. Stephen Smith and Ted Sorensen had the most to say about the senator's defense, he said. They're calling the shots. Clark had to return to Hyannisport before anything in the way of a plea could be decided. That a suspended sentence could be forthcoming, because Senator Kennedy was a first offender, wasn't as comforting a resolution of the case to Clark as it was to Arena and Steele, because he knew what they did not. Kennedy had never been involved in a hit-and-run accident before, but there was a record of serious traffic violations. Their nature formed a pattern of deliberate and repeated negligent operation. Particularly bothersome to Clark was a June 1958 conviction for reckless driving. On March 14, 1958, Deputy Sheriff Thomas Whitten had been on routine highway patrol outside Charlottesville, Virginia, when an Oldsmobile convertible ran a red light, sped off, then cut its taillights to elude pursuit. A license check revealed the car belonged to Edward M. Kennedy, a 26-year-old law student attending the University of Virginia. Kennedy had in March 1957 been fined $15 for speeding. Whitten was on patrol at the same intersection a week later, he testified. And here comes the same car. And to my surprise, he did exactly the same thing he did before. He raced through the same red light, cut his lights when he got to the corner, and made the right turn. Whitten gave chase. He found the car in a driveway, apparently unoccupied. Looking inside, he discovered the driver stretched out on the front seat, hiding. Whitten issued a ticket for reckless driving, racing with an officer to avoid arrest, operating a motor vehicle without an operator's license, mass registration. At his trial in Albemarle County Court, Kennedy testified that his taillights had a short circuit, a condition a garage mechanic confirmed finding a few days after Kennedy's arrest. Convicted of all charges, Kennedy paid a $35 fine. It had taken 3 months for his case to be heard, his attorneys able to win postponement after postponement. Court officials never filed the mandatory notice of the case in the public docket. Kennedy's name had not appeared on any arrest blotter. A local reporter spotted the case after discovering 5 warrants in Kennedy's name in a court cash drawer. 3 weeks after his trial, Kennedy was speeding again and still operating without a valid license. In December 1959, Kennedy was stopped again for running a red light and fined $10 and costs. In Whitten's view, that boy had a heavy foot and a mental block against the color red. He was a careless, reckless driver who didn't seem to have any regard for speed limits or traffic ordinances. The offenses in Virginia had occurred on Ted Kennedy's Massachusetts driver's license, but neither the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Boston nor the Office of Probation in Cambridge had any record of the out-of-state convictions when Clark checked with that agency. Though clean on the record, there was always the chance the press might rediscover the 10-year-old history of Kennedy's reckless driving and jeopardize his first offender status in Edgartown Court should a plea of guilty be made. The technical defenses Clark threatened Arena and Steele with were the vagueness of the statute as it pertained to operating a one-car accident, the constitutional issue of self-incrimination through the statement Kennedy left with Edgartown police, and a medical defense of shock. But the body of documentation gathered from the senator's various examinations and treatment had undercut the medical argument. Instead, that body of evidence indicated Kennedy had not been seriously injured in the accident, but had suffered a slight concussion, a bump on the head, a scratch behind the ear, and a stiff neck. No medical evidence supported a diagnosis of shock. Nor did Kennedy's behavior at the Shiretown Inn the next morning reflect the condition. According to Arena, the senator had looked depressed but physically okay at the police station. A not guilty plea required a trial open to the press and public, cross-examination of the senator, and the presentation of evidence against him. All those who had attended the party could be subpoenaed and made to testify. Deputy Sheriff Christopher Look was scheduled to be a witness, to enter into evidence the controversial question of the time the accident had taken place. Look's observations that the driver appeared lost and confused could provoke inferences of impairment, such as drunk driving, although neither Steele nor Arena had drawn that conclusion from Look's information. Look's story disturbed other lawyers, McCarran said. They were upset about it. The time difference was baffling to everybody. McCarran talked to Look himself, and believed he had seen the car an hour and a half after Ted Kennedy said the accident happened. But McCarran wasn't concerned about the discrepancy. I didn't think it would take that much time for Senator Kennedy to conform his story on the question of time with Huck Look's. Despite the peril he could be placed in by his traffic record, Senator Kennedy might be wiser to take his chances with a guilty plea to leaving the scene, rather than expose himself to more serious charges of driving to endanger and possibly manslaughter, as a result of more information coming out of a trial to defend a misdemeanor. As to manslaughter, the rule in Massachusetts was clear. Any person who wantonly, or in a reckless or grossly negligent manner, did that which resulted in the death of a human being was guilty of manslaughter, although he did not contemplate such a result. Negligence in exposing another to injury by doing an act supplied all the intention the law required to make a defendant responsible for the consequences. A further manslaughter charge possibly had developed from John Farrar, the Edgartown Fire Department scuba diver. In a number of interviews, Farrar repeatedly expressed the opinion that Mary Jo Kopechne might have lived for some time underwater by breathing a bubble of trapped air, and that she could have been saved if rescue personnel had been promptly called to the scene of the accident. As a result of the famous Coconut Grove nightclub fire in Boston in 1942, the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court had broadened wanton and reckless conduct to consist of an intentional failure to take such care in disregard of the probable harmful consequences. In upholding the guilty verdict of manslaughter brought against Barnett Wolanski, owner of the nightclub, for failing to keep his establishment safe for patrons, the court had ruled failure to do an act was as culpable as driving an automobile or accidentally discharging a firearm. Grave danger to others must have been apparent, and the defendant must have chosen to run the risk rather than alter his conduct, so as to avoid the act or omission which caused the harm. Even a defendant so stupid or heedless not to have recognized the danger could not escape the imputation of wanton or reckless conduct in his dangerous act or omission. If Senator Kennedy's failure to secure rescue assistance had contributed to the death of Mary Jo Kopechne, his omission to act was negligent. He was liable for prosecution under the Wolanski decision. That was, in fact, the major legal prop under which District Attorney Edmund Denise had successfully prosecuted for involuntary manslaughter in 1967, a Christian Scientist, for failing to provide medical treatment for a child who had died of pneumonia. Senator Kennedy confronted a legal dilemma. A not guilty plea required a trial, which could uncover damaging evidence against him. A guilty plea avoided a public inquisition and further revelations of wrongdoing, but made him liable to a possible jail term, and provided an admission on the record that was one element required to prove manslaughter, should that charge be subsequently brought against him under Wilansky. If the hardest decision was what plea to make, Kennedy also faced the increasingly urgent need for a statement of explanation about the accident. Kennedy's dependence upon speechwriters was legendary. In the preparation of a speech, most politicians briefed their writers before a draft was written. But Kennedy's writers completed a draft, then entered into discussion, during the course of which he was unusually receptive to other people's suggestions. Kennedy had assigned others to compose the famous eulogy delivered at his brother Robert's funeral. One of the speechwriters felt pretty funny about it, because how could we know what he felt about his brother? He just said, write something on the theme of love. I thought maybe that was one speech he shouldn't have asked us to write. But composing any explanation of the senator's accident at Chappaquiddick required a legal and verbal dexterity to explain away the 10 hours it had taken for authorities to be notified. That task was assigned to Ted Sorensen, the literary light of the Kennedy White House. Honored 4 days before the accident by the University of Nebraska as a graduate having influenced national affairs and life more than any other living Nebraskan, Sorensen arrived at the compound full of brooding reproach for what Ted's mischief was going to do to the legacy. Sorensen could hardly conceal his distaste for the whole affair. When Senator Kennedy called upon him to give legal counsel, I responded to the call, Sorensen said, but he thought Kennedy's action at the time of pressure was indefensible. The presence of a girl in his car and liquor at the party fanned the flames of ugly suspicion and wild speculation about his motivations for not going to the police immediately. Sorensen found it difficult to suspend my own moral judgments in working on a matter of that kind, and I therefore was insistent that whatever he said to the public, it did not contain misstatements of facts. Sorensen consulted Gargan about certain things he was not aware of, that he wanted to make certain about. Gargan confirmed the rescue efforts he and Paul Markham had undertaken at Dyke Bridge, his urging that the accident be reported, and Ted Kennedy's impulsive dive into the Edgartown Ferry Channel. Gargan said nothing about the alternative plan for reporting the accident Kennedy had proposed, or Kennedy's suggestion that it was Mary Jo Kopechne who drove the accident car. As the crisis passed into a 5th day of silence, editorial and political heat intensified. A leading Democrat, critical of Kennedy's behavior since the accident, suggested, "He can't let this thing deteriorate. I can't help but think he's been badly hurt. He may be able to come back if he's got some answers." Reported under sedation, still suffering from the traumatic shock of not rescuing Mary Jo Kopechne, a girl he hardly knew, from the car, Kennedy had made no decision to delegate a spokesman with authority to make statements or answer questions. It was unlikely the senator would reveal more information about the accident before his court appearance, an aide said. Any comment might have a prejudicial effect on the hearing scheduled for Monday. But the change in editorial winds brought increasingly strident demands for complete disclosure of the accident. Kennedy's report to Edgartown police was woefully inadequate. Worse, there are good reasons to doubt that it is even accurate, the Washington Post charged. If, the Post said, Kennedy remained silent, he could expect not only honest doubts to remain about his post-accident behavior, but also the bitter whispering campaign that has already begun. The talk will go on amplified about the initial timidity of the police, and how the Kennedys managed that, about the drinking and the calls to lawyers and the various damaging versions of what actually transpired that night. Saying nothing would do Kennedy grave harm, which is why he would be better advised to get the politics out of it and clear up the record of this tragic affair. To end speculation and rumor that was vilifying the senator's reputation and undermining public confidence in our law enforcement system, the Boston Record American suggested it was appropriate and essential in the interests of justice, that an inquest be held into the death of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Chapter 27. The growing clamor for more information found echo when, for the first time, Dukes County Medical Examiner Robert Nevin made a public statement that the circumstances attending the death of Mary Jo Chappaquiddick warranted an autopsy. "We don't know if the girl died of a heart attack, a stroke, or from drowning," he said. Nevin said he would have asked the state police to send a pathologist to Edgartown. "I wouldn't have let that autopsy go. I would have gone to Washington if I had to. It wasn't too late when Dr. Mills learned the entire story around 2:30 a.m. The corpse had been embalmed. The presence of formalin couldn't change the picture." Mills had performed his function of medical examiner by satisfying himself there was no evidence of foul play in the death, Nevin said. "But the point is that there are so many nasty questions. It would have been a kindness to Senator Kennedy to have an autopsy, so that all the nasty questions could be answered." An autopsy could still be possible, Nevin said. The order could come from the district attorney. Denise passed the buck. He would have preferred an autopsy be performed, he said, but it was up to Dr. Mills whether to order one or not. District attorneys rarely became involved in automobile accident cases, Denise said. "In my 11 years as a district attorney, we've never investigated a motor vehicles accident." Arena had reported the accident to him, and then for some reason bypassed me and contacted State Police Lieutenant Killen. Walter Steele hadn't invited Denise to participate either. For some reason they are not desirous to get me into the case at all, and I can't understand why. With newspaper reports indicating other charges could be brought in the case, it would seem to me the more manpower the better, Denise said. It is an extraordinary investigation, and unusual. They are in the position where, if the case begins to crumble, people will start talking. By his attack on Edgartown authorities, Denise was hoping to deflect criticism about his office remaining aloof from the case. Denise had shown no eagerness to become involved. In fact, Denise protested that he wouldn't step into the Kennedy accident case unless specifically asked to do so by Edgartown authorities. That Denise had known about Senator Kennedy's involvement in the accident by noon on Saturday, and not called for an autopsy, was defended by Assistant District Attorney Armand Fernandez. "You're saying that since Denise was factually aware at noon, that he was legally aware for purpose of intervening?" I say no. You're saying he was supposed to change his opinion right away in Senator Kennedy's case, whereas with Joe Blow he wouldn't. Denise's office announced the district attorney would not be available for any further comment on this matter. That it was not customary for the district attorney's office to become involved in motor vehicle accidents came as news to Jimmy Smith. In February, Smith had tried a hit-and-run accident on a direct indictment for involuntary manslaughter. "I got hung with it because the guy involved was a New Bedford fireman and a former high school star athlete," Smith said. "No other assistant wanted the case. It was kicking around the office waiting to be tried for months." The lack of information about the Kennedy accident was deeply troubling, Denise said, when he called Smith to complain of the inept handling of the situation by the senator and his advisers. "Where's all this Kennedy expertise? Where are all the pros? Can you imagine them just letting this thing ride?" Smith could only agree. With nothing coming out of the compound, Denise's position was growing untenable. Smith wasn't concerned about the district attorney's office entering the case, so much as the political time bomb of no action on this thing. The beauty of the Kennedys earlier was that they acted, they didn't react. But this was a non-action. All they had to do was come up with some answers. The longer it waited and they couldn't, the worse it got. The whole reaction of the parties was creating the suspense and mystery about the accident, whether it was intentional or not, Smith told Warren O'Donnell. O'Donnell was grim. Because of what was going on at Hyannisport, Smith said later. Because Kenneth was being frozen out. They were giving out his name as being there as an advisor to make it look like all the old Kennedy hands were rallying around, hoping that meant to people that Teddy couldn't be guilty of anything serious. But that wasn't working at all. O'Donnell thought Ted Kennedy was screwing up by delaying a public explanation of the accident. He had had direct experience with an earlier and notorious occasion, when Ted had gotten himself in trouble. O'Donnell had arranged for his Harvard roommate, Bill Freight, to take a Spanish examination in Kennedy's stead. When Freight got caught, he and Ted Kennedy had been expelled for cheating. Warren called his brother. In the midst of preparing John Kennedy's campaign against Henry Cabot Lodge, Kenneth O'Donnell told Ted Kennedy to pack his bags, but not to leave the dormitory until he received further instructions. When the telephone rang, Warren recognized the voice demanding to speak to Ted as former Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy. "You're in the Army. Report to Fort Dix at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," the ambassador announced, then hung up. O'Donnell swore it was the real story of the famous cheating episode. Ted Kennedy had denied there was anything unusual about his interrupted education at Harvard. The Korean War was on, and he thought it was a good time to get my service over. Kennedy had served as an infantryman assigned to military police honor guard at SHAPE headquarters in Paris. A curtain of secrecy had enveloped the incident until 1962, when Boston Globe reporter Robert Healy discovered the story. Kenneth O'Donnell had participated in White House conferences seeking to persuade Healy not to release the information as a news story. A compromise had allowed Ted Kennedy to confess the incident, with a statement of contrition. The public had been forgiving of the schoolboy prank, and the incident was diffused as an issue in the election. That wasn't going to be possible with the accident at Chappaquiddick, Warren O'Donnell said. Jack wasn't in the White House, and Bobby was dead. Whatever happened at Chappaquiddick was bound to come out. Attempts to manage the crisis were so blatant, nobody was going to believe anything but a complete disclosure. Smith was worried the pressure on the district attorney's office was starting to tell. Reluctant as Denise was to do anything, Smith said, he can't duck the case forever. On Thursday morning, now 6 days after the accident, Denise called Dr. Donald Mills to ask, "I don't think an autopsy was necessary, do you?" Surprised to hear Denise mention autopsy for the first time, Mills said, "I really agree. I'm sticking to my guns on that." Mills wanted the district attorney's office to issue an official statement about the accident. That way, he would be spared having to reiterate the known facts of the case to reporters who were continuing to pester him about the lack of an autopsy and Mary Jo Kopechne's blood alcohol test figure. Denise was staying out of the case, he said. "I don't want another Lee Harvey Oswald affair. If I get involved, it's going to stir up a big Roman holiday in Edgartown. We don't want that, so we'll let Arena handle it." Under pressure from reporters, Mills released the blood alcohol test figure of 0.09%. He characterized it as a very modest, very slight level of alcohol in Mary Jo Kopechne's blood, an interpretation that immediately was challenged by other medical authorities. The test had been conducted by Dr. John McHugh, director of the State Police Chemistry Lab in Boston. McHugh said, "In this particular case, the figure means a person weighing 110 pounds or thereabouts has an alcohol intake of about 3.75 to 5 ounces of 80 to 90 proof liquor. That's up to 5 drinks within 1 hour prior to death. More if you measure over a longer period, since alcohol diminishes in the bloodstream with the passage of time." The standard of interpreting blood alcohol in terms of human behavior demonstrated a figure of 0.09% was at a level which adversely affected driving. All European countries and Canada established 0.08% as the point which a person should not operate an automobile. Massachusetts provided 0.15% as legal intoxication, but legislation was pending to conform Massachusetts to the federal standard of 0.10%. According to existing statutory guidelines, a test result of 0.05% was presumption of sobriety. With percentages of more than 0.05%, but less than 0.15%, there shall be no presumption, McHugh said. Mary Jo Kopechne may not have been legally intoxicated by Massachusetts standards, but she was closer to drunk than sober when she died. Plagued by the return of reporters to his office and the eruption of another medical controversy about his role in the accident, Dr. Mills announced a press conference for Friday morning. Chief Arena canceled the Thursday morning press briefing. The Federated Church Parish Hall was booked for the annual Whale of a Sail Bazaar. Arena was now suffering a different species of pressure than he had from reporters. Massachusetts Attorney General Robert Quinn had called to say, "Chief, you're talking too much." Quinn suggested Arena cancel all further press briefings. Identified as an aide to George Killen, Bernie Flynn announced from Barnstable Courthouse, "Pretrial publicity has gotten to the stage that it's unconstitutional." Killen sincerely hoped Arena was keeping in mind some of the recent Supreme Court decisions, particularly those bearing on pre-trial publicity. "The 2 press conferences a day were driving Killen crazy," Flynn said. "It got so bad, I told Arena myself, 'For Christ's sake, take it easy.' He'd say, 'Oh, all right, I'll knock it off.' Then an hour later, he'd be going at it again. You couldn't control the guy as far as the press was concerned." Arena was in such thrall to reporters. If they stuck a potato in front of him, he'd talk into it like it was a microphone. Killen was appalled at the escalation of the publicity in the case since Arena's briefings. Every time you turned on the television, there's his mug making exculpatory statements about there not being any negligence in the accident, giving his whole goddamn case away. Arena should not be revealing details of his investigation, like a detective reporting his progress to a superior officer, Killen said. There was no prosecutable case left except for leaving the scene, and if Arena didn't mind his public statements, he could very well lose that one, too. Killen asked his friend Al Hinckley, chief of Barnstable Police, to call Arena about talking to reporters about his prosecution of Ted Kennedy. Hinckley did, telling Arena, "Better not blow your case." "I don't think I was told to shut up," Arena said. "There were some calls from law enforcement people informing me I was endangering my case, but those calls were made in goodwill. They were friendly calls." Arena sent Officer Robert Bergure to tell reporters gathered at the parish house for the afternoon's briefing, "There will be no further press conferences on the advisement of Special Prosecutor Walter Steele." Reporters regretted the end of the briefings, given the sobriquet, "The Walter and Dominic Show," by a Chicago Today reporter, and referred to less fondly by others as Ted Mack's Original Amateur Hour. Arena and Steele might understandably have been awed at having to deal with a U.S. senator and a potential presidential candidate, and hesitated to question Ted Kennedy aggressively. But it is beyond belief entirely why answers, complete and satisfactory ones, to the obvious questions in this case have not been forthcoming voluntarily from those who participated in the events, the nation complained. Many questions which should have been asked as a matter of course in circumstances such as these have not even been asked. No purpose had been served by the press briefings, except to afford Arena and Steele the opportunity to defend their maladroit handling of the case. Arena had tried to make up for his lack of investigation by talking a lot, one observer noted. The more he talked, the more he invited ridicule from reporters for knowing so little. Yet Arena had won over the press by an unflagging good humor. He'd initialed scores of personal checks so reporters could get them cashed, no small accomplishment in tourist-wary Edgartown. Refereed the repeated squabbles for territorial space between rival television correspondents, Ben Silver and Liz Trotta, and never refused a reasonable request for information, such as he was able to provide. Selectman Robert Carroll chose the occasion of the canceled news briefings to declare his complete satisfaction with Arena's handling of the Kennedy accident. "He is not only the best chief this town has ever had, but one of the best in the country," Carroll said. "Unlike the district attorney, our chief is not looking for headlines to further his own career." A gratuitous swipe at Denise, given the district attorney's obvious reluctance to involve himself in the case. But Carroll's encomiums had fallen short of the mark. Arena had been duped about the party by Senator Kennedy, then had failed to press Kennedy on his promise to provide more information about the accident. He'd been deprived of important license information by the registry, and straight-armed by Killen, then been persuaded by Walter Steele into filing the least charge possible in a fatal automobile accident. Arena himself had come up with no evidence, except that provided by the senator's report, and Huck Look's volunteered testimony, which contradicted it with regard to the time the accident had occurred and the reason for the senator's wrong turn on Dyke Road. Nor had Arena corroborated either version. As Ted Kennedy's leading supporter in Edgartown, Carroll was only confirming what reporters knew already: the great job Arena had done absolving Ted Kennedy of any blame for the death of Mary Jo Kopechne. Chapter 28. But Arena was, finally, going to question Jack Crimmins, one of the guests at the Chappaquiddick party. Accompanied by Walter Steele and Tommy Teller, Arena drove to the registry office at Oak Bluffs to meet Registry Inspector Red Kennedy. There, they boarded Kennedy's cabin cruiser for the 10-mile journey across Vineyard Sound to Falmouth, and their rendezvous with Jack Crimmins. Crimmins met the delegation at the door of his room at the Catamaran Motel. A tall man with coarse skin, he was the fastidiously dressed bachelor who liked to hang around cops. Arena had known from his state trooper days at Suffolk County Courthouse. Crimmins was then employed as a legal aid and investigator in the district attorney's office. Arena wasn't sure what Crimmins did. Jack was one of those typical hail-fellow well-met Irish guys who probably wouldn't have to work a day in his life on a strenuous job because of these little things that kept coming up. Arena figured Crimmins to be the beneficiary of a no-heavy-lifting patronage sinecure favored by Massachusetts politicians. Arena regretted not having spoken to Kennedy's chauffeur on Saturday morning, he said. I thought, gee, that would have been a great feather in my own cap, because right from the beginning I might have had an idea what the hell had gone on the night before. Crimmins had come to the police station to talk to Arena, but spotted a Newsweek reporter in the corridor he didn't like and left. Crimmins was now suspiciously eager to cooperate. 5 days of dealing with reporters had rubbed some skepticism off on Arena. He wondered if Crimmins didn't have another purpose in mind, he said. Here's a guy who's going to say we've got the interview with him, so we don't have to bother anyone else who was at the party. Arena asked Crimmins, what can you tell us about the night of the accident? Do you mind if I write it? Crimmins said. A statement was better than an interrogation, in Arena's opinion, so we all stood around like Joe Bananas, gabbing, while Jack wrote out his statement in longhand. My name is John B. Crimmins. I live at 164 Marine Road, South Boston. On July 18th, 1969, I was on Chappaquiddick at a cottage rented by Joseph Gargan, where a cookout was held for girls who had worked for Robert Kennedy in his presidential campaign. There were 12 people present: myself, Senator Kennedy, Paul Markham, Charles Tretter, Joe Gargan, Ray LaRosa, the deceased, Susan Tannenbaum, Rosemary Keogh, Esther Newberg, Mary Ellen, and Nancy Lyons. It was a friendly party. The group was reminiscing and discussing politics. There was liquor available for those who wanted it. We all ate between 9:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. as the steaks came off the grill. Joe Gargan prepared and served frozen hors d'oeuvres until the steaks were ready. At about 11:15 p.m., Senator Kennedy asked me for the keys to the car so he could get back to Edgartown. I talked briefly with him at this time. He was perfectly normal at that time. There was nothing unusual about his appearance or behavior. Immediately thereafter, the car pulled away from the front of the house. Some time later, I went to bed in the cottage. I first learned of the accident the following morning. Arena didn't ask Crimmins why he hadn't driven the senator to the ferry, how much Kennedy had to drink at the party, what time the senator had returned to the cottage after the accident, and why Crimmins hadn't been told about it until the next morning. Arena's new reticence about making public statements about the case prevented him from revealing he had at last questioned one of the partygoers, one of the most embarrassing holes in his threadbare investigation. To have released the statement would have been asking for trouble. The Crimmins interview was a transparent effort to allay suspicion that the party had been a riotous affair. Even Arena recognized the effort to absolve the senator of any blame, he said. The statement certainly seemed to be one that would cover everything. Here's somebody who was at the party saying, "It was a nice time. Everybody was sociable." In other words, he's corroborating Ted Kennedy. Arena had copies of the Crimmins statement delivered to Dick McCarran's office. McCarran had just received a telephone call from Clark, asking him to draft a statement waiving the senator's right to a hearing to contest Arena's complaint application. McCarran read the 2 paragraphs over the telephone to Stephen Smith at the compound. Smith turned him over to Ted Sorensen. Sorensen made 2 minor changes in the text. Then the statement was held pending further developments. The decision to withdraw objections to the complaint had been worked out at a major conference at the compound, giving rise to rumors that the long-awaited statement about the accident was forthcoming. The conferences were the target of such scathing press criticism that it was plain the senator's decision could wait no longer. The New York Times reacted sharply to the picture of Senator Kennedy locking himself up in his Hyannisport compound for a solid week with high-powered advisors. This, the newspaper said, reinforces the suspicions aroused by his failure to report the accident until after he had conferred or tried to confer with a battery of lawyers, that his priority interest from the moment of the accident was to avoid assumption of responsibility for the tragic situation. To the Chicago Daily News, Kennedy's almost Pavlovian response to the accident had been a flight to the seemingly safe world of advisors and public relations experts. Their presence alone had changed the whole scale of the event. The compound planning sessions were like a parody of the Cuban Missile Crisis, Life said. All the surviving New Frontiersmen scheming to extract their man from the scandal of an accident. All they had to account for was the classic rich kid's stunt, running away from an accident that Dad can fix with the judge. Even Clark was unhappy with the resolution. Reputations such as his were not made by pleading clients guilty. The solution proposed by Hannafy, seconded by Stephen Smith, and agreed to by the senator as a way of throwing a bone to prosecuting authorities and not dragging the case out. It's what lawyers traditionally do, Dick McCarran agreed. Plead to a lesser charge in hopes of avoiding a more serious one. Clark arranged to go to Edgartown on a chartered plane to work out the details of Kennedy's court appearance with Arena and Steele. Arena wasn't prepared for another meeting. We didn't get much advance notice. I didn't know what to expect, if it was going to be a pitch or what. Arena agreed to meet Clark in a vacant office at Martha's Vineyard Airport. It was at this meeting, he said, they threw the bomb at us. Senator Kennedy was going to waive the hearing and face arraignment on the charge of leaving the scene. Clark said, "How would you feel about pleading guilty and asking for probation?" Copping a plea was fine with Steele, but he thought the idea of a United States senator on probation was absurd. Clark proposed a plea and a suspended sentence. McCarran would make a statement on mitigation and hoped Judge Boyle would go for it. Clark wanted to move quickly. There were security problems to be considered. The senator's staff feared that a crank might be lurking about Edgartown, so inflamed by the controversy over the accident as to do injury to the senator. Extraordinary measures would have to be taken to protect Ted Kennedy. Clark proposed going to court, first thing in the morning. We'll waive our rights to a hearing, make our plea, and get the hell out before anybody knows what's happening. The idea made sense to Arena, provided he could arrange police protection that fast. Before Clark flew back to Hyannis, another pre-arraignment meeting was agreed upon to coordinate the senator's court appearance. Arena was calling in reinforcements from other island police forces when Walter Steele burst into the police station. He said, "Jesus, we forgot to tell the judge." Steele called court clerk Tommy Teller. No cases were docketed for the next morning. Boyle wasn't scheduled to hold court. The judge was off island, visiting relatives in New Bedford, not due to return until evening. Boyle refused to discuss the matter over the phone when Teller called him. He didn't sound much taken with the idea of arraigning Senator Kennedy the next morning. Boyle said, "Why should we put the case down for any date they ask for? That's when we all pushed the panic button, Arena recalled, when Tommy said we better not do anything without Boyle's approval, because he'll get upset. Arena and Steele went to Dick McCarran's house. McCarran scrambled some eggs, but nobody was hungry. McCarran left for the airport to meet Judge Clark. Steele and Arena went to Ocean Heights. Arena had a cold drink before Clark arrived with 2 copies of the operator's report of the accident and confirmation that arrangements for the next day's court appearance had been made at the Kennedy end. Steele gave Clark the bad news. We don't know if Judge Boyle will be sitting tomorrow. Steele was leaving for a meeting with Boyle in Vineyard Haven. He instructed the others to stay clear of the uncurtained windows and to keep quiet should anyone come to the door. If reporters learned the senator's lawyers were meeting secretly with the chief of police and county prosecutor, it would be on the news wires in an hour that a deal was being cooked up. Clark asked Arena what he would do if Senator Kennedy pleaded guilty. Arena would give the normal summary of the facts of the case like I usually do. Would you mind putting it together now? Clark asked. Arena went into another room. He used Steele's typewriter to bang out a statement. I was very pleased my initial preparation was acceptable to all, he said later. That was word for word the testimony I gave the next morning in court. Arena waited for Steele to return as twilight fell. A lot of time went by. We were all wondering what the hell was happening. A voice boomed from outdoors calling Walter Steele. Arena observed a large man of unmistakable albino complexion, placing planks across the back porch steps from a panel truck backed into the driveway. Arena told Clark and McCarran to hide in a bedroom. He opened the door and greeted Bill McClure. I brought Walter's refrigerator, McClure said. Go right ahead, Arena said. He thought it was pretty funny that in the middle of a secret meeting some guy shows up to deliver a refrigerator. I'm trying to be so coy, making small talk, and this guy's probably wondering, where did all these cars come from? Who do they belong to? Steele returned around 9 o'clock with good news. Boyle would hear the case first thing in the morning. Although it would undermine security arrangements, it was decided to hold a press conference to announce the senator's arraignment. There was no way Ted Kennedy could be sneaked in and out of Edgartown District Court to make his plea. Arena sent his officers to hotels and popular drinking spots in Edgartown, rounding up as many reporters as possible. McCarran planned to deliver the statement he'd written, but developed last-minute stage fright. Judge Clark did it instead. He said, I've got a brief announcement to make. I cannot elaborate on it. This is it. I can say no more. Senator Kennedy was waiving his objection to the issuance of a complaint against him. He would accept service on the charge of leaving the scene tomorrow morning in district court. Kennedy's decision to face arraignment came as a complete surprise, Arena told reporters. I have no idea what they based their decision on. As of this moment, there is nothing to indicate this is more than a motor vehicles case. If Kennedy pleaded guilty, Arena was prepared to present his case. If a not guilty plea is entered, we'll ask for a continuance. Arena didn't think Steele was prepared to prosecute. Steele promptly and predictably contradicted him. I'm ready to go to court, I tell you. I have the witnesses ready. Steele was asked about a report of the accident filed with the Registry of Motor Vehicles, in which Senator Kennedy was purported to have been driving so carefully he could not have been negligent when the car went over Dyke Bridge. Steele confirmed a report had been filed, but refused to show it. Reminded such documents were routinely made available to the press, Steele said, That's right, they are, but this one isn't, so sue me. When the reporter wanted to know if Steele had served as an assistant district attorney for Suffolk County with Ted Kennedy in 1961, and what their relationship was, Steele exploded, That's true, and if you're going to ask questions like that, you can leave. In fact, I'll have you shown out. Steele ordered 2 Edgartown police officers, Take him out. The prosecutor had cooled down by the time reporters submitted their names and affiliations, in the hope of being assigned to a 35-member press pool allowed inside the courtroom to cover the arraignment. Harvey Ewing and Culber Smith would be admitted without question, Steele said, because they represent the local press, Steele sat up until 3 a.m. selecting the press pool and preparing his appearance in court for the next morning. After the press conference, Clark called reporter Joe Donegan in Brockton, Massachusetts. District courts did not provide verbatim transcription of proceedings. Donegan understood why Clark wanted Ted Kennedy's arraignment taken the next morning. If a lawyer had a serious case in the district court, he'd always get a stenographer to have a permanent record, Donegan said. What they want that for is to study the Commonwealth's case to prepare their defense for a superior court trial, if there is one. Usually the defense doesn't put on a case in the district court. They just let the Commonwealth put their case on, then rest, especially if they know there's a strong case against their client. Donegan agreed to be in Edgartown the next morning. At his office, Richard McCarran received a telephone call from Joe Gargan to go to Oak Bluffs to await the arrival of attorney John Driscoll. Gargan had suggested Driscoll be sent to Edgartown, not as a legal advisor, but to coordinate the senator's appearance the next morning, the arrival of the other lawyers, and the going to court. Gargan usually did this kind of advance work, but he was out of favor insofar as Kennedy's staff was concerned. In addition, nobody wanted Gargan, the co-host of the party at Chappaquiddick, and a key witness who had thus far avoided interrogation by police, on conspicuous view the morning Ted Kennedy made his plea. Because it was late when this was decided, Gargan suggested Driscoll go over on the Kennedy yacht Marlin. The boat was on call at all times for any kind of trip, Gargan said, so it wasn't difficult to make arrangements. Gargan accompanied Driscoll on the voyage across Vineyard Sound. He did not talk about the accident with him. "I never discussed the accident with Jack Driscoll," he said, "or anyone else for that matter." McCarran recalled the Marlin coming out of the darkness, like some mystery ship. Driscoll was dropped off at the dock. He wanted to check the route Kennedy was to travel to the courthouse the next morning, but it was too foggy. McCarran put him up for the night in an apartment in a building he owned on Edgartown's Main Street. Driscoll roused McCarran very early the next morning in order to review security arrangements made in advance of Kennedy's court appearance. Edgartown was shrouded in gray mist and uncomfortably warm when Arena walked to Town Hall at 8 a.m. Police in foul weather gear were directing traffic on Main Street. Arena had brought in reinforcements from other police departments to provide what security he could, but the number of newsmen gathering in front of the courthouse and the tiers of television cameras ranked across the street made him uneasy. It was impossible to provide absolute protection for Ted Kennedy without closing off Main Street altogether. Senator Kennedy, his wife, and Stephen Smith boarded the Marlin at Hyannisport for the hour-long crossing through fog and heavy seas to Martha's Vineyard. McCarran met his client for the first time when the Marlin docked at Oak Bluffs. Kennedy looked grim and tense. He wore a blue suit and a dark tie, but had left his cervical collar at home. A detachment of state police escorted him to Edgartown. Chapter 29. When Kennedy entered the courthouse, Arena presented him with a forthwith summons, making his appearance in court official. The senator was taken to the probation office to fill out an identity card required of all defendants. Then, he met privately in a second-floor grand jury room with Clark and McCarran. Clark had received no assurance Judge Boyle would go along with a suspended sentence. "I never had a case like it," Clark said later. "I didn't know a single thing about that judge, and I didn't know what he was going to do. He could have sent my client to jail." McCarran was concerned about the mandatory 20-day jail term in all cases of leaving the scene of an accident where personal injury had occurred. Boyle was a stickler for strict construction of statutory commandments when it came to sentencing. Kennedy tried to put McCarran at ease, telling him, "Don't worry about it. He's already made up his mind." Boyle wasn't likely to make a precipitous decision from the bench. McCarran entered the courtroom first, followed by Ted Kennedy. All eyes observed the senator walk slowly to a captain's chair in the row of seats behind the defendant's table. Kennedy clasped his hands together, rested his chin on his fingers, and stared at the floor. Seated at a table reserved for local press in the courtroom, Harvey Ewing contrasted the fast-stepping Kennedy he'd photographed on Saturday morning with the beaten man in the courtroom. Kennedy looked whipped, Ewing said. He looked like, "There's one senator that should have gone down with the car." The Methodist church bell next door tolled the hour, although the electric clock in the courtroom read 8:58 a.m. Kennedy flinched when a bailiff banged a gavel for quiet and intoned, "The District Court of the County of Dukes County is now in session. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts." Judge James Boyle entered the courtroom. A tall man with a thinning ridge of red hair, mustache, and ruddy complexion, Boyle settled himself behind a raised oak desk. Court Clerk Tommy Teller called the first case on the docket. Commonwealth versus Edward M. Kennedy. This complaint charges that Edward M. Kennedy of Boston, Mass., on the 19th day of July, 1969, at Edgartown, did operate a certain motor vehicle upon a public way in said Edgartown, and did go away after knowingly causing injury to Mary Jo Chappaquiddick, without stopping and making known his name, residence, and the number of his motor vehicle. Teller addressed Kennedy directly. "How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?" After 1 week of studied silence, closeted with advisers at Hyannisport, this was the climactic moment of truth reporters had been waiting for. Whether Kennedy would admit guilt or seek to defend himself from the charge. Kennedy hesitated. He looked at his attorneys. His lips moved, but no sound came. "Guilty," he said, in a choked near whisper, hardly audible. He swallowed hard, then repeated in a louder but shaking voice, "Guilty." As was his custom, Boyle wanted to hear a summary of the evidence. Arena was sworn. He received permission to read a précis of the case from personal notes written on a single sheet of yellow paper. Kennedy slumped in his chair, his eyes shut. Not once did he raise his head while Arena testified. Arena dropped his summary in mid-recital. He spent several seconds crouched on the floor of the witness stand retrieving the document. More than one reporter in the courtroom thought the incident symbolized Arena's handling of the case. McCarran had no questions of the officer. Boyle had a question. Peering over his glasses, he said in a harsh voice, "I would be most interested in determining from the defendant or the Commonwealth if there was a deliberate effort to conceal the identity of the defendant." The question encapsulated all speculation that Ted Kennedy had tried to avoid being implicated in Mary Jo Chappaquiddick's death by delaying his report of the accident. Arena looked confused. "Identity of the defendant?" he asked. "Not to my knowledge, Your Honor." Steele stepped in. "Thank you, Chief," he said, getting Arena off the witness stand in a hurry. Boyle had addressed his question to the defendant or the Commonwealth. Senator Kennedy had chosen not to respond to the question. Everybody in the court knew only he could answer. Arena and Steele would have no idea what the senator had done after the accident. Boyle turned his attention to the defender's table. Clark and McCarran stiffened. If Boyle asked Ted Kennedy the question directly, he would be required to answer or plead the Fifth Amendment to avoid self-incrimination. Boyle let the question go. He said, "I should be glad to hear you gentlemen on disposition." It was an incredible gaffe. If Boyle wanted to find out what Kennedy had done in the hours after the accident, this was the time to do so. Unsettled by the close call, McCarran said, shakily, "The attorney's legal defenses that could be presented in this case." Boyle cut him off. "I don't think that is a proper statement to make," he said sharply. "On a plea of guilty, that's a confession. I don't think you should argue there are legal defenses." Boyle was concerned now with the question of mitigating circumstances. He didn't want any public relations posturing in his court. Senator Kennedy was adamant in his wish to plead guilty, McCarran said. "It is his direction that his plea be entered and to leave the disposition to this court." In view of the defendant's attorneys, confinement of the defendant would not be the proper course. I believe his character is well known to the world, McCarran said. We would, therefore, ask that any sentence that the court may impose be suspended. Steele proposed incarceration in the Barnstable House of Correction for a period of 2 months. Having in mind the character of the defendant, his age and reputation prior to the accident, Steele said, the ends of justice would best be served were he given a suspended sentence. Boyle asked Chief Probation Officer Helen Tyra, there is no record? Under a Charlottesville, Virginia dateline, the Associated Press had circulated a story appearing in that morning's newspapers, listing Ted Kennedy's record of previous traffic offenses. Apparently, Tyra hadn't read the papers. None, Your Honor, she said. Boyle paused. The courtroom held its collective breath. Clark called it the longest minute of my life, waiting for the judge to announce his decision. Considering the unblemished record of the defendant, Boyle said, and insofar as the Commonwealth represents, this is not a case where he was really trying to conceal his identity. Steele interjected a firm, no, sir. Where it was Boyle's understanding that Kennedy has already been and will continue to be punished far beyond anything this court can impose, the ends of justice would be satisfied by the imposition of the minimum jail sentence and suspension of that sentence, assuming the defendant accepts the suspension. McCarran wasted no time in saying, the defendant will accept the suspension, Your Honor. Kennedy stood up. Teller said, Edward M. Kennedy, on the complaint the court has found you guilty and has sentenced you to serve 2 months in the House of Correction at Barnstable. Sentence is suspended. Boyle adjourned the court. The proceeding had taken 7 minutes. Kennedy, his wife, and Stephen Smith were led by 2 state troopers down a back staircase to the front of the courthouse. Kennedy paused on the top step to confront a corps of reporters shouting questions in a light drizzle. Kennedy ignored the questions. He said, I have made my plea and I have requested time on the networks tonight to speak to the people of Massachusetts and the nation. His last words were lost as the crowd surged forward, nearly knocking him to the ground. State troopers shouldered through the crowd to allow the senator to reach a car parked at the curbside, sparing him further contact with reporters. The car sped off to Martha's Vineyard Airport. A chartered airplane was waiting for the return flight to Hyannisport. Chapter 30. Anticipating the outrage of reporters expecting more facts coming out of the hearing, but having received no more than Arena's truncated version of the case, Steele, Teller, and Arena were engaged in a struggle inside the courthouse. Teller urged the police chief, you go out and tell them it's all over. Nobody else would go out. That's how I ended up in front of the television cameras again, Arena recalled. He told reporters, we have prosecuted on the facts we have, and there are no additional facts warranting further investigation. I'm satisfied I did my job and the case is closed. Arena thought the sentence had been fair. Any defendant with a clean record was entitled to a suspended sentence. He felt the most relief since Clark had mentioned a possible guilty plea, he said. I thought of letting out a big yell. Hey, everybody, let's all go out to South Beach and go swimming or something. I honestly thought the whole thing would be over, that his speech would be the end of it. Arena returned to the police station, talked with reporters, and just tried to relax. CBS correspondent Ben Silver proposed coming to Arena's house to film the police chief watching the senator's broadcast. Arena did not think that was a very good idea. Silver returned to the station an hour later, Arena related. He said he'd called New York and been told he really had to do it. It was at this time that I gently but firmly reminded him that I was the chief of police, and that if he or any of his people came on my property, I would arrest them for trespassing. Walter Steele thought justice had been done, telling reporters when he left the courthouse, this case is closed. The haste with which the case had been disposed of, the appearance of a show trial, combined with a guilty plea that precluded cross-examination and the taking of evidence, smacked of a deal worked out in advance of Kennedy's court appearance. Steele allowed that he had held the customary discussions with defense attorneys, who informed him their client was considering a guilty plea. He said, "I let them know what my recommendation to the court for sentencing would be if such a plea were entered." Steele refused to speculate about the questions that remained unanswered about the accident. Presumably, Senator Kennedy would address those mysteries in his speech. "People think once you present a case to trial you know everything," Steele said later. "You never do. There will always be doubts." Senator Kennedy had been urged to defend the charge against him, McCarran revealed. It was his decision and his decision alone to plead guilty. Had the jail sentence not been suspended, the senator would have appealed to the Superior Court for a trial by jury. The adjudication of the case was justified and perfectly proper, McCarran said. You had to enter a sentence, but you could suspend. The mandatory 20-day jail term he'd feared could be dispensed with, a view other legal authorities were beginning to challenge. Suspension of a mandatory sentence was not legal, George Killen's close friend, Falmouth attorney Frank Keating said. The statute called for no less than 20 days in all cases. That meant if you gave any sentence at all, it's got to be a minimum 20 days in jail. You can't give 2 months, then suspend. The only way Boyle could have gotten around that was to give Senator Kennedy straight probation, with no sentence at all. McCarran remained at the courthouse to deal with probation papers. Helen Tyra intended to treat Senator Kennedy like all her other probationers, she said. I see no reason, and neither did he, why the senator would be any different. Kennedy's reporting dates were a private matter and, just like everyone else, reached on an individual basis. The senator had to report by letter, phone, or in person. Tyra refused to disclose how often she would require Kennedy to do so during his year's probation. Ordinarily, convicted persons were forbidden from leaving the court's jurisdiction, she said. But Senator Kennedy will be free to travel at will. Pestered by reporters for a copy of the transcript he had taken of the brief proceedings, court stenographer Joe Donegan started to cooperate, then thought better about it. As an employee of Senator Kennedy's lawyers, he wondered if he should provide reporters with access to the document. Donegan asked McCarran if it was all right. McCarran wasn't taking any chances. He called the compound in Hyannisport and received permission from Stephen Smith. Donegan figured that wrapped up his involvement in the Kennedy accident case. But he was to play a much more significant role as part of a daring effort to prevent any more information about the accident coming out than was available from the brief transcript of Kennedy's trial he had transcribed, or the speech the senator was scheduled to make that evening. Gwen Chappaquiddick was looking forward to Senator Kennedy's broadcast, she said. I'm waiting for him to discuss his part publicly. There are a few things that happened that haven't been cleared up to the public yet. Mrs. Chappaquiddick would take further action if Senator Kennedy did not clarify these points. I know there are a lot of sick people in the world, and maybe we should expect a little vicious mail. If we can't clear up all the little snide remarks and everything, I would have an autopsy performed, if that's the only way I can clear my daughter. Her only interest in the case was the light in which Mary Jo's character and background was being shown. The furor over the fact that an autopsy was not done was totally unfounded, Dr. Mills told a press conference 1 hour before Senator Kennedy's court appearance. Mills had consulted the district attorney's office. Although this call is not required of me, I made it because the case involved personalities of national importance, and it was altogether more than I wanted to carry without further advice. Lieutenant George Killen had sent word that if Mills was satisfied as to the cause of death, which I was, then he was satisfied to close the matter with my original finding. He said, My feelings have not changed in this respect. Neither Lieutenant Killen nor I had the slightest inkling of Senator Kennedy's involvement in the case at the time. The decision not to autopsy was based on the facts at hand, and was, in effect, a joint decision between Lieutenant Killen and myself. On a strictly objective basis, we have no reason to regret this decision. Had the district attorney considered an autopsy after embalming advisable, Denise would have ordered it, Mills said. Certainly he knew of the Kennedy connection as soon as I did. Mills had been asked numerous times if an autopsy would have been ordered had he known Senator Kennedy was the driver of the accident car. I believe, he said, the district attorney's office would agree with me that the answer would be yes, in view of the senator's prominence as a national figure and the need to protect his public image against speculation. Had Mills known the extent of the senator's involvement, I would have told the district attorney's office an autopsy was needed. Not for medical reasons, mind you, but just to have avoided all this awful hue and cry about nothing, and to make sure the senator's name was cleared. In view of the clear-cut evidence of drowning, and the knowledge we had at the time, an autopsy was not indicated, and if done today would add absolutely nothing we do not already know. The public concept that an autopsy was the total and final answer to all circumstances surrounding a death was a myth, Mills said. I would urge the press to drop this angle once and for all. If Mills hoped the issue had been laid to rest, it wouldn't stay buried. An hour after his press conference, reporters had a story that Mrs. Chappaquiddick was willing to have her daughter's body disinterred, if that would clear her reputation, Mills said. It was implied that I would have to initiate such a step, which I was perfectly willing to do. Mills called the district attorney's office in New Bedford to plead with Assistant Armand Fernandez to send somebody down to help me. Fernandez didn't know the law on the subject, he said. It was clear to Mills that he fervently wished me to take full responsibility for the no autopsy. The case disposed of in the district court, a most curious ritual occurred at the Registry of Motor Vehicles office in Hyannis. Judge Clark personally turned over Senator Kennedy's license to Registrar Richard McLaughlin. Where the license came from was neither explained nor questioned. The senator had not been able to produce a license at the police station, and David Burke had not found one in Kennedy's Washington car. The license was mailed to registry headquarters. That a license renewal had been found in the tab room aroused Inspector Joseph Molino's suspicions. When I learned it was Senator Kennedy's license I'd done the check on, I was surprised. Molino hadn't looked in the tab room, because I had a file card in my hand. I had no reason to look anywhere else. I didn't figure there was any other card because after 5 months I wouldn't be looking for one. Anything I might find in the tab room couldn't be there more than 2 or 3 weeks, he said. I don't think it would have been in there at all. It seems funny as hell. Molino had been alone in the radio room when he checked Kennedy's license. He hadn't seen anyone in the building. But a while later I heard talk going around that McLaughlin was there on Saturday night, he said. It wouldn't take much for someone to key punch a new license, to spare the senator the embarrassment of not having one. McLaughlin denied the senator's license had expired, then dismissed the issue as not relevant to an accident. The expiration of a license of a person who's had one for a long time is not an indication of his ability to operate a motor vehicle. That the license had expired, and that fact been concealed by the registry, was confirmed when Hank Jonah telephoned Assistant District Attorney Jimmy Smith. Jonah's friend, Joe Grealish, wanted Smith to know the problem with the senator's license had been taken care of. Gargan didn't know the senator was driving on an expired license at the time of the accident, but he wasn't surprised to learn later this had been the case. Jack Kennedy often drove with an expired license, and so did Bobby. That doesn't make it any better, of course. Ted probably just forgot to have his license renewed, Gargan said. Gargan had no idea why the senator should want to conceal the fact, or that Registrar McLaughlin should later claim Senator Kennedy's license never expired. McLaughlin claimed registry records showed Kennedy had applied for renewal on February 6, 1969. In fact, he made it right here in this building. We have girls downstairs who handle things like that, just like any registry office. Forgetful of the senator's 2 charges of driving without a license in Virginia, McLaughlin added, he was always prompt in renewing his license. Kennedy had been in Massachusetts on February 6th. He had followed an early morning appearance in Quincy with trips to Taunton, Fall River, and New Bedford. Kennedy's Boston office had advanced the 3-day brainstorming tour. Gargan said, "We never went near the registry." Back and forth to the compound during the week of councils, Gargan on occasion said only a brief hello to Ted Kennedy. He was pointedly excluded from the strategy sessions. The senator did not feel like talking about the accident. Gargan was an embarrassment and a potential threat. To those who didn't know the real story, he was a puzzle wrapped in conspiratorial silence. But silence the senator had demanded. Gargan wouldn't talk about the reason the accident hadn't been reported for 10 hours. Because of his friendship and regard for Gargan, Paul Markham wasn't going to blow the whistle on Ted Kennedy either. Markham told reporters, "I see no prospect of talking about it. Not today, not tomorrow, and not the next day. I see no necessity of talking about it ever." Markham and Gargan were given the opportunity to examine the speech of explanation Senator Kennedy was going to deliver on television. Gargan hadn't actually seen Ted Sorensen writing it, but I was of the opinion he prepared most of it. There was nothing wrong with the speech as far as Gargan and Markham were personally concerned. However, we felt that the tone of the speech, the way it was written, wasn't going to be helpful to the senator, and we didn't think he should make it. Gargan said, "My main objection to the broadcast was it was totally against my training of keeping your mouth shut. Don't give your case away." Because the speech referred to his client, Joseph Donahue Jr. read over the draft. Donahue found it acceptable with regard to Gargan's legal position, but otherwise was appalled. He urged Gargan to go personally to Ted Kennedy to dissuade him from delivering the speech. Donahue said, "Can't you get to him? Can't you tell him how damaging this is?" "We indicated our feelings, but others had theirs," Gargan said. "It seemed to me they'd already made up their mind to go ahead with this explanation. We weren't being asked for advice at this time." While the speech presented an accurate portrayal of the rescue effort Gargan and Markham made at Dyke Bridge, the only part of the incident in which they had played a direct part, the rest of it was a fake, Gargan said later. It was made up, all of it, including thoughts and emotions. Chapter 31. Because the senator's address was regarded as a news story, all 3 television networks donated 15 minutes of prime time to the broadcast. Boston's WHDH-TV was selected to originate the program, an arrangement made with Harold Clancy, general manager of the station and publisher of the affiliated Boston Herald Traveler. Clancy was spotted on board the Marlin in the zoom lens of a photographer standing at the periphery of the compound, one of a crew of reporters who jeered at the huge remote truck emblazoned with Channel 5's logo that was waved through the checkpoint on Scudder Avenue. Among reporters who had stood a week's vigil waiting the release of a statement regarding the accident was Herald Traveler's stringer, Francis Broadhurst. Learning WHDH had been chosen to provide the feed for the broadcast, Broadhurst proposed he masquerade as a member of the television crew to observe firsthand the speech and write a background story. Broadhurst was outraged when Clancy vetoed the idea. "I was pretty disillusioned that the Kennedys could exercise so much control over the press," he said. "No reporter was to be allowed inside the house. The senator wasn't going to answer any questions after his speech." Following the remote truck in a small van was audio technician Don Moore. Assigned a crew to provide live coverage of the Miss Massachusetts beauty pageant in Attleboro, Moore had been chosen as a part of a crew of 5 and told, "You're going to Hyannisport." Facilities for the broadcast were to be set up at the senator's house. Moore drove to the causeway at Squaw Island, got out of the van, and measured the distance between 2 entrance pillars. The remote truck couldn't get through. The location of the speech was moved to the home of Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy. The remote truck was proceeding down Marchand Lane, used by the Kennedy family and other residents, when a highly agitated man ran out of an adjacent house, demanding the caravan stop. He told Director Bob Kincaid, "You see those overhanging branches of that tree on my property? If one leaf falls, I'm suing Channel 5 for damages." To assuage the irate neighbor, Kincaid stationed 2 crew members on top of the remote truck to divert branches from its path. Despite such precautions, Moore observed one leaf disengage. Kincaid was able to distract the tree owner's attention as the leaf fell earthward. When it was within reach, Moore grabbed it and stuck it in his pocket. While some facilities existed from previous television coverage originating from the compound, it was a race against time to install a hookup of television lines to deliver picture and sound beamed from Cape Cod via Providence, Rhode Island, to New York, where networks would distribute the program nationwide at 7:30 p.m., when the senator was scheduled to deliver his speech. At 7:20 p.m., the crew got a picture. 5 minutes later, the audio came in. Moore was asked by CBS for a microphone test. CBS was in the midst of broadcasting the nightly news with Walter Cronkite. The program featured an interview with Dr. Donald Mills, conducted by correspondent Ben Silver, during which the medical examiner revealed the decision not to perform an autopsy on Mary Jo Chappaquiddick had been jointly made with the district attorney's office. At the interview's conclusion, Mills received a telephone call from Edmund Denise. He said, "Mills, you let me down by not ordering an autopsy." He started to scream over the telephone about what a liar I was, how incompetent I was, and worse, Mills recalled. When he launched into a personal attack, my wife picked up the extension phone and screamed right back at him. I will not give you exactly what he said, but he was unpleasant, quite impolite, and he hung up the receiver in my face. A light layer of pancake makeup was applied to the senator's face to dull a surface reflection of lights. Kennedy asked his mother to join Stephen Smith and his sisters, Jean and Patricia, in a room off the library to watch the speech on television. Joan Kennedy was more persistent in her attentions, until she was ordered from the room by a short-tempered and tense Senator Kennedy, as time for the broadcast drew close. Kennedy took a place behind a desk. The desk and chair had been built up, using books as support blocks, so that the cameras were at eye level, to give a more natural angle when Kennedy delivered his speech. Kincaid was directing operations from the remote truck outside. 2 cameramen were on the floor with Moore. At 7:30 p.m., Channel 5 newscaster Jack Hines announced Senator Kennedy's talk was being produced by WHDH-TV Boston. On cue from Moore, Kennedy began reading from a manuscript gripped tightly in his hand. My fellow citizens, I have requested this opportunity to talk to you, the people of Massachusetts, about the tragedy which happened last Friday evening. This morning, I entered a plea of guilty to the charge of leaving the scene of an accident. Prior to my appearance in court, it would have been improper for me to comment on these matters. But tonight, I am free to tell you what happened and to say what it means to me. On the weekend of July 18th, I was on Martha's Vineyard Island participating with my nephew Joe Kennedy, as for 30 years my family has participated in the annual Edgartown Sailing Regatta. Only reasons of health prevented my wife from accompanying me. On Chappaquiddick Island, off Martha's Vineyard, I attended on Friday evening, July 18th, a cookout I had encouraged and helped sponsor for a devoted group of Kennedy campaign secretaries. When I left the party around 11:15 p.m., I was accompanied by one of these girls, Miss Mary Jo Chappaquiddick. Mary Jo was one of the most devoted members of the staff of Senator Robert Kennedy. She worked for him for 4 years and was broken up over his death. For this reason, and because she was such a gentle, kind, and idealistic person, all of us tried to help her feel that she still had a home with the Kennedy family. There is no truth whatever to the widely circulated suspicions of immoral conduct that have been leveled at my behavior and hers regarding that evening. There has never been a private relationship between us of any kind. I know of nothing in Mary Jo's conduct on that or any other occasion, and the same is true of the other girls at that party, that would lend any substance to such ugly speculation about their character. Nor was I driving under the influence of liquor. Little over a mile away, the car that I was driving on an unlit road went off a narrow bridge which had no guardrails and was built on a left angle to the road. The car overturned into a deep pond and immediately filled with water. I remember thinking, as the cold water rushed in around my head, that I was for certain drowning. Then water entered my lungs and I actually felt a sensation of drowning. But somehow, I struggled to the surface alive. I made immediate and repeated efforts to save Mary Jo by diving into the strong and murky current, but succeeded only in increasing my state of utter exhaustion and alarm. My conduct and conversation during the next several hours, to the extent that I can remember them, made no sense to me at all. Although my doctors informed me that I suffered a cerebral concussion as well as shock, I do not seek to escape responsibility for my actions by placing the blame either on the physical and emotional trauma brought on by the accident or on anyone else. I regard as indefensible the fact that I did not report the accident to the police immediately. Instead of looking directly for a telephone, after lying exhausted on the grass for an undetermined time, I walked back to the cottage where the party was being held, requested the help of two friends, Joe Gargan and Paul Markham, and directed them to return immediately to the scene with me, it then being some time after midnight, in order to undertake a new effort to dive down and locate Miss Chappaquiddick. Their strenuous efforts, undertaken at some risk to their own lives, also proved futile. All kinds of scrambled thoughts, all of them confused, some of them irrational, many of which I cannot recall, and some of which I would not have seriously entertained under normal circumstances, went through my mind during this period. They were reflected in the various, inexplicable, inconsistent, and inconclusive things I said and did, including such questions as whether the girl might still be alive somewhere out of that immediate area, whether some awful curse actually did hang over all the Kennedys, whether there was some justifiable reason for me to doubt what had happened, and to delay my report, and whether somehow the awful weight of this incredible incident might in some way pass from my shoulders. I was overcome, I am frank to say, by a jumble of emotions: grief, fear, doubt, exhaustion, panic, confusion, and shock. Instructing Gargan and Markham not to alarm Mary Jo's friends that night, I had them take me to the ferry crossing. The ferry having shut down for the night, I suddenly jumped into the water and impulsively swam across, nearly drowning once again in the effort, returning to my hotel around 2 a.m., and collapsed in my room. I remember going out at one point and saying something to the room clerk. In the morning, with my mind somewhat more lucid, I made an effort to call a family legal advisor, Burke Marshall, from a public telephone on the Chappaquiddick side of the ferry, and then belatedly reported the accident to the Martha's Vineyard police. Today, as mentioned, I felt morally obligated to plead guilty to the charge of leaving the scene of an accident. No words on my part can possibly express the terrible pain and suffering I feel over this tragic accident. This last week has been an agonizing one for me and for the members of my family, and the grief we feel over the loss of a wonderful friend will remain with us the rest of our lives. Kennedy put aside the prepared text. He folded his hands, looked directly into the camera, and appeared to continue the speech extemporaneously. However, large cue cards picking up the text of the speech were held up out of camera range by Joe Gargan. These events, and the publicity and innuendo and whispers which have surrounded them, and my admission of guilt this morning, raises the question in my mind of whether my standing among the people of my state has been so impaired that I should resign my seat in the United States Senate. If, at any time, the citizens of Massachusetts should lack confidence in their senator's character or his ability, with or without justification, he could not, in my opinion, adequately perform his duties and should not continue in office. The people of this state, the state which sent John Quincy Adams, Daniel Webster, Charles Sumner, Henry Cabot Lodge, and John F. Kennedy to the United States Senate, are entitled to representation in that body by men who inspire their utmost confidence. For this reason, I would understand full well why some might think it right for me to resign. This would be a difficult decision to make. It has been 7 years since my first election to the Senate. You and I share many memories. Some of them have been glorious. Some have been very sad. The opportunity to work with you and serve our state has been much of what has made my life worthwhile. And so, I ask you tonight, the people of Massachusetts, to think this through with me. In facing this decision, I seek your advice and opinion. In making it, I seek your prayers. For this is a decision that I will have finally to make on my own. It has been written, "A man does what he must, in spite of personal consequences, in spite of obstacles and dangers and pressures, and that is the basis of all human morality. And whatever may be the sacrifices he faces if he follows his conscience, the loss of his friends, his fortune, his contentment, even the esteem of his fellow men, each man must decide for himself the course he will follow. The stories of past courage cannot supply courage itself. For this, each man must look into his own soul. I pray that I can have the courage to make the right decision. Whatever is decided, whatever the future holds for me, I hope I shall be able to put this most recent tragedy behind me and make some future contribution to our state and mankind, whether it be in public or private life. Thank you, and good night." Kennedy got up from the desk and went into the adjoining room to watch a commentary on his performance, delivered by Howard K. Smith of ABC News. The speech hit hard at the one specter Kennedy's attorneys feared most, a charge of manslaughter. It did so through his outright denial of drunk driving, and a reaffirmation of his efforts to save Mary Jo Kopechne, fortified by the revelation of the rescue attempted by Joe Gargan and Paul Markham. While no prosecutable offense, Kennedy denied any sexual misconduct, the shadow issue that had represented so serious a threat to his political career as to have preoccupied the counselors at Hyannisport in the composition of his speech. Richard Goodwin said, "They were trying to say something and still avoid the connotation of immorality, the old Irish Catholic fear of ever suggesting that you were screwing anybody outside of marriage." The rest of the speech was a painful, bedraggled account constructed around the pitfalls of his statement to Edgartown police. A week of conferences had failed to fill in the gap of 10 hours the accident had gone unreported. Despite a disclaimer, Kennedy was clinging to the shock and exhaustion of his police report as the only handhold to defend his delay in reporting the accident. Yet, by pleading guilty to leaving the scene of the accident, in the eyes of the law, he had forfeited that medical defense. Furthermore, no doctor had ever given him or anyone else a shock diagnosis. The injuries Kennedy sustained in the accident had not been manifested in the extraordinary catalog of symptoms his speech inventoried. Kennedy's escape from Gargan's nagging at the landing had been transformed into an effort to swim to Edgartown so strenuous as to have incapacitated his ability to report the accident. It was a piece of legalistic logic that covered all bases, but failed to explain why Mary Jo Kopechne should have been left immersed for more than 10 hours while the senator grappled with scrambled thoughts. Nor did it explain why the simple task of informing police had been beyond his ability to perform. In wondering, whether somehow the awful weight of this incredible incident might in some way pass from my shoulders, Kennedy came close to expressing the hope that somebody else take the blame for the accident, the aborted scenario he'd proposed that left a number of loose ends to account for, such as his alibi-seeking encounter with a room clerk at the Shiretown Inn. Unable to explain Kennedy's failure to report the accident, advisers had refocused the incident as a political problem through a contrived and irrelevant issue of whether he should resign his Senate seat. To ensure against that threat, Kennedy had asked for a vote of confidence under the guise of advice. The speech ended with a passage cribbed verbatim from his brother Jack's Profiles in Courage, an effort to elevate the episode into a heroic mold more suitable to the Kennedy hagiography. But as Time later observed, there was nothing heroic about fencing with half-truths, falsehoods, omissions, rumors, and insinuations of cowardice. And above all, Kennedy wanted it both ways. He asked to shoulder the blame for what happened. At the same time, he was obviously begging to be excused. Kennedy was accepting responsibility for the death of Mary Jo Kopechne, he said. What he wasn't willing to accept were the consequences. Amidst the fabrication, one poignant truth surfaced in the speech. Because of his close friendship with the Kennedys, Joe Gargan knew the reality behind the health reasons preventing Joan Kennedy from attending the regatta and party. She was having a very tentative pregnancy and was trying to stay as quiet as possible in order to keep the baby. She wasn't expected to go to Edgartown this particular sailing weekend. Minutes after the speech, telephone calls began to pour into Senator Kennedy's Boston office. "We got 100 calls in half an hour. We would have had more, but people couldn't get through," Press Secretary Richard Drain reported. Response to the speech was overwhelmingly favorable from both men and women, from in-state and out-of-state, but you really can't tell until the telegrams come in. No formula or organized poll had been established whereby Massachusetts voters could register their opinion, Drain said. "We're going to be no more specific than that. There was only one candidate in this election, and his staff was going to count the votes." But the Kennedy political apparatus was not relying upon the spontaneous eruption of public opinion alone to persuade the senator to remain in office. Mobilized at the barricades was a lineup of reactions to the speech. An indefatigable defender since the accident, Senator Mike Mansfield thought Kennedy's speech had answered all his critics. He said, "Senator Kennedy has made his case to the people, and they are now in a better position to make their judgment on him. He has my full confidence and support. Senator Kennedy has been beset by tragedy and trouble and has become a marked man because of this. He has been the target of slander and innuendo." Another fellow Democrat, Congressman Edward Boland of Massachusetts, hoped ugly rumors had been put to rest. "Knowing Senator Kennedy as well as I do, and also having known Mary Jo Kopechne, I am convinced there was no kind of improper relationship between them." Boland was sending a telegram encouraging Kennedy to remain in office. The senator's service to Massachusetts and the nation was too significant, too outstanding to have it concluded. Boland was confident. Senator Kennedy has the strength of character to weather this latest tragedy. Kennedy's position in the Senate had not been damaged by the accident, in the opinion of the Democratic congressman and later House Speaker, Thomas Tip O'Neill. "I say that Senator Kennedy can still be an effective leader. We need him badly." O'Neill grew angry, however, when asked to compare the broadcast with the Checkers speech of Richard Nixon in 1952. "I have seen a growing disgust in Washington with the press of America, with the way you have handled this," O'Neill said. "I don't think the Nixon incident should be dragged into this by you people." But that comparison was inevitable and ubiquitous. A post-speech television commentary by John Chancellor that drew the parallel prompted more than 800 calls of protest. An NBC spokesman defending the analogy revealed reaction to the speech to have been unanimously anti-Kennedy. 1 hour after the speech, Gwen Kopechne stepped onto the porch of a neighbor to read haltingly from a handwritten text. "I am satisfied with the senator's statement, and do hope he decides to stay on in the Senate," Mrs. Kopechne explained later. I was satisfied that he came forward and said anything. Before that, I was going out of my mind. Questions. There are lots of questions. That's what I go on from day to day. The unanswered questions. In the week the senator had been in seclusion with advisers, he had maintained as calculated a silence with the Chappaquiddick as he had with the press, without the pretext of jeopardizing his legal position. No word had been disclosed to them about the death of their daughter, Mrs. Chappaquiddick said. The only people who told us anything were the reporters. Nobody else told us what was going on. They seemed to forget about Mary Jo, as though she didn't count. Unlike his wife, Joseph Chappaquiddick was not satisfied with the speech. Why didn't he speak out on that relationship between the Kennedy family and their workers that included all the other girls? Kennedy had explained the accident. Not enough, but he explained it. In light of the broadcast, however, the Chappaquiddick no longer felt an autopsy of their daughter was necessary. Jimmy Smith had watched the speech with growing dismay. All signs of deception were apparent in Kennedy's effort to cover up fear and distress, making a perfect performance difficult. Whatever guilt was there came out, Smith said. You'd have thought they had taken a tape and slowed it down. It was so depressed it was sickening. I wanted him to finish. It was, my God, hurry up and stop. Nevertheless, when the Cape Cod Standard Times sought the reaction to the speech of an assistant district attorney and ardent worker in election campaigns for the Kennedy family, Smith sang a different tune. I think he was sincere. It was certainly satisfactory to me, he told the newspaper. The speech came as profound embarrassment to George Killen. It was just foolish political talk. You'd have thought he was running for re-election from the gist of it. He didn't explain a goddamn thing about the accident. If that's all he was going to say, he'd have been better off saying nothing at all. Killen shared his dissatisfaction with Bernie Flynn. All this time, Killen's telling Denise, stay out of it. Let them handle it. Kennedy's going to give out all the details. We don't have to get involved, Flynn said. He's trying to keep Denise away from the thing, because Denise would only fuck it up. And the speech just pulled the rug out from under George's arguments. Flynn was convinced Senator Kennedy had lied in his police report. Watching that speech, I'm saying to myself, Jesus, this goddamn guy is lying again. He should have never gone on the air. He came off so badly. The speech was an insult to your intelligence. Whoever came up with that speech ought to be shot. Armand Fernandez confirmed the devastating effect on the senator's television appearance on the district attorney's office. He said, about 20 seconds after the speech, I knew Eddie would have to do something. Chapter 32. In Edgartown, Russell Peachy identified himself as the room clerk Kennedy had referred to in his television address. Peachy was patrolling the Shiretown Inn, because regatta weekends can be wild. We like to make sure the parties don't disturb other guests. Peachy had observed Senator Kennedy standing in the shadows at the bottom of a stairway, leading to a second floor, where his party was being accommodated. Peachy said, May I help you in any way? The senator had been disturbed by noises coming from a party next door, he said. I've looked for my watch and seem to have misplaced it. What time is it? Peachy looked through a window to a clock in his office. It was exactly 2:25 a.m. Because the senator appeared somewhat distressed, Peachy asked him, Is there anything else I can do to help you? Kennedy replied, Thank you, no, and returned to his room. Peachy called the Colonial Inn to ask the management to quiet the party. He continued patrolling his premises until 4 a.m. He had not seen the senator or any members of his group again that night. Peachy had not revealed the conversation before, because he'd been uncertain it was Senator Kennedy he'd spoken to, he said. The courtyard was lit by floodlights, but there were shadows. I couldn't see very clearly. I wasn't absolutely sure it was the senator. The man Peachy had spoken to was tall and had a Boston accent that sounded like Ted Kennedy. Although at that time I thought it might have been Gargan's voice. I wasn't sure it was Kennedy then, but after hearing him say on television he saw a hotel employee, I'm certain now I was the person he saw. I was the only person he could have been referring to. I was the only one around at that time. Peachy believed the senator's explanation of the accident. He could have swum the channel. It's impossible to measure a man's strength under such conditions, he said. I hope he stays in the Senate. He's too fine and talented a man for this state or country to lose in high office. On Saturday morning, Peachy posted a notice on the Shiretown Inn's bulletin board, fully endorsing Senator Kennedy and encouraging him to remain in office. While confirming one aspect of the senator's speech, Peachy's endorsement also added a new dimension of mystery about it. Kennedy had specifically identified a room clerk in the darkness while in turmoil of emotional trauma. In full command of his faculties, Peachy had to deliberate a week, so uncertain was he of the senator's identity. Kennedy couldn't have it both ways. Be in shock sufficient to prevent him from reporting the accident, but appear only distressed to have his sleep disturbed, and establish his whereabouts by asking the right time, a detail left over from the aborted scenario he'd proposed to Gargan at the Chappaquiddick landing. In addition, Kennedy had made no reference to his automobile accident, foregoing another opportunity to inform authorities. Irina was mystified by Peachy's story. I thought, where the hell did he get that from? I figured he's giving Ted Kennedy an alibi. By doing so, Peachy was contradicting his police interrogation, in which he denied seeing the senator after he checked in on Friday night. I probably should have gone back to him on that, but I never did, Irina said. Once we got through the trial, I figured it's over, unless somebody comes up with something new. Kennedy's speech left Irina totally confused. Because I thought I was going to hear the complete explanation, and that didn't happen. I had his initial statement. Now here was a variation. The variations were considerable. In his police report, Kennedy designated his destination as the ferry landing. In his speech, he failed to mention that or his controversial wrong turn on Dyke Road and unfamiliarity with the area. The police report had omitted mention of the party and the rescue efforts of Gargan and Markham, but revealed Kennedy had been brought back to Edgartown. In his speech, Kennedy said he swam the channel, one factor that in particular intrigued Irina. Why the hell didn't somebody see Kennedy when he went back to Edgartown, even if he went over in a skiff or something? Nobody ever came forward to say they saw him coming out of the water or off the banking up to the Shiretown Inn, as busy as that place was. For the senator to have walked from the landing to the Shiretown Inn unseen on a regatta night suggested a deliberate